kind of guy. Although I also like block.
Okay.
Block makes
Either way,
stuff.
I have just started streaming, and Green Man, are you in a wind tunnel, mate?
Yeah, so we got a wind tunnel blotting out what Vulcan's trying to say.
Oh no, he's probably just blowing something. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Sorry about
So, Vulcan, you were saying... No worries. Vulcan, you were saying you liked... I missed the first part, and then something about Glocks at the very end.
Nah, I like Rugers more myself.
I'm actually not generally super fond of Rugers myself. I tend to like Springfield Armor, Smith & Wesson, and I'm warming to Glock, actually, weirdly, which I never would have thought I'd have done.
I still want to get a Galil, but I mean that's probably not for at least a good while.
the Ruger I like is a 1022.
Oh, I got a PC carbine then, and it's really fun.
Well, the reason I like the Ruger 1022 is, have you seen all these mods and configurations you can build it into?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't get.
I'll give them that
here.
one. The 1022 is a rifle.
Oh, is it? So I thought you were talking about
Yeah.
pistols.
Yeah.
I got a standard 22 long rifle, and I love it. I'm more accurate, and I drop stuff better with that than I do with my freaking 44.
Here's the deal, Australia. You send us your Mad Max cars, the ones you guys had for Mad Max. We'll send you guns.
America's already got most of them, I think. At least from
No. You're Greenman. Let me show you how it's done. Okay, Australia. Here's the deal. You are gonna send us impossibly hot, impossibly based chicks, and we are gonna send you guns. Lots and lots of guns.
I'm sorry, but most of the women here are not based. They're very,
God damn it.
very pro lockdowny, very pro anything
God
government
damn it.
says.
Okay, how
God
about
damn it.
this?
You had one job, Australia.
Okay, how about this? You send us a couple kangaroos, and we'll give you the entire state of California.
I think I'd rather keep the kangaroos.
No. You send us trained attack emu, and we will give
learn
you
how to
state
say
of California.
emu.
What?
Learn to say
Emus, whatever.
Yeah, learn to say emus, and I'll consider it.
Wait. You do that. You send us those. In exchange, you get both the state of California and a blind eye to any and all genocide activities in the next 15 years.
Or how about this? We just trade Tasmania for Washington.
Yeah, Tasmania is pretty based, from what I hear. It was more based than where I am, but we're more based than freaking all of Eastern Australia. Eastern Australia's a shithole.
Now, I've run into some New Zealanders who are based as hell.
Yeah, but they're few and far between.
So, quick question. New Zealanders and Aussies are both called Kiwis, right?
No.
No, that's just the New Zealanders.
And generally,
okay.
Kiwis are generally referred to as more the Maori, more native New Zealanders.
Okay, I was just asked because I was watching a World War II documentary and they were calling Anzac troops all Kiwis. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because Anzac is Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, which was a joint Australian and New Zealand. We joined our armies together to be one more cohesive, bigger army.
I ran into a Anzac veteran of World War II and the guy was fucking based as hell.
Oh yeah,
And-
back then they were fucking badass. It's like
I mean,
machine gun fire.
Mike-
Fuck it, we'll charge into it with a fucking shovel if we have to. They were fucking. We don't give a fuck. We will fight. Like 2 years
Charles-
before America
Charles,
joined.
man, the Aussies not used to.
Charles Upham.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, what the fuck happened?
Port Arthur.
The Aussies used to be so stupidly based and have so little use for rules.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Creeping socialism, basically. When they decided that the government should do everything for us, we gave up basically all independence and independent thought.
God damn it.
When
So
I
my
took
question is, okay, so when are the Australian people gonna go lynch Dan Andrews?
My question is,
We've lost the
one
balls
of
to
the
do
training
so.
course. I went to a training course, rifle training course, that was given by a couple of Australian commandos, SASR veterans. Holy cow, those guys were fucking based.
Yeah, the dude that I did my gun license with, did the training, so to speak, because you have to go through a lot of bullshit to get your gun license here. He was based as fuck, and I think he was Vietnam vet, I think. Aussie Vietnam vet, which means he probably laid about 10,000 landmines. Because that's basically, I think it's like 90% of all the landmines in Vietnam were laid by Australia.
Well, that's the thing about Australians. In Vietnam, apparently the Vietnamese were fucking terrified of Australians.
Yeah, well, I know one dude I used to work with, absolute cunt, but he said he deliberately shot an American in the back of the head because he was off his tits on drugs the entire time and kept standing up in front of people when they were firing their guns. So he just kept firing. I'm like, well, that's a bit crazy, but I kind of understand it.
My dad served in NAM as Marine Force Recon, and in his unit there was 3 Australians who did not want to go home.
Can you blame them? It's Australia. Everything wants to kill you. It's hot as fuck. It's humid. You're always sweaty. It's horrible. It's horrible.
So what they did is they left Australia, immigrated to America, and immediately applied to join the Marine Corps.
Badass.
And what's funny is all three of them managed to get their hands on Owen submachine guns and just pack them instead of the M16s.
Oh, the Owen is a beautiful freaking gun.
And actually, it was made by an Australian farm boy in his shed.
He wasn't a farm boy. He was actually in the city, I think. But I know he was about 15 when he made it.
Man, can you imagine the shit show that would happen today if somebody did that in Australia? Some 50-year-old kid.
I've got all the materials that I literally could build an Owen gun if I wanted to. But seeing how the coppers literally came to my house 2 weeks ago and took my stringless crossbow because apparently I'm not part of an archery club, so therefore, even though I have a 44 frickin' rifle and friggin' 222 rifles, 303 rifles, all that, somehow I'm not allowed to have a crossbow that has no string without being part of an archery club.
What the fuck?
Yes, exactly.
My brain hurts.
That was literally my sentiment.
My brain hurts. My brain hurts, and I'm angry, and I want to punch these fuckers in the face.
I can't even load my crossbow anymore.
Side of the planet.
Since I broke my back, I haven't been able to load my crossbow or even pull back my compound bow. But I spent, at the time I got it, it was very hard to get a freaking crossbow. So I think it cost me like $700 or $800.
Damn.
Which is probably about $3 American dollars. About $3 freedom dollars.
If we brought back the gold standard, that'd be about right, but...
Damn you, Woodrow Wilson. You can eat my ass.
Now come on, inflation's a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. Shove it up the pressure.
No, it isn't. Now go take your pill and your pudding.
Yep.
One of my buddies got in trouble. He had the FBI come to his house. You know why?
Why?
What happened?
Because he said if he saw Joe Biden on the street, he would punch him in the face.
I can make a declaration. If I saw Joe Biden on the street and he didn't have his security there with the guns, I would punch him in the face. I'd probably break my fist, but fuck it.
I'm in a military server with a bunch of vets and stuff and active duty, and they're fucking freaking out about this Russia situation because they're afraid they're going to get deployed to fight Russia for Ukraine.
I have an even better proposition. If Joe Biden came around, I would run him over with a golf cart.
Yeah, run him over with the car, man. Put that cadaver. Oh, and Kamala too. Put that whore out of business.
Yes,
come on.
I shall get the cart.
Should just do a sonic wave attack with a cackle.
Oh, for my fellow Americans, did you hear one of the Supreme Court justices is going to retire at the end of his term this year?
Yep.
Which one?
Which one?
I forgot his name, but let me look it up real quick.
Left wing or right wing, basically.
I think he's one of the left-wing guys who's retiring.
Oh, good.
Of course it is. They learned from the Ginsburg episode. They don't want to theoretically lose a seat. Mitch appears to have kind of sort of saved them from that because Mitch McConnell's a goddamn traitor and deserves to be hung by the neck until dead. But they don't want to run the risk of that happening again where they just wait and wait and wait and then Biden's a one-term president and Trump takes office again and then the guy keels over unexpectedly while Trump is in office again. While DeSantis is in office, if Trump either doesn't run or if he runs and then DeSantis succeeds him after around 2028.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Trump is going to run or if he's just going to play kingmaker and kind of keep himself out because let's not forget all the bloody the only way Trump lost was literally because it was Trump. Everybody, like not everybody, but every news media was just constantly anti-Trump, anti-Trump, anti-Trump. There was no, fair balance.
Stephen Gerald Bayer. He's the one retiring. He's associated with the liberal wing of the court.
Yep.
He was born in 1938.
So he's like 90-something.
He's like 84 now.
And he was nominated by President Bill Clinton.
Well,
of course he was.
Well,
and he's been on the bench since 1994. He's one of the 3 remaining liberal judges.
Well, openly liberal.
So,
I hate the fact that they use the word liberal. Because they're not fucking liberal, they're authoritarian cunts.
Yeah. Or as I put it, statist whores.
There's old school liberal and then there's modern liberal. Old school liberal was more about freedom, not this modern fucking liberal bullshit that's all lefty.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like old school liberal would actually be the guy who runs the bookstore down the street from me.
Like, old school liberals, from what I've read and understand, actually like gun rights in the hands of the people, and they fucking,
Yep.
They want freedom.
They're not... Yeah,
equality and
liberal.
freedom. That's the classical liberal. This newest shit is authoritarian crap where you're not allowed to say anything or misgender anybody or dare, heaven forbid, you offend someone.
I got yelled at.
What it is communism.
I got yelled at the other store for calling a lady I thought was a lady, ma'am, and it turns out it's a dude in a dress.
It's ma'am. Now you're a ma'am. A ma'am.
I'm serious. This dude in the dress. You ever heard the song from Aerosmith? Dude looks like a lady.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how he looked. I'm serious. If I didn't know any better, I'd have sworn it was a lady.
Fun tidbit. Fun tidbit. Apparently, that song has made Aerosmith basically persona non grata in the trans community. They hate Aerosmith because they hate that damn song.
Well, how do they feel about
because it's basically a meme as far as they're concerned. It's mocking them.
Well, how does it go for the other song, the "Now You're a Man" song, by the South Park guys?
I don't know. I don't know how that one was received, but I know that they don't like Aerosmith, and my impression is they don't tend to care very much for South Park because South Park is fucking South Park. If it exists, they will mock it irreverently. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is sacred. And I have a certain degree of respect for that, even if I don't tend to care for a lot of the humor.
Well, what I read is South Park, the guys from South Park are actually, they're a weird mix of Republican and Libertarian beliefs.
Yeah.
And liberal. It's just like, there's a term apparently called South Park Republican. And I'm just like, isn't that Libertarian just with extra steps?
Pretty much.
Yep.
Because I'm a libertarian at heart, but some of libertarian beliefs make me go ape shit just how stupid they are.
Me, it's just...
Yeah, I know the
As long as
feeling.
you're not hurting somebody else, do what the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. That's
the typical Australian attitude I always like is Aussies, most Aussies just don't give a fuck. As long as you're not hurting them or anybody else.
Exactly. Like, that's the way my opinion's always been. But the moment someone starts trying to force their stuff on me, like they've been doing with this fucking mask shit, I don't fucking wear a mask. I don't fucking do the check-in, fucking scan your freaking phone in so then they bloody know where you're from and where you're going and where you've been. They can suck a bag of dicks.
Speaking of which, I saw Australia now as detention camps.
Oh, we've had them for freaking... Like, they started building them bloody 2 months after bloody COVID first started. So 2 years ago, basically.
And people laugh at me and call me a conspiracy theorist when I point out that our government, FEMA, has camps like that.
Like, literally, we can show people footage of people in the camp saying, you know, this is what they did. They came to my house. They threatened me with freaking and extorted me to bloody go to this freaking camp for no bloody reason. No, I'm not testing positive or anything like that. And they freaking think, and you can literally show videos of people doing this, and freaking the army literally go into people's doors, and they'll literally deny that it even exists.
Fucking stupid cunts.
Yeah, unless Facebook says it's true, or Channel 7 or Channel 9 News says it's true, they will not even acknowledge that it exists.
Acknowledge what exists.
That the camps exist. That, like the...
Precisely.
Yeah, basically the internal camps.
Dude, that's like some real freaking, like, you know, Holocaust shit, gulag shit, actually.
You know, if we end up having to do this not the peaceful political way, which I'm hoping still that we can avoid having to do it the other way, because I really, really would prefer it not come to that, because that's going to be a shit show and that's going to be a mess.
No,
but if we have to do it that way, if we have to do it that way, I say at some point we need to seize by force Twitter, Google, Facebook, etc.'s HQs. We need to use their stuff, their official stuff, to officially put out what's actually been going on.
Yep, appropriate it as they would allow.
Yep. Yep. And in Google's case in particular, and Microsoft's, because they're kind of the two patient zeros, we need to raise them to the ground. And in Google's case in particular, and this is just me being petty and vindictive now because you've put us through this, we're going to build a monument of fucking Larry the Crocodile from the Pearls Before Swine comic strip sitting over the rubble in a Conan the Barbarian getup.
I don't understand.
I'm the only one that gets this joke. Oh, there's a comic strip, it's like a newspaper strip that's run for years and years called Pearls Before Swine. It's talking animals doing goofy shenanigans.
Yep.
One of the many long-running comedy subplots they have is they have a bunch of crocodiles that live in this neighborhood that keep wanting to kill and eat the zebra, but they keep failing spectacularly at it because they're incompetent. Their sort of ringleader is named Larry. And he's got a wife and a kid who are actually not in on that sort of thing. They're just kind of normal. There's a famous strip from about 2006 or 7 where his wife and son come home and he's all freaked out, hunkered down in like this fort he's built in the goddamn living room, all just rattled looking, talking about how the zebra has a new ally that's super smart and knows everything. So the son just asks him, what's its name? Or what's his name? And he just yells, "Da Google!"
Fair enough.
And the last panel is just the wife just putting her hand on her hand in her face, or her face, her hand, and him running off camera yelling, "Take me alive, Da Google!" And the son just says, "Maybe we should sign him up for a basic computer class." It's just that looking at that last panel, I know that's not how it was intended to be thought of. It's like, you gotta look at that, and you gotta look at this, the way things have played out, and you gotta go, I'm starting to think he might have unintentionally had a point there.
If I remember correctly, this enemy that I'm fighting is called an assassin cock. Good times. So what else has been going on with you guys?
Nothing much.
I'm currently losing my mind to the music.
Use mouse colors, hang on.
Which music?
I'm gonna...
The Danger Zone.
Danger Zone?
I'm gonna be, apparently getting a raise, so... They're still not paying me enough, but they'll be paying me more, and I will get a nice fat check in the start of February for back pay for this year. Because they're doing this. So, there's that. I may decide to just earmark $100 or so of it to mail the Battletech stuff to DRT as King and have him paint the miniatures.
Nice. I'm actually still looking at how much it's going to cost me to create an entire SDLF regiment. Battle mech regiment with actual mechs they would have used.
There's a gent in the Florida Man server. At some point, I want to get to a point where I've got enough disposable income where I can hit him up and say, "Hey, I want you to 3D print me enough of every mech to make an entire unit of every mech in literally every faction's colors."
Damn. That's going to cost a lot.
Just so... Yeah, I know. Like I said...
Especially if it's resin as well.
This is a pipe dream.
Yeah. Especially if it's resin. If you're using regular filament, it wouldn't be as expensive as if you used, like the really highly detailed resin ones. Because, yeah, I'm thinking about getting a 3D printer soon to basically make a bunch of figurines, and I want to actually make a bunch of like figurines of the Legend of Dragoon characters.
What you stick in there? Does it give you those dollars?
But like I think it would just be cool to be able to just bring people over to play and just tell them pick a faction, any faction. Pick mechs, any mechs.
Then you get some wanker that goes, "I want to use the tanks," and you're like, "Fuck, I haven't printed them."
I'm looking into how much it's going to cost me to buy a 3D printer.
They're not too much. It depends on the quality, but you can get ones that can make some really good, like 40K style ones, and print up like 10 of them at a time, like the resin ones, for probably about $200-300 American.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is I want to get one that can also do gun parts.
Oh yeah,
I want to print a certain gun, a certain base German designed.
Oh.
You know, the FGR, whatever it's called.
Oh, the Führer 9000.
Yeah. Because, seriously, the guy was German and he was based as fuck for creating that. You know what I mean? Because the way it's designed is it can use standard AR parts or even an Airsoft M4 kit.
Oh.
Interesting.
Very.
I am actually quite liking this thing, although it's pretty sensitive. Mouse, that is. It's like, finally, I can scroll down again.
Scrolling down is a myth.
No, to my old one, I actually had to go use, shit, what was it? Freaking, scroll up button and crap. Although I'm probably gonna chuck this one, because honestly, it's made in China, so...
China.
Real mouse, that is.
It's made in
Well,
These
China.
are actually made in Malaysia.
Well, I mean, Bats, though, you would say that scrolling down is a myth. If you're in Aussie land, there's no way to scroll down because you're already as far down as you can go.
Yeah, we scroll upwards.
Upwards and upwards till there's nothing but up.
Yep.
So I've also been listening to a podcast thing on YouTube for World of Darkness lore. So I'm starting to kind of dip my toe into that a little bit.
Oh, cool.
Did you know that apparently there are were-dinosaurs?
No, I did not know that. I haven't looked much into
Neither
World
did
of
I until
Darkness.
today. Apparently there's a small couple of factions of were-dinosaurs.
Okay. Like, I remember there was a Howling movie, and they actually had were-kangaroos.
All right, here's the gun I was telling you guys about. I'm posting on Great Hall. It's called the FGC9.
Right,
Oh, nice.
It's adorable.
It's basically a 9mm carbine.
Huh. It's kind of snazzy, actually.
The guy was German /
Modernize
Kurdish.
it.
Of course, he was a Kurd.
I
Kurds are kind of a
Alright.
based.
They are and they aren't.
Yeah.
The same time.
I mean, there's
there's a weird duality to them with that. It's very, very odd.
Huh. The total cost of production, assuming that the user already owns a 3D printer, is less than $400.
That means that you got to
Wonder if
buy,
there's a way to-
obviously, springs and tin and, was it not receiver? The slidey bit.
You print the receiver. It's a mix of fabricated 3D printed parts, easily manufactured metal pressure buried parts, and readily available springs, screws, nuts, and bolts.
Ah.
And it only is 4 pounds. And it's a 9 by 19 mm closed bolt below back action. And the feed magazine, the feed system, uses a Glock magazine.
I wonder if there's a way to tweak it a little bit to get a second, to get a couple of extra rail mounts at the front of the gun for like an extra grip, laser, flashlight, that nature.
As of December 2020, the Mark II revision has been available for download. It revised it to make it simpler and includes materials for home production of steel barrels. It includes additional accessory attachment points, an integrated sling loop, and a new bolt.
Spiffy.
And the upper and lower are fully 3D printed.
Very spiffy.
And also, you can now 3D print the AR-15 trigger.
It's amazing what you can do with 3D printers these days.
And
I know, right?
And the creator estimated it only took 1.5 to 2 weeks to build.
Oh, only?
And it's open source. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a Ludi, only more detailed.
You know, you can
high
always
quality.
just print out like a 22 version of a friggin' AK-47.
Well, the thing with the AK round is it's a beefy boy.
Yeah, but no,
I've
print out a 22 version of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because in some countries you're not allowed to own 9mm ammo because it's considered a military round.
Yeah. I know I can get 9mm here.
These countries are stupid, but anyway.
Yeah. Like, I know I can get 9mm here in Australia, because it's the 9mm rounds sit right next to bloody the 44 rounds when I go to buy them. I love my 44 Magnum. I just can't hit shit with it.
It's great for the fact that I can't actually get it to do the initial step that I would need for it to do anything else.
Yeah. On the bright side, it makes a loud noise.
There's a special material you can buy to use to print 3D guns. It's called like ABS plastic or filament versus like the resin.
Have you seen those steel printers that they were using to print guns a while back?
No.
It was actually pretty interesting. They're kind of like microplasma welds steel, just like you would with a 3D plastic printer, but it actually does it with steel.
You know what's funny is when the pandemic began in Italy, it's hilarious to me because the company that had this patent on making the respirators, people were needing, got pissed because these 3D printers started printing them out for $1 each. And the patent holders tried to sue the 3D printer guys. And Italy basically told them to go kiss their ass.
Just say,
you
well,
said
I'll tell
it was
you what,
an emergency. You said everybody needed them.
Just say, well,
so people are getting them.
Just say, if you can't keep up production, go fuck yourself. We want to order 10 million of them. Can you do that in a week? No? Well, we'll just 3D print them then. Fuck off.
Yeah. No, there's like, hey, you said this was an emergency? You said people were going to desperately need these things? They're getting them? And now you want us to get in their way? No, that's not our job. Eat shit.
Yeah, it's funny, but sometimes Italians are based.
Yeah, Italians are weird about that. It's like one moment they're the most goddamn communist motherfuckers you could ever meet, and then 1 minute later,
well, have you ever studied any Italian? Have you ever studied any Italian military history? They tend to flip-flop a little bit. The whole "we'll shoot you," but then the moment you point a gun at us, we'll fight for you now.
Say this though, in World War I, the Italians were some hard-ass motherfuckers.
Well,
like the Austrians didn't like fucking fighting the Italians in the mountains.
Of course not.
It's like fighting dwarves. I kind of think World War II, it was literally just their heart wasn't in it. Like, that by and large, most of them were looking at this by this point going, this is stupid.
Well, they'd just gotten their ass kicked by an African country that was swinging spears at them while they had tanks. Yeah, so obviously that would have been a little bit... Yeah, that would have been a little bit...
demoralizing.
Yeah. And also, what was his name? Not the fucking leader. I can never remember his name.
Mussolini.
He's like, listen, Hitler, we need 5 years to prep before we can go to war again. And he's like, okay, yep. The next month he invades fucking Poland, and he's just like, and it's like, for fuck's sake, mate, I said we needed 5 years before we were good to fight a war. And they're like, oh, well, get the fuck in here and fight. It's like, we needed 5 years of prep. We're fucked. We're literally unprepared. We're demoralized. We're beaten. We're sad. We're an Australian person. We're sad, beaten down. We're hiding our faces out of shame.
So sad.
I needed time to psych these people up again, damn it!
Yeah. Do you know how much
I needed
pasta?
time to explain it away as just a fluke.
Do you know how much pasta I need to brown?
Do you know how many pizzas we were gonna have to make? I was like, do you know how many pizzas we were gonna have to make? How many strawberry cakes we were gonna have to make? How many cannolis? Yep. Do you have any idea how much wine we were gonna have to produce?
We're gonna have to up the pasta. We had to up the pasta tax because of you, and now everybody's pissed at us.
Wait, who are we being mad at?
I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, Italy is just one of those weird countries. Also, what's funny is the first time the Italians engaged American tankers, we kicked the crap out of them, even though we were using M3 Lees.
What did they look like?
Well, like I said, they had tanks. They got beaten by Ethiopia that had spears.
You never got Ethiopia.
Was it Ethiopia?
Well, what's funny is at one point in the war, Italy had a fighter plane. It was like called the CR-202 or something like that. And it actually was just as good as the American Mustang and the British Spitfire.
Mm-hmm.
And in the words of some American air commanders, if they had had more of them, it would have been a pain in the ass to deal with them. Because they were actually at points better than the ME-109 the Germans were using.
Well, that's the thing. The WOGs were really well equipped a lot of the times. It's just that generally it came down to inept of command or just soldiery a lot of the times.
Also, unless they were fanatical Italian black shirts, they really didn't want to fucking fight for Africa. They were like, "When the fuck are we here? It's stupid."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think for every one fanatic you had 10, 15, 20 people who were just like, I left my pizzeria or my coffee shop or my art museum for this?
Because Mussolini...
Are you fucking kidding me?
I left my fat wife for this.
Mussolini had this brain-dead idea of recreating the Roman Empire.
I mean, it's like that meme with the kid drawing the cat, where the cat's on the paper and the kid's trying to trace the cat. It's like, the Roman Empire is the cat, and then whatever the heck Mussolini was doing is the attempted drawing.
It's like, that's great propaganda to harken back to that, but you need to know how to actually not do that.
Well,
People forget Mussolini was a communist, too.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Very, very...
Oh, God, yes, he was.
But the commies booted his ass out because he supported World War I. And so he's like, fuck you guys, I'll go create my own party with blackjack and hookers.
Yeah.
And he did.
And tiny mustaches.
And he did, and he did, and then Hitler said, this guy's onto something.
Yeah, actually, if you look into...
The German Workers' Party being fascist is actually communist propaganda.
Well,
the only fascists are actually Mussolini's...
if you look
they were socialists.
Yeah, if you look into bloody Nazism or fascism, basically, the best write-ups on it, on what they actually properly believed, was written mostly by Mussolini and his cronies.
Yeah, also...
they were socialists to the bone.
People forget
and
this.
Hitler's writings, he was socialist to the bone.
Oh,
People seem to forget this about fascism. The term comes from a Roman military term for like that axe with like all the staffs bound around it.
Really? Didn't know that.
It was a symbol for the Roman Empire, besides the eagle. Like, let me see if I can pull up an image of it. Here it is. It was called, it's spelled at F-A-S-C-E-S.
Where you posting
it was a Roman symbol of power and authority.
Where you posting that?
Yeah, I'm posting it in the Great Hall.
Okay.
Come on, you piece of shit phone.
I gotta do something about my phone constantly sending off alarms.
Here it is.
One of these days, I'm gonna get around to writing a little short story or something or other, just in a nice little alternate history timeline. With 3 noticeable and distinct changes. I see what you're talking about, Greenman. Change 1 is that instead of what he actually did when Robespierre got the French citizenry whipped up for the French Revolution, he just wanted to just do American Revolution Mark II.
Well, if you want to check out some good if you want to check out some really good alternate history, especially American history, check out the first season of Sliders, because that does a lot of like, what if the Germans won? What if the Cold War ended with the Russian victory? What if everybody's paranoid about germs? It it basically is what if germ theory evolved differently, that penicillin was never discovered. So everybody's afraid of bacteria. Right. Check this first season of Sliders is insanely good on that front.
I've seen it actually, but it's been a while. It's been quite a few years.
Yeah, like season.
I have seen it.
Episode 3 is basically coronavirus, but like basically people that get sick are chucked into the sewers. Pretty much, it's actually pretty interesting. And like if you even have a headache, basically people start viewing you with suspicion of being infected.
You want something that I thought was fucking hilarious, speaking of television? BBC did a production of like medieval European history. They cast Queen Elizabeth or
as black as the Ace of Spades.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck, BBC?
Yeah, she's half British, half German. Obviously, she must be as black as the Ace of Spades.
Didn't they also do some weird one about some Spanish queen that apparently was like a better sword fighter and was on battlefields than all the shit?
They did. Joan of Arc and made her black too.
Oh yeah, the French peasant woman is black.
I gotta tell you, I'm getting really tired of that shit. I'm really getting tired of it.
Don't you want to see black hobbits? Wherefore the rings and shit.
Oh, speaking of which, Amazon.
I have no desire.
Amazon's new Lord of the Rings are going to do. They're going to put a couple of gay characters in it.
Of course they are. God. It's Amazon.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
They weren't going to be able to resist. Expecting them to control themselves around that would be like expecting me to control myself around pizza. It's not going to happen.
What's funny is that we're going to obviously have black elves, and elves are supposed to have like skin as pale as moonlight. Obviously, it's a new moon.
I want Token to come back and just start beating the ass.
I reckon it'd burn his work. He's like, give me a time machine, let me burn my work before it goes out. It's better this way.
No. I like the first idea. Tolkien comes back, and Tolkien is just this Jason Voorhees zombie creature picking studio execs off one at a time.
I'm thinking Jesus and the money lenders. He just goes in there with a whip and starts whipping asses.
Considering Tolkien was a World War I veteran who fought in the Somme, he didn't have time for bullshit.
Yeah. I recently finally finished Starship Troopers, the book, because I never managed to finish the end of it initially. And
that book fucking shaped some of my beliefs.
Yeah, like literally it's like 5, maybe 6% action, and the rest is just moral philosophy.
Well, you gotta
I love every fucking minute of it.
The guy who wrote that book, people forget Heinlein was a Navy officer before he was forced out because of tuberculosis.
Yeah, he was a badass. And actually, literally at the start of the book, it is dedicated to, like, every sergeant, basically, that had to make men out of children. I think that's what it says at the start, like, to every sergeant or troop trainer that made men out of boys or something like that.
Well, another thing that I liked about Heinlein was he was libertarian in a lot of his views.
Yep.
Very much so. Yeah. And I gotta be honest, I think he might have been on to something with that whole service guarantee citizenship idea as the book depicts it.
Yeah.
As the book depicts it.
Yeah.
I had to get into some fucking hippie chick once who said that Starship Troopers was fascist.
Yeah, a lot of retards actually believe that, but it just means they've either didn't watch the movie at all and just are listening to dickheads, or they actually obviously never read the book.
Or they watched the movie and they gave it the average level of intellectual thought that they give the typical tweeny bopper summer pop movie of the year.
You know what's funny? Is for years, Starship Troopers was on the Marine Commandant's reading list for promotion.
It should be. It is, like I said, the moral philosophy aspects of it. I don't agree with 100% of it, but 98% of it, I'm just like, yeah, he's spot on.
Also, Heinlein, people forget this. He was friends with Ayn Rand.
Was he?
Yep.
He
I
was
know
very
that he wrote.
close
I know
friends.
that he wrote
Honestly-
the book in like I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks. He wrote Starship Troopers, and he did it out of anger that the bloody the U.S. government was ceasing its nuclear research.
Well,
Good, he's
Heinlein,
like-
too, is considered one of the godfathers of science fiction for a reason.
First thing of any power armor being used. So anything that's
Yes,
got
it
power
was.
armor has to thank Heinlein for that.
That
So 40K has to thank it. BattleTech has to thank it. Iron Man and over at Marvel Comics has to thank
Yep.
it.
that and
Um,
his
How
his-
many?
So
Wait,
Heinlein is.
Don't forget Halo.
Oh, yep.
Oh yes, Halo has to thank it. But I think Heinlein might have been onto something with that, as he described that service guarantee citizenship mode of operations, as opposed to universal suffrage. If they came to me and said we're going to implement this system instead, I think I'd actually be okay with that.
Well, it's kind of like this. You shouldn't get a chance to dictate what a system does if you're not taking part in the system or putting towards the system. So it's literally you
Well,
have
it's
to
like-
earn your right. You're not given the right, you earn it.
well, it's-
Well, yeah, you
Something given has no value.
Exactly.
No, one of the
Well,
problems.
yeah, you have
One of the
you
problems.
have to invest in the future of it.
One of the problems they did with the movie was they made Johnny Rico fucking the white guy. In the book, he was fucking Filipino.
Yeah, he was Asian
Well,
with
keep in
a
mind-
Mexican last name with the first name. He wasn't Johnny Rico. He was Juan Rico.
Yeah.
Well, remember, the guy the director for the movie, was this commie chuckle fuck who tried to read the book, got bored on page 2,
Yeah, he didn't even
made
make it
someone else
past the
read it
first
for
chapter.
him. He didn't even make it past page
Yeah,
2.
and literally
He
page
literally
two,
stopped on
he's
page
like
2.
the character's talking about how he gets the shapes before he gets fired out of a fucking revolver, basically, and shot into a fucking planet.
Hey everyone, I gotta interrupt your conversation real quick to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What's up?
I want you to know I have cum in a jar. Thank you. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
The true leader of our time. God bless him.
But yeah, the problem with the fucking director of that movie was he did RoboCop and thought everything
Yeah.
should be fascist. Everything's fascist.
Yeah, he's a RoboCop is the way it is because he thought he was going to do this great, excellent take that against 80s consumerism and everything, and he was so over the top with it that he overshot.
The thing is, he unintentionally
people
made a
didn't-
great movie.
Deep biting. Yeah, exactly. People didn't see deep biting satire of all the evils of their society. They saw a movie about some corrupt assholes getting blown away in a way that they kind of wanted to see because of all the street crime getting reported at the time.
But the thing is, it actually makes. What do you think? Like, I think America's actually taking a page out of that because it's literally we will get criminals on the street, which will cause mayhem, which will then cause property values to go down, and then we can buy it up. That's literally what's happening in bloody in London.
Wouldn't surprise me, but yeah. Good lord, we've lived long enough to see ourselves become support cast in a Paul Verhoeven movie. This is a fucked up timeline.
See, I don't get it. The dude
On the
is a
bright side-
retard, but he makes really good movies when he's not really
At
involved in
some
it.
time.
Like RoboCop,
Yeah, I was like, sometime.
RoboCop, Starship Troopers. They're 2 of my favorite movies. I love RoboCop 2 as well, even though people give it shit. RoboCop 3 can suck a dick, and the TV series wasn't overly good either. But at least it
Now,
actually
you
had.
want-
you know.
Wait, the cartoon, or did they do something different?
No, they did a
do
live
different
action.
TV
They filmed a live action one in Canada, And they had another RoboCop that was actually like a black dude. He was like a black RoboCop. And he was like the newer version of RoboCop, and he just kept... And he had to hunt down old school RoboCop. And it was really good because... because the black dude used to be Murphy's previous partner. And RoboCop fails to save him, and then they just kind of rebuild him as a kind of like a propaganda thing. And in turn, when he eventually gets his sentience back, he starts fighting against the people that basically turned him into a token.
Well, you know,
it's pretty basic.
You know what's funny is the Japanese made a more based version of Starship Troopers.
Yeah, the anime is really good. It follows the book closer than the bloody than the movies or even the cartoon.
They made a Starship Troopers anime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They only get in the power.
I was not aware of
They only get in the power suits in the final episode, really. Although they're in a little bit in the second to last episode where they put out some fires. But basically, it's the first half of the book, basically.
Huh. Neat.
But yeah, also they did a couple of animated movies too. One was about a squad that doesn't have Rico with them, Juan with them.
I haven't seen that
one. And it's basically just they're using power armor.
Wait a minute, do you mean that TV show?
Yeah, I think it was a TV show, but it was CGI, but it was a really good CGI for the time.
Yeah, I've been watching that for the last during the last year or so.
Wait, is that the one? Is that the one that they made just recently?
I think it was made a while back.
Like, I mean, like in the last 6-7 years.
I think so.
Because what was it? The Traitor of Mars and the other one. I can't remember what the other one was. They weren't too bad.
Wait. A second.
They weren't great, but they weren't bad. But yeah, I'm thinking.
I've come to sort of a conclusion that we need to make Heinlein and Ayn Rand required reading in schools.
Yeah, I think Starship Troopers should be a required reading of everybody because, at least in schools where, in third or fourth year high school, maybe. And also, you can also tell. It's more that if you can tell if someone's lazy and watch the movie as opposed to the actual reading the book.
Oh, here it is. The Roughnecks, Starship Troopers Chronicles.
Oh yeah. That one was made in the late 90s, I think. Yeah, that was pretty good. It even had the skinnies in it.
Yeah.
The skinnies were another alien race that initially.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But in the actual real the book, the bugs actually used guns.
Also, something, Starship Troopers, it needs to be thanked for StarCraft.
Yes, along with many other things.
Yeah.
Because look at StarCraft and the design of the aliens, and look at Starship Troopers, the book, and the description of the aliens in it.
Yep.
Aliens.
Actually, they're closer to the Tyrannid because they actually use biolasers in the book.
Like I said, Warhammer needs to be thanking and should really be paying royalties to the Heinlein estate, among others.
They should be paying royalties to about friggin' 500 different friggin' people and bloody stuff. Because
yes, they should.
Warhammer is literally just plagiarism the game.
The game, yeah.
Well, the Imperial Knights didn't even become a thing until BattleTech took off.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Also, I just discovered that they also had the guy who voiced Patrick from SpongeBob in it.
Well, in the Roughnecks Chronicles.
Yes.
Anyway, I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Catch you later, Green Man.
See you later, Green Man. Also, another thing. They also had the guy who voiced Titan from Megamind.
Huh.
Oh. Yeah. I like Megamind. It's a really good, relaxing movie that I watch a lot of the times when I can't get to sleep, or if I've got to travel somewhere the next day, and I just can't get to sleep, but I want to relax. I don't know why. I enjoy it.
Great. Now imagine Patrick as a Starship Trooper. No, a mobile infantry guy.
Oh, this doesn't end well.
Now, I'll have to admit,
Good.
yeah,
Hey,
I'll have
Fang.
to admit, I haven't actually read the book yet. It's on my list though.
It is really good. If
At
not,
the top
chuck on
of
the
the
audio. There's an audio book on BitTorrent. I can't remember who it's read by, but he does a really good job of just reading it out really well.
I wonder how much we'd have to pay. I wonder how much we'd have to pay Arch and Sargon to collab together on just recording an audiobook copy of Starship Troopers and just putting it out there on like alt tech.
Hell, they'd probably do it for free if they could, because especially I definitely know that bloody Arch would love to do it. Like, well, actually, he probably wouldn't want to.
They also have Classic Brown in it. My God.
Yeah, Arch and that's why I'm thinking of them, because one, they've both got good voices for it, and two, Arch and Sargon both love Starship Troopers as a setting and as a universe.
I still reckon they should put V in there every now and again as well. Like maybe the inner monologue of one Recode V's voice.
No. V should occasionally voice a whiny civilian that doesn't get it.
Yeah, that could actually work as well. Let me tell you about my hooker feeling. It's not Sargon. Sargon, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, Sargon.
What's funny about V is that V is actually really smart. It's just that he struggles a lot more than Arch does with the language barrier.
Yeah, because he's Romanian.
It's more that he's got the squeaky voice and it doesn't kind of translate as well, in a sense.
There's also, again, if you listen to his grammar versus Arch's grammar or Sargon's grammar, you can hear he is struggling a lot more with the English grammar. It is for some reason, it is a lot harder to him. I don't know if it's just a difference in, starting in Romanian versus starting in Norwegian, or if it's just something about, he just has less aptitude for linguistics than Arch does as a person, but he is terrifyingly smart in other areas.
Well, look at it. He's a qualified or a registered, not registered, but he passed the bar, so he's a lawyer, a doctor, a medical doctor, a proper one.
Yeah.
And whatever the hell he else does. But lawyer and doctor, generally smart.
Yeah, it's like you don't have a lot of success in those fields if you're not relatively intelligent, all things considered.
Yeah.
Either one of them, let alone accomplish being able to be in both of them.
Lawyer, but...
Even a scumbag lawyer has to have a certain degree of smarts to get success.
Yeah, well, lawyer's more cunning than smart.
Yeah, true.
Like, to be a successful lawyer, you really need to be cunning rather than smart.
Well, it's a different kind of smart. Cunning is it's smarts, but it's a different type of smarts. It's not book smart. It's being able to be quick-witted, and having the mental fortitude to do something underhanded.
And being able to read people and manipulate. That's the big thing, is that you've got to be able to read people and know exactly what you need to do. That is a big thing about the cunning.
Social intelligence.
Yeah.
Social intelligence, being able to gauge what's going to happen if you push each button emotionally with a given person, and which button is going to get you the result.
Yeah, I can never be a lawyer.
Yeah, I'd be a terrible lawyer. I'd be an abysmal lawyer.
Yeah, I'm not good at public speaking, so I'd be terrible at it too.
I would be way too literal.
Yep, right there with you.
I reckon I'd just be too goddamn selective. It's like, what, you're a druggy cunt? Okay, never mind, I'm not going to bother. Because my first thing would be like, come on, mate, tell me the truth. Did you really do this? That would be my first question.
Oh, no, the trick with that is to just make sure you're in the right field. For example, you get a lot fewer of those if you specialize in only taking self-defense cases.
Yeah, I'd probably more or less go into like more land rights and stuff like that, or transferring of paperwork, and that would probably drive me insane as well because I hate paperwork.
Yeah, I would not last very long doing that. I'd be like climbing the fucking walls.
Thing is, back when I was younger, I could have been a really good surgeon because my knife skills and just hand-eye coordination was perfect. I was really good at doing stuff like that. But then, as I become diabetic, my eyes and gone and my hands are all shaky, so I really couldn't do it. But yeah, I was
Diabetes.
yeah diabetes. But yeah,
Diabetes.
back then my knife skills were really fucking good.
I swear, one of these days we're gonna need to get you over to the States just so we can start doing some shit with you just to get your health improved.
I really can't do much on that. I did like freaking 15 minutes of walking before, like earlier this morning, about 1 o'clock, and friggin' I can barely fucking move now. My body's just.
That's why I'm saying
deteriorating.
we literally need to get you sat down with some rehab doctors and probably at a gym, at like a rehab facility or something that has like an indoor, in-ground heated pool that they can have you working out and exercising in, at least at first, until they've strengthened certain muscle groups enough and caused enough weight to come off.
Well, I'm not actually that fat. I'm fairly, like, I'm light for someone that looks like I do. It's just that a lot of my muscle that I used to have has been replaced with fat because I can't do what I used to do because I used to do blacksmithing and shit like that.
And if I recall, your country is still just absolutely being a dildo when it comes to your
Lockdown.
freedoms.
Yeah. I'm lucky I'm in the country, so it's not as bad. You know, I can really just look at people with contempt when they wear the masks while driving around in the car alone.
Oh, God, there was so much of that in Maryland, it's not even funny.
I'm just like, fucking how brainwashed can you be? But in essence, you know, I can walk into 99% of the places and nobody says put on a mask. Unless I go to the doctors, which apparently, if you want to go to the doctors, you've got to be vaccinated and be healthy because they won't treat you if you're sick.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Also, have you heard that a guy was thrown out of a hospital because he didn't have trying to receive some heart-saving surgery because he wasn't vaccinated?
Okay, I
heard about
that. I could fill that in. I could fill that in a little better. Basically, the guy was on a as a Bostoner on he was on a heart transplant list. He was the top one, the very next guy to actually get it, and they took him off the list because he wouldn't get vaccinated.
Yeah, but the thing is, he'd already had COVID, so he had the natural antibodies anyway.
Right, so he was good, but you know, gotta follow the fucking mandate.
That doesn't matter to these people. They're insane.
Also, I see you're getting ready to go to rescue Shauna.
Yep, I'm just doing a little bit of grinding.
I have no faith in my doctors anymore.
Yep, I'm just doing a little bit of grinding at the moment because this is where I can fight 3 enemies instead of the standard 2, so I can get the Dart and Lavits up just that little bit extra for when I fight Frugal.
Yeah, and on top of that, you could maybe get your first level additions out of the way and onto your second.
Yeah. Also, it helps when I get the Dragoon Spirits because I've already done so many additions that I will level up my Dragon Spirits a lot quicker. Normally, by the time Lavitz dies, I've actually got him maxed out as a Dragoon and all his friggin' additions maxed out as well.
Oh God, that's probably the worst big fuck you of the entire game. And then you get Albert, who is quicker.
Yeah, his timing goes different, and it really fucks you up. But yeah, it's annoying, but Lavitz is still best character.
I agree. I mean, I see why you picked the name.
Also, it was because it was like my email back in high school, and at the time I was really into this game. And still am. I love this game.
Right. No, it's not a bad game at all.
I just wish Sony would bother to give it some more love.
Yeah.
At this point, what I would hope more for is that Sony will just die, and then somebody that actually is worth a damn can get the IP out from the corpse.
If I could, I would get like $50 million or something, buy the rights to Legend of Dragoon, and then set up a company to just basically do a HD revamp of the entire thing. Not changing the combat, not changing a word of dialogue or anything, just 3D models, smoothed out, background area using the original arts and just touching them up a bit, and then just re-releasing the game.
Hey,
I wouldn't care if it would sell.
If I recall, this game was one of the first PS1 games with actual voice acting.
Kinda. It doesn't really have any voice acting in the other than the videos.
Right, the cinematics. So
Yeah.
what we could do is,
Well, there is a HD
you could have an
upscaling.
additional. You could.
Sorry, go on.
You could have an additional mode where you choose at the start game. Are you going to play it in classic mode, where it's text boxes? It's just text boxes. There's no voice acting that wasn't there before. Or you could choose an alt mode of play to play through, where you've replaced all the things that would have been text boxes with voice acting, like a modern game would be inclined to do.
Yeah, I just know that if they were to do a new version, like a remaster of Legend Dragoon, they'd do the Final Fantasy VII fucking remaster thing or whatever it is, and just make it fucking half hack and slasher, fucking weird fucking bullshit, and just wreck everything. And
yeah, the only good thing that came out of the remake, from what I could see, was the simple fact that they addressed the fact that Tifa has too big of titties to fight like a monk. And they fixed that with a simple sports bra. And people lost their shit because, oh my god, they downscaled her titties.
I like the big titties.
Well, I mean, one, boobs are marvelous, and two, look at what shrieking Soylent feminists have been demanding forever now, that every woman not have boobs.
Yeah, and
because
have
guys
like a half-shaved.
Therefore, gotta get rid of those.
Yeah, and they've got to have a half-shaved head and be the size of a truck.
Yeah,
they really just hate when it comes down to it.
Basically, they just don't like anything looking good.
It's like, I mean, I do agree with you about, like, for practical purposes of being a bunk, it makes more practical sense for it to be smaller. But at the end of the day, they hate beauty. They hate beauty.
Here's the thing: I saw someone that did an artist rendition of modern Tifa with her outfit and without the sports bra, and pretty much it boils down to she still has the big tits. They're just pressed down with the sports bra.
Yeah. Better yet, put her in a corset. The world
That would
needs
be
Tifa
better,
in a
honestly.
The world needs Tifa in a corset, but no, she'd actually lose quite a bit of maneuverability.
Yeah, corsets are hard leather across the waist and
yeah, around the stomach. So it's kind of like wearing solid chest, like full plate armor that kind of doesn't bend at the chest.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the corset, and it also depends on how broken in it is and how well it was tailored, because the thing about corsets is they're not supposed to be buy it off the rack. They're supposed to be something tailored to the body of the person wearing them.
Yeah.
Right. Getting tailor-made shit is so expensive nowadays. It's a wonder that we can even afford clothes.
Yes, yeah. Yes, but that's why that's one of the big reasons why the corset kind of went away, is because you could do bras off the rack for a lot less money, and therefore you didn't have to have a tailor-made corset.
Yeah.
If you ask me, I think corsets were better off for women in general, because they provided the figure that they desired,
gave them
provided the figure
support
that guys like to look at. They provided plenty of fucking
spinal support.
Yes.
And also, look,
there may be said for it.
Hold on, lads. My dog needs out again.
No worries. No, but there may be something to be said for it.
Yep, I agree with
Harry, you're kind of quiet over there. You got any thoughts on that subject?
Riv?
Come on, Harry. Say something.
Well, that's knowing it.
I mean, as the only female in the room, what's your opinion on the corsets?
Corsets are actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yep. And they say her simps grew 3 sizes that day.
I'm not simping, I just know she hadn't said anything in 10 minutes.
No, I'm just saying that she would attract more simps.
Yeah, well, you know, women attract simps just in general. It's just
Yep.
part of the order of things.
Yep. Like cow shit attracts flies. Except it's more like the flies attracting shit.
Ancient Rome is true.
It's more like a shark attracting those fish that try to glom onto it and eat the parasites off it. Fuck are those things called? Remoras, I think?
Yeah, remoras.
They're remoras.
It's like that, except they're less useful than the remoras.
I almost said Remoray, but I was like, wait, that's a Pokemon.
I still don't know many of the new Pokemons. From Gen 2 onwards, I have no idea what the hell friggin' most of the Pokemon are.
Yeah, so I stopped keeping any kind of close track on that after, like, Gen 2 had rolled out. When they added, like, another 100 characters. Like, I learned some of them, but I didn't learn all of them. But by that point, I was getting to that age where you're getting into middle school, and now all of a sudden it is desperately important to you to put anything that was too childish behind you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I never grew up that.
Come on, everybody went through that phase. Don't pretend you didn't.
I tried to go through that phase, but I was in the Outcast group that actually enjoyed games and stuff like that, so we'd still talk about Pokemon. We traded Yu-Gi-Oh cards in high school, stuff like that.
Well, you see, Yu-Gi-Oh was a little different because it wasn't Pokemon.
Yeah, but what I mean is that we still played Pokemon and stuff like that. And we even traded friggin' like Game Boy cartridges and stuff like that. I feel old.
Yep. No, funny thing, I bought a used Game Boy Advanced SD for a friend's kid over Christmas, and I bought her like 3 Pokemon cartridges and a Tetris cartridge to start her out with it. Because she's like 7 or 8, and her father didn't want to give her an internet-capable electronic yet.
Makes sense.
He didn't want her having that kind of easy, unsupervised access to the wilds of the internet.
Smart man.
Just yet. But she wanted something in the way of an electronic device to play on because all the other kids have something, and you know, her older sister was also going to be getting something because her older sister's like the oldest one of the 4 of the kids, and she was getting a tablet. So this was like here is something that is electronic but also isn't internet capable, so that your childhood isn't destroyed prematurely.
Yeah. Personally, I'd just give him a freaking PS1 emulator.
Because I grew up in the era of Pico Chat on DS.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit younger than me, you guys.
Yeah, like pre-smart devices, where it's just you and your buddies goofing off and having fun.
I'll tell you one thing, I actually grew up with the Sega Lynx, and that was a really good handheld. Did anybody else have a Lynx?
I did not have it, but I wanted one because I remember seeing the ads on it on TV as a kid, but I could never get one. But it was a long time when I was a kid before I could get my parents to finally break down and let me get a console.
Yeah.
And break down, I mean somebody else bought it for me, and like, you know, a stack of games, and my parents did not expect them to do that. but it had been given to me, and now it was too late to tell them not to.
Well, the Lynx was good, but each game only ran for about 2 hours maximum. With the exception, I think, of Ninja Gaiden.
Alright.
And I don't think there was a save system in it at all.
Right. One of these days, I should really get around to buying that Sega Genesis Mini thing that they've got, just for the fun of it.
Man, I've got the Sega Genesis collection on my Switch. I'm good with that. My only problem is it doesn't have Sonic 3.
Well, I've downloaded about 200 PS1 games, about 50 bloody PS3 games, and about 100 PS2 games, and I've got the emulators pretty much working for all of them. I've had to use a different emulator for Legend of Dragoon at the moment, because for some reason the speed went all fucky. But I've got games for freaking decades now.
I still have my PS2.
Here's the thing. We were talking about this the other night, Riv, and hell, well, that you came in near the ass end of it before I went to bed. But we were talking about models and shit, and I mentioned Neckbeard's models and listed a couple examples of the waifu pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were checking them out. They're really good. Freaking, they're so bloody good and detailed. But that's what you can get with a really nice resin printer.
If I ever decided I needed waifu models, that would be where I would be getting them from.
Well, here's the thing. He's got more than just the waifu models. He's got some really nice, just basic models.
Yeah, some really badass looking models.
Like, hold on. Let me get some dwarves.
Oh, by the way, I found a bit of the Legend of Dragoon comic that was actually released. Or manga.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, fucking what? There was a comic?
Yeah, but I can only see a prologue, episode 1 and episode 5 online. And it seems to love throwing lavits into walls, and through walls, like Dragon Ball Z style.
I'm not surprised.
And the Frugal fight, literally, Frugal starts throws lavits into a wall and shatters the wall, pounds Dart into the ground, and then starts mocking him. And then Dart literally just jumps up, says, "You're not a dragon! I fought a dragon, bitch!" And then slices him straight through his guts. It's actually pretty cool. Because, but what pissed me off is I saw a bit of it, and Lloyd takes down the green tusked dragon. Which I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit, that sucks.
It's in the Great Hall. Actually, no. I'm gonna put it in the tabletop stuff.
Where is tabletop? Oh, yep, tabletop tomfoolery.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, scrolling down. Steve Owen choking a bloody orc.
Yeah. So here's some dwarves, and yes, in the set that I listed, it does list the 2 waifu variations, but they're all part of that particular set.
So, Bass, I ran some years ago now. I ran a 3.5 D&D game, right?
Yep.
And the sort of premise of it was you had this insane but high-level wizard that was also a titan that had been ruling this continent as his sort of domain for centuries and doing all kinds of crazy stuff on it because he's stupidly powerful, but he's also out of his goddamn gourd psychotic.
Mm-hmm.
And the premise is he has recently been taken out by this very, very powerful wizards guild. And they had a big, dust up with him that ended up turning into a sort of climactic final battle with him and taking him out. And now this continent that he's been experimenting on and doing all kinds of weird stuff on and making all kinds of bizarre things on is suddenly free real estate. So everybody's rushing in trying to carve out their niches, right?
Yep.
You know, claim territory and whatnot. And the PCs were, of course, in on that. There was an NPC I threw in there because I was throwing all these crazy NPCs that were running around. That was a druid that was basically just Steve Irwin as a D&D druid. Running around this insane continent where all the wildlife was all messed up because this insane Titan wizard had been screwing around with it for centuries. You know, going up to it going, "Oi! Look over there!" And just getting into wrestling matches with it while yelling, it's angry over and over again.
Well, my initial D&D game that I freaking ran, well, not D&D, but you know, the progenitor to the Fallout Australia one, Duck, literally was based in the world of Legend of Dragoon. Because I'm like, okay, how am I going to reference history and the way the political systems are working and whatnot? So I kind of just dumped them in the Cerulean War era and just said, yep, okay. But the characters played monsters.
Oh no. What does Terran look like?
Picture, now!
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one fucking better.
Where are you posting it?
Oh god.
Come on, computer. Don't play games when you just open up the link. Yes. He's got a link to something, and...
This is an Ace Aoyao's channel years ago.
Wait, that's actually Terran?
Yeah, it sounds like
Holy Wait, which one is Terran? Is it the long-haired guy or the bearded dude?
The one on the left. The guy on the right is Asa.
Damn it, computer, come on! Quit fighting me!
Holy shit. So Terran's basically kind of like a Razor lookalike.
Why am I not surprised?
By the way, Sigma, have you got a Geiger counter going there or something?
I'm not sure what's causing that background noise. I think it might just be my computer's fan. It's going nuts.
Yeah, but it sounds like a Geiger counter. It's like you're in a freaking red zone in Fallout.
Like, what the fuck are you doing in Stalker, mate?
Yeah, no, that's not I legit don't know what's going on.
That's all good. You see, it seems to be stopping now.
Okay, yeah, it must be my my laptop's fan.
Laptop.
Sounds like it could be. It sounds like it's warped then.
I'm going to need to get it fixed then.
Yeah, I used to have a laptop and I used to have to hold it up on cigarette packets and have a freaking fan blowing in the back because it just kept freaking overheating.
I'm so bored.
Give me a minute, I'll help you with that. But first thing first, I've got to switch to my phone to see what the fuck Terran looks like.
Where have you posted this anyway? Is that the...
It's in the Sanctuary.
Oh, Sanctuary.
Yeah. Also, my favorite thing is like everybody else is asking, like, where's my deep lore thread? I'm like, you're not mimetic enough for me to make a deep lore thread.
Oh, I can't find it.
Although it's also why we have the freaking rib lore thread going now.
Oh, we've got a holiday. Who's what?
Turns out I'm good at writing those entries.
So Terran's actually skinny, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, man, even under Trump, concerts were cheaper.
Yeah.
I think everything was cheaper. Except for the worth of the dollar.
Yeah. Right.
Back the fucking gold standard, I swear to God.
Sounds like I'm alright!
Okay. You know a funny fact about Legend Dragoon? Because I've played it so much on my PS one, I actually ended up going through like 3 controllers.
Ah, so long, you flappy Hispanic bot.
Because this game is so X heavy. Or A if you use a faggy Xbox controller.
Yeah. Here's the thing, you can't even get a controller that's not Xbox flavored. That works on PC. So.
Yes, you can. You can plug in a PlayStation 4 controller with a cable when it registers as a PlayStation controller.
I never could get it to work when I had a PS4. I got a fucking corded Xbox controller, and I'll just stick with it.
I'm actually using an old Logitech one that I got a long time ago. It was like $12 when I got it, and I priced one earlier about a month ago, and it was like freaking $70. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, anyway, so here's the thing. I'm in a Westmarch server playing D&D. There's no games going on at my level. I'm only level 1.
Uh-huh.
And I'm got the fucking hankering to play D&D or something.
You should invite him to the Riv Your game that we're all in.
Ooh.
Although we're around level 3, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Like 3 or 4 now.
Oh, I could boost to 3, no problem.
I think I've missed a little bit because first I missed a bunch because my computer crapped out, and now my health keeps crapping out, and my time schedule keeps crapping out because it's on at the same time as my other game that I run.
Yeah, as far as hell, I'm in the game, the 3.5 game we're all in.
Oh yeah. So I keep you keep changing your fucking name, so I keep forgetting who you are. When people change their names, I see it as a completely different person. I don't recognize voices well. Well, when Riv talks, I can pick her out because, well, it's Riv's voice. She sounds like Discordia crossed with bloody
Elizabeth Holmes?
No,
I mean, I have had people tell me I sound like Elizabeth Holmes, so...
I'm not sure who Elizabeth Holmes is.
She's the lady behind the company Theranos that turned out to be a huge scam.
Ah.
What?
No, you sound a lot like Disco, the chick that's in Archer's game. She's also his main mod. So if you get banned in any Arch server, Disco probably did it.
Alright, well, just for the record, Levitz, I'm Madman.
Ah, okay. Bloody hell, man. I was wondering where you disappeared to. You just changed your name like a twat. No offense to the twats out there.
Honest God, I do need to rectify that. Give me just a second.
I use the same name everywhere because otherwise, you know, I'd forget who I was. Okay, let's check Darts Edition, see if I've got up to being able to use... I can use Volcano. Huzzah! And I think Lavitz is one battle away. Yep, one battle away from leveling up. And then I can go take on Frugal. The big fat bastard with the black lips. With the black man lips.
Alright, there we go.
Saint Madman, good on ya.
No, I just want to play some D&D, and I want to play something besides D&D, but I can't find a game that's not a prepaid, it's not a paid game.
You can always come into my game that I run. It's a very simple role-playing system.
But just like this, I tried playing Wrath and Glory, and I couldn't figure out the layout of the sheet to save my life.
Oh, this is really simple. What I've got. Actually, ask Duck or Carl how simple it is to learn. If Duck is still here.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a minute there. What game now?
If you want to learn about my system, ask Duck what it's like to be a new player for it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, basically it's just rolling a d20 for most things. You get a 10 or above, you hit the opponent. If you get below that, you miss them. And basically I'm running a full-out Australia game. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun at the moment.
Yeah, as far as games...
Don't stick your dick in crazy.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I don't particularly tend to care for Hispanic girls all that much as a rule of thumb, unless they're maybe Cuban.
I think we've got like 3 conversations going and no one's talking. Or else I'm being muted. Some people.
Yeah, regarding other systems, a trick for that is to go find, like, servers and things that are dedicated to other systems. Like Discord server groups or, what have you. And just look for things in those systems in those groups. Because, yeah, D&D will want to dominate in general servers, especially at the moment, because... Fuck you, Critical Role. But if you go into an OSR server, they'll be happy to teach you something that's not a D&D game, it's an OSR system. Or if you go into Shadowrun, they'll tend to want to help you learn an edition of Shadowrun or 2. So on and so forth.
Yeah, old school Cyberpunk is actually pretty freaking cool as well. If you ever get a chance to play that. Actually, if you get a chance, check out Sargon's Cyberpunk campaign. If it's still online, that is. Anybody else watch that?
Watch what now?
Sargon's Cyberpunk game.
No. I watched... I didn't come in during the Cyberpunk game when that was running, and I'm not super huge on Cyberpunk as a system anyway, or the lore of it, honestly. I like Shadowrun a lot better for what it does, just because Shadowrun is typically more fun for me.
Shadowrun,
I came in when he was doing the D&D Creator thing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Shadowrun tends to be more fun because you get to be a fucking big-ass troll with a shotgun in his arm.
You can do that in Cyberpunk. You can get like chainsaw arms and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you can't be a troll. You can't be a troll.
Yeah. Right. So I have a Shadowrun character I've never gotten to run, but I really want to one of these days. The idea is troll adept bounty hunter, but he's from Texas, and instead of being a normal troll, he's one of those like meta variants where you get different things that are a little different from the normal Shadowrun meta types. Because one of the ones for trolls is minotaurs. So he's a literal cowboy. But up.
Oh, hey. I take it he was a Longhorn steer too?
Something like that, and he instead of like a normal 6-shooter, he's got a sawed-off street sweeper shotgun with the big revolving drum barrel. because he's this huge ass troll adept, physical adept. So he's, of course, he's gonna be able to handle that shit. Instead of a horse, he's got a tricked out motorcycle. You know, just Shadowrun thing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a system I'd like to get back into, and this is where I messed up, because I joined a West March that was playing Wrath and Glory. I thought that Wrath and Glory was going to be similar to the other Warhammer RPGs. Boy, was I fucking wrong.
Yeah, I've never actually heard of Wrath and Glory.
Yeah, it's a D6 pool system.
Ah.
Like, I get the concept behind the system, but the fucking people that were supposed to help with character creation wouldn't give me the time of day.
That's never fun. When you join a new group and try to learn a new system, it's always good to have someone that at least tries to help you. Although if you're incompetent, I can kind of understand a lot of the times. Or if you're not paying attention or something, you know.
Oh, it's not that I'm incompetent by any stretch of the imagination. It's just when you're trying to learn a new system and then no one wants to actually bother helping you because reasons. And they get pissed off at you because you do everything yourself and then you happen to get like 2 things wrong.
Yeah. Now I understand that. Hey, Dawes has... Hey, he's supposed to not hurt Shana. He's not supposed to harm a hair on her head or whatever the term was. No, it's not a single scratch on her.
Yep, and yet there he fucking goes and does it.
Yeah, there he goes plowing her into the ground.
Bad choice of words, friendo.
No, I'd like to plow her into the ground.
Who wouldn't?
Shana's like best waifu ever.
I had a friend back in Concord College that had a hard-on for Rose.
Yeah, I had a friend that I lent this game to in high school that was all about Rose. And I'm like, Rose is kind of boring. She's got a good backstory and all of that, but she's not waifu material. Granted, this was before the concept of waifus that I knew of.
This is true, but my thoughts about Rose is that she's on par as a character archetype to Orin from Final Fantasy X.
To a degree.
Like, honest God, if there's ever a death battle I'd want to see, I want to see Rose versus Orin.
Well, Orin would lose easily against her because she can literally like split, pull things into black holes. Like she can literally like just pull black holes out of them, out of existence and shit. Tear through reality with her dragon and shit.
I was getting ready to say, would we even include her dragoon powers because Orin doesn't have anything like that?
Well, he's got his special abilities and whatnot.
His Bushido, yeah. He's a samurai, oddly enough. For the years, I just thought he was another swordsman.
Yeah, but yeah, he has his Bushido, so that's like saying, oh, she can't use her additions either.
Well, I'd almost put Orin's Bushidos on par with Rose's additions.
Yeah, but let's not forget that Orin technically can learn basically anything on the sphere grid. So he can learn a bunch of magic spells and shit.
Almost as a, it's almost a kind of, it's almost like a fight between Ganondorf and his minions and Arthas and the entirety of the Scourge.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The problem with a matchup like that is that it's kind of like a Jedi versus a, like a warp user or something like that. You got 2 different universes and realities of bases of power and sources of power. So a lot won't work on each other.
Oh, that's just it. Yeah, Death Battle does that type of shit all the time. They
Yeah, a lot of times the newer Death Battle stuff, they kind of I think they just kind of do fanboy stuff now.
Yeah. Especially when they did Deadpool versus the Mask.
Yeah, well, that was obviously just kind of like a meme thing, but whenever they have a One Piece character or something like that, the One Piece character has to always pretty much win.
I don't know. There was that one time they did Ace versus Natsu, and Natsu kicked Ace's ass because he literally ate the fucking Flame Boy.
Oh yeah, he did actually, yeah. But the thing is that One Piece is just like bullshit.
I agree.
It's like, oh, he can fly because he flicks his feet so fast he can fly, or some shit like that. And it's like, yeah, that's just bullshit.
So let's keep in mind though also, Death Battle picks winners a lot of the time, not because there's a legitimate reason to think that they're going to win.
Yeah, it comes down to fanboys.
Because they know. Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out there. What was that?
Occasionally they'll invert this so that they can, try to maintain a veneer of credibility. Yeah. This, but only occasionally.
Metal Man, you're cutting out like a bugger. I'm only getting like every third word.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna do a thing.
Yeah, but it's like you said. I mean, yeah, they have been doing a lot of fanboy shit, so it's kind of hard for them not to.
Yeah. But like, actually, if I remember correctly, the Natsu bloody One Piece one that they did, it literally was the end of it. They actually were basically apologizing that the One Piece character didn't win.
Yep.
And I'm kind of sick of them bloody sucking the dick of bloody One Piece. Because One Piece sucks.
It's bullshit.
Yeah. And it's like 1,000 episodes and probably about, I don't know, 3-4 hours of content.
I was gonna say about a tenth of One Piece is actually progressing towards the end goal, which is finding the Grand Line.
Or any kind of content altogether.
The rest of it, and the rest of One Piece is either filler, stupid shit, or fan service. Because Name.
Yeah. The only thing I've enjoyed of One Piece was the One Piece abridged by Purple Eyes.
I've not seen it, so
basically he made the main character talk like Sean Connery. And there's like the scene is like son, I look like a Bond villain and there's a guy that talks like Sean Connery. Shit's about to get fucking real here. And then there's like when he cuts up the pirate dude that, can put himself back together. And it's like, you stabbed me! And it's like, you literally sliced me into like 20 fucking pieces. Come on, man, that was just a joke! But you stabbed me, you asshole! It's like, damn it, don't you get it? That was a joke! But basically, he kind of put it in the same universe as Code Geass.
Yeah.
By the way, did anybody know about this secret location?
Oh, yeah. You know what that reminds me of? There's a treasure chest that's not listed in Alundra. There's a treasure chest that's not listed in any guidebook or anywhere. It's hidden behind a building. The developers themselves forgot about it. It has a medical herb.
Huh. What's that in?
Lundra, the original one.
Ah. See, I've never noticed this. I was actually watching the HD upscaling project that this person's working on. And they're doing a massively awesome job. They're using the original assets. They're just upping the background and the world. They're turning that into like 4K. But everything else is exactly the same, even the character models.
So the character models are going to be the same. They're just going to not look like a pixelated train wreck.
Yeah, basically, it's taking the original art as how it was originally drawn, but they couldn't actually put it on all the discs, and putting that in.
Okay, that works.
And it looks amazing. Just type in Legend of Dragoon upscaling or whatever it's called, and or something like that, and you'll get what they're doing. Mayfield looks awesome. Like all the detail in the ground and stuff like that, with all the pulsing energy and shit, looks amazing. And hopefully I'll survive long enough to see it done. But I know that is probably close to 50% done in pretty much every disc. If not, check out the Legend Dragoon Discord server. A lot of the HD stuff that all the progress that's being made gets updated there. Did you ever play the demo of Legend Dragoon, anyone?
I did not play the demo. The only Final Fantasy, the only game I played the demo of on the PS1 was Final Fantasy VII. And that in that demo, you had Tifa as an additional character to play as.
Well, in the demo of Legend Dragoon, you played this section from when you get out of Helena to when you get to the end of the cave, but you also have your Dragoon spirits.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a demo, so obviously it's like...
Yeah.
Here.
You got level 4 Dragoon Spirit, like level 5, yeah, it was level 5 Dragoon Spirits, but you only had the level 1 magics.
Right. And then, as far as same thing with the Final Fantasy remake, you had Tifa as a character, additional character to try out. You had Bolt, up to Bolt 3, Fire 3, Ice 3, and Cure 3. Then you had Shiva, Ifrit, and Rama, and Titan that you could try out.
Oh, yeah. Wait, was that remake or original?
The original.
Yeah.
It also had a demo for Bushido Blade.
Oh yeah, Bushido Blade. I remember that one. Never got to play it, but I remember seeing ads for it in PlayStation Power.
Yeah. I played the demo. It was fun. For the most part.
But remember PlayStation Power? It used to be really good. It had, every time you get one, it'd have a shitload of demos in it. Each disc had like 5 or 6 demos.
Yeah.
Remember demos?
And then on top of that, every summer or so, you had the edition, the swimsuit editions.
I never got that. I don't think they had that in Australia. But the thing is, I never was able to buy every issue of PlayStation Power. Fucking hell, that is one hell of a burning town.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get like within freaking 20 feet of that. You'd be fucking scorched. You see this scene like well, actually, no, you see it like 4 times, each from a different perspective. Like one time it'll be darker, but you'll get find out what the mother says, and then you'll get scenes where you'll find out what the father says and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you only get like the full context on a second playthrough. It's actually pretty, like, you're like, wow, that's actually pretty fucking dark.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, your father's former lover slaughters your entire village and everybody in it. Your father goes there to fight him, unleashes his power, gets corrupted by the ultimate enemy, and then kills your mother, and then runs away. And it's like, okay, that's...
You're talking about Mabu Frama, yeah?
Yeah, Melbu Frama, yeah. Well, at least I think Melbu Frama kills your Dart's mother.
Rose is the black monster.
Yes, she's the one that wipes out the town, and then Zing goes to fight her, and when he activates his dragoon spirit, Melbu Frama comes out of that because he sealed himself in it.
Yep, and that's where pretty much the entirety of the 4th disc is. You go through, what is it? You go through the Judgment Halls, you go through
the desert, then you go through the Wingley City, then you go through
the Judgment Halls, and then the Halls of the Dead. And then finally, at the end of it all, you fight Mabu Frama in all of his various forms.
Yeah, in the moon. You fight him in the moon, let's not forget.
Yeah. And each character has their own little side bit in the moon.
Yep. Basically so they can conquer something from their past.
Such as Haschel, which, fun fact, I don't know if the rest of you know this, Haschel was Darth's grandfather.
Yep. And his daughters that he drove away when she accidentally killed her friend is his mother.
Yes.
They actually hinted that at the beginning of disc 2, when they crossed.
I was gonna say, I wonder if Haschel actually acknowledges Dart as the grandson.
He does. He hints at it when he's like the girl doesn't know you yet. When he sees his daughters as a younger version of her, when he goes to confront her. That's the only bit that he properly acknowledges that. Because he figures out that Dart is his grandson at the beginning of disc 3. Like, he basically confirms it to himself.
And if he's been traveling with Dart and the gang all that long, he's probably seen Dart's worth at that point.
Yeah, also, let's not forget that he traveled with Dart before the actual game started. He was actually like a traveling companion / partial mentor to Dart. When he was on his journey, when he was searching for the Black Monster, he traveled with Herschel for I think like a year or something. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. There we go.
I've seen that.
Lumberjack.
Have you been collecting the Stardust?
Yes, but I've only got 1 Stardust until I get to until I can get to. What's that fucking first city called? Not Loihan. I can't remember the main city. Do you remember the main city?
Serdio?
No, Serdio is a land. The main city where the king is and all that.
I can't remember, but I know what you're talking about. And that's where you meet the girl who wants it in the first place, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
But basically, if you play your cards right, after Hoax, you can get 11 Stardust, I think. So you can get the first item.
I always felt that Dart was a better Axeman.
Yeah.
Like he seems like a guy that would be better, do better with an axe than a broadsword.
Yeah.
Also, they do. I mean, every classic fantasy game does this. They do the swords wrong.
Well, he actually does reasonably good with the sword, and the way he actually holds it is actually correct. If you're wearing that kind of armor.
I'm talking about the type of swords. Like, a broadsword is not... Well, I guess it could be two-handed if it's a hand and a half.
Yeah, it depends. A bastard sword, stuff like that, they're generally a two-handed sword.
Great swords, Viander.
Because he is a long sword user, not a short sword user. And long swords are generally used with two hands. Hence why they're termed long sword.
Yeah, they're like a step below a great sword.
Yeah.
In all reality.
And one of his final weapons is a claymore.
Actually, that's another misconception. Claymore is actually the basket-hilted broadswords that Scotsman had. The Claymore is what we call Claymore.
Yeah. But let's not forget, Miru has bloody things like Morning Stars. She uses a fucking fuck-off hammer. Wait, there was something... Yeah, because I think Dart's first weapon is broadsword. And... Shana gets a knight shield. Because she is literally a glass.
Yeah.
But the thing is, she can become your most powerful unit. Because
she's like your primary healer.
Oh no! If you get your bloody you get her up to level 5 dragoon, and her ultimate ability literally slaughters the shit out of pretty much every enemy and fully heals you. Because her magic is the highest magical stat. You give her that ultimate helmet. You give it that that OP helmet. It's worth $10,000, but it's well worth it.
And by the way, they just literally said it, Basil.
Basil, yeah. Or Basil. I'm not sure. I've only seen it read. I've never actually heard it read out.
I've heard it pronounced both.
Funny thing is that if Emperor Duel kept going, he would have actually brought on the the tech revolution, basically, the industrial age.
Yeah, I did see a lot of steam-powered shit going about.
Not to mention, I did not know this until the other day, but I kept forgetting he had a dragon of his own, and he literally killed it and dissected it so that science could learn it, and that's what all the black fire or purple flames are made from. They're made from the research that they got from him killing his own dragon. And I had no idea about that.
That's new to me too. Holy shit.
Yeah, if you check out the Discord server of Legend Dragoon, someone had posted that, and it actually showed the area in the Dark Castle where the dissected dragon is. Just gonna save. Getting this to actually save was a pain in the ass. I had to go through a bunch of different bios to try and get it to work. And I ended up having to get memory cards made from a different program, the PSX program, and then fuck around with them and load those bios and those freaking saves in order to get the memory card to work on this system. How much bullshit is that?
A lot. I tell you what.
Because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to change discs, so I'd get to the end of the first disc and then I'd be unable to do anything. Now I think that's... Have I got 2 detonate rocks? Detonate rock. Yeah, I got 2 detonate rocks. Because I was always wondering where you found detonate rocks. Turns out you get them from the goblins in the first fire, in the first forest. And that's one of the only places you can get them.
Yeah.
And I had no idea about that. Oh god, we're fighting a tumblerite.
Sound check. Sound check. Am I better now?
Yeah.
Oh, you're coming through perfectly, mate.
Yeah, for some reason Discord lately has decided, whenever I'm in voice chat, that it must declare jihad against my goddamn VPN.
I've had to turn off my VPN when using Discord.
Right, like, it'll work
I will beat you
with
with my-
text stuff, but the voice chat, yeah, it doesn't like doing it with the voice chat.
Discord said to you like,
Annoying as
I
fuck.
will beat you with my shoe.
Well, basically what I think it does is that it has to send your voice to where you're saying you're from and then back to the server. So it adds that extra distance.
Still, I can't help but think that they should be able to compensate for that. It should be pretty trivial to compensate for that, in fact.
Yeah, but let's not forget that China doesn't like VPNs.
This is true.
Let's not forget that Silicon Valley doesn't think much of them either, and neither does any ISP, because they all want that delicious data.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that they can sell to China.
Why do you think I don't use the QR checking codes as
And
well in
everyone else.
Australia? Because literally they have a thing saying that they can actually sell any data collected, which is literally your movement data.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would just make me never want to use the internet in your country.
Well, I've got to get a VPN. I just don't like using online bloody payment systems. So there we go.
Yeah.
Bastard sword.
Mullard VPN might be the one you're looking for. Then you might want to look into them.
And I use Virtual Shield.
Virtual Shield's good. ExpressVPN is apparently pretty good.
Well, Virtual Shield and ExpressVPN, it depends on what you want it to do. If you just want to access like a Netflix library in another country, yeah, they're serviceable.
I want to get one that actually works.
Yeah, if you want actual OPSEC improvement, the 3 to look at are Mullard VPN, Proton VPN, and Windscribe VPN.
I haven't heard of half of them. But the main one I want to be able is to go on to BitTorrent without basically getting government bloody shit trying to friggin' shut down my internet every time I do it. I literally have to use the Tor browser in order to go to BitTorrent lately.
They
Proton
absolutely, they hate fucking, torrent sites.
They do.
Yes, they do. They really do, because you can get things they might not necessarily want you to be able to get at all.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, if they want you to be able to get it, they want you to have to pay a steep price for it financially to companies that funded their election campaign.
Exactly.
Yep.
They don't want you to go get Gargoyles off of BitTorrent rather than buy Disney Plus. They want you to pay for Disney Plus.
I will bite off my own testicle before I bloody spend any money to fucking Disney Plus.
Fuck that shit.
I actively canceled my or got my household to cancel the Hulu subscription because a few months ago they decided they were going to do a merge thing where they were going to raise the price, and in exchange for raising the price, they were just going to automatically give you Disney Plus and ESPN with your Hulu subscription. And also they were going to do the same if you had just an ESPN subscription or just a Disney Plus subscription, so that on paper they could say it was just reshuffling and normal reshuffling things, when in reality it was right before an earnings report. They wanted to make it look like there had been a massive surge in new Disney Plus subscriptions to make the current board look better in the open investor call, so the big investors wouldn't be chewing their asses up until they slid out of their chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I refuse to be party to helping them shield themselves from the consequences of their action.
Also,
then,
Netflix, the pedo fucking thing, can go suck its fucking own dick. Fuck Netflix.
Yep.
I don't personally have Netflix. The rest of the house has Netflix, but the only thing they watch is like NCIS.
See, I don't have any of those. If I want to check out a show, I'll download it on torrent, and if I like it, I'll go out and buy it, like physically. But that doesn't happen very often because nothing's been really good, been good enough to buy.
Yeah, quality entertainment has become a bit trickier to come by in the TV realms and the movie realms recently, to put it lightly.
Buy a DVD.
Beg your pardon, what was that, Howling?
If I want a movie, I'll just buy it on DVD.
Yep. Well, that's the thing. I download it, check it out. If I like it, I'll actually go and pay money for it directly.
See, there are other streaming services that aren't actually terrible. Like Tubi TV actually isn't bad, and they've got a lot of older stuff.
I heard Stan's not too bad as well.
And they've also got Retro Crush has a lot of those 70s, 80s, 90s era anime before they started doing digital art with all of them, where it was like all hand drawn. It was kind of that sort of golden age of anime for a lot of Western anime lovers. And they've got a bunch of stuff on there, and they seem to be doing a pretty good job about not doing anything that would make you want to strangle them.
When you're talking about like the old Western, the old hand-drawn stuff, you're talking like Outlaw Star, yeah?
Outlaw Star,
Berserk,
Fist of the North Star,
Wicked City,
Saint Seiya, Wicked City, Akira, Battle Angel Alita, the original OVAs. Bio Booster, Armor Guyver, Vampire Hunter D, things in that general vein, in that general time frame.
Does it have Bastard? Because Bastard is an awesome anime. I love that anime.
I'm not sure. Give me a moment.
It was never finished. It was supposed to have 7 episodes. It only got 6, I think.
Oh man.
I thought I already had it added to my Roku. Give me a minute.
Literally, it consists of evil bastard becoming a hero, but only because he's possessing a body that belongs to like a 10-year-old that's in love with a chick. And basically the dude's was initially like a super villain that was like I will kill everybody who opposes me and turn the world into my harem.
Isn't this the one that Razor likes because it was doing the JoJo's thing of everything is named after metal bands and metal songs before?
Yep.
Yeah, before JoJo's Bizarre Adventure exploded.
Yeah, JoJo sucks, but bloody Bastard is awesome. Like literally, one of his attacks is Venom. He calls it Venom, but what it does is it summons bacteria from the gates of hell to devour his opponent, and that's just one of his standard attacks.
Jesus.
Right, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Give me a minute. I've just added. I just re-added it. I just my Roku TV.
He literally defeats Ifrit with a fire spell.
Shit. All right, I'll be back, guys. I gotta hit the head.
No problem, mate.
No worries.
All right.
But yeah, I love it. How many characters can say they defeated the fire elemental Ifrit with a fire spell? Seeing how he absorbs fire. Nobody, that's who. But yeah, Bastard's probably one of my favourite animes of all time. Can't talk it up enough.
Apparently they do not have Bastard on there. on Retro Crush, unfortunately.
That is sad because it is really good, but you can find it in a lot of places, luckily. What was it? Anime Land has it. What's the other one called? Let me just give me 2 seconds. I think Anime Surge has it as well. If not, you can probably find most of it on YouTube, I reckon.
Probably could on YouTube. I'm going to check Tubi TV real quick to see if they've got it.
Also,
they have
I won't lie.
Really
the
random
anime,
library of old anime.
like the anime, basically takes like imagine like basically it takes about 90% of the manga and cuts it out.
Right, it's like one of those short 6-episode. This is basically just a commercial for the manga mindset series, which a lot of anime actually do.
Yeah, but they actually like a lot of the stuff is like how did we get our arms back after we got them sliced off or disintegrated? Never mind. And that's basically it. They like just it's like hand wave that they had their arms sliced off or something like that. It's like, hey, our arms are back. Yes, they are. It's just fucking funny as hell. Because yeah, in one of the fights, both of them end up getting like their arms blown off and disintegrated from magic. And then it's like, just after the fight, he helps up the dude that he just defeated, and they both got their arms back. And it's like, hey, our arms are back. Yep, that's it.
Right. So they apparently do not have on Tubi. They do not have it either. So that's kind of disappointing. Neither one of them has. I thought for sure one of them should have it.
Well,
hey, Rev, can you make me the music man again?
I think I gave you the DJ role. What the hell?
Yeah, just go into Anime Surge or something like that. They'll have. I'm pretty sure they have Bastard.
Me?
If not anime, just type in Anime Land and go to that. You'll find it.
Right. Well, I was actually looking on my TV real quick. Like I've got a Roku TV. I was checking streaming channels I've got on that.
Oh, yep.
You're welcome,
with
Fang.
the better sound.
Thank you.
Wait.
Just forget. I wonder if Amazon Prime's got it because they've got a really random library of old free anime.
But yeah, I can't talk up Bastard enough. It is just one of those animes that you can sit down and have fun. Like imagine if like Berserk was had a bit more of a lighter. Yeah, it was a bit lighter. In like still the same dark evil world with demons and shit like that, but with more of a D&D aspect of it.
I would love to be in that setting. I mean, play that setting.
Yeah. It's really fun. Like literally, there's enemies in there like beholders and shit. And when he takes one on, he's just like, I can't believe I had to use such a high level spell on such a fucking weakling. He's talking about a fucking beholder. He fights a Hydra, and he literally just, as it attacks him, it just gets like ripped to shreds. Actually, he's got a lot. You know the voice actor of the Korobowitz dude from Berserk. You know the spear dude that's like, my family's done this for 1,000 years. He does a lot of the voice acting. He voice acts one of the enemies in that.
Huh. Yeah. So that is, man, I'm striking out tonight. None of my streaming channels on the Roku seem to have it. I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to put 2 exclamation points after Bastard, as part of the name.
Try Retro Crush again with that real quick in mind.
But yeah, there's a running joke actually in the manga because his name is Dark Schneider, which actually means Dark Tailor in German, because a lot of it's got German inspiration stuff in it, or inspired stuff.
Right.
And basically one of the running jokes is, where does his clothes keep coming from? Because whenever he transforms, he's naked. he gets like his clothes just gets ripped off because he goes from being like a 10-year-old to like a 30-year-old body. And
Right.
there's like always a comment that's never acknowledged of where the fuck did his clothes come from, because it's like he's there like naked, he's like, I'm back, and next he's just like, whoop, and there's like a cloak around him and he's like in his normal clothes, and like someone's in the background like, where do those clothes come from? It's just,
You know what? You know what that reminds me of? There was a recent little debacle with Demon Slayer.
yeah,
With apparently the demonized like 14-year-old, because she gets so much power, she gets the body of a full-grown adult, and because she's in a kimono made for a young teen, you could see your cleavage.
oh heaven forfend such a thing.
Yeah.
Here in current year, cleavage? No.
Oh no!
I'm gonna get the vapors. I swear.
Let me clutch my pearls. Same one. Oh Lord! I fainted at the train, but I fear I may go into a coma after seeing that. I can't remember. I think the bandana is useless in this bloody game. Yep, bandana is useless there. She doesn't get it, and you can't even wear it. Oh no, he's already got one. Don't know why they give you an item that cannot be bloody that is completely pointless to use. What is this? Some kind of RPG? Now, if it was cosmetic, I think I should get Lavitz's second edition soon. On the next level up, I
Quite the
think.
same song.
What music?
God,
Sorry.
I tell you, like I said, I'm hankered to play some D&D, but I don't think I'm gonna find any. I don't think I'm gonna find one tonight.
Again, don't look for actual D&D proper. Look for other systems, and look for other systems in areas that are already kind of built around doing other systems.
Well, here's the thing. I look on Roll20, and I could set up. I got 5th edition D&D. I could do 2nd edition if I wanted to. That'd be nice to revisit. But I could put in. Let's see. I got 5th in. I'm gonna put in.
Yeah. None of them have bastard bass. None of the three I was looking for. It kind of disappoints me. Give me a second. I'm going to try to help you out a little here real quick on the gaming side of it.
If not, just go into Roll20 and go to the section looking for games.
That's where I'm at now, actually.
Yeah, their message boards, generally you can get them. That's how I got a couple players in mine, especially for like test games and stuff. Particularly for one-offs, but yeah.
I could also technically check out fucking Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah, you could probably do that. I want to do a game in tabletop, but the thing is, there's so much programming I need to do, so much other stuff, and if someone doesn't have Tabletop Simulator, I don't want to make my players buy something.
So if you do a search for Discord servers for the OSR, you should find one called Tin Cars Tavern. I'll bet you if you stuck your nose in there, they're a public server for old school Renaissance, old school revival systems. I'll bet you if you stuck your nose in there, you'd find people that would be happy to teach you some OSR systems.
Yeah.
I will bet you money that there will be people there that will be only too happy to teach you non-5th edition D&D system. Some of which are designed to be very much clones of older D&D editions, like Osric is a popular one. It's designed to be a clone of the 1st edition of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. For Golden Glory is another one. It's designed to be very much a clone of the 2nd edition of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons from before Wizards of the Coast got in there.
Yeah.
Swords and Wizardry is a popular one that's actually trying to be kind of a clone of like the very first original pamphlets for D&D.
I miss my turbo controller.
All of which are just like cleaned up versions of them. They're written in that style, but they're written in that in a modified version of it that makes them accessible to people who are more accustomed to a somewhat more modern system. Now, that said, that would be something you might look for if you've got like a specific non-D&D system, like Shadowrun or World of Darkness. I don't recommend it for this particular trick, but or something like that. You might look in something for that particular system. Although I would be very careful with certain of them, because certain of those systems do have a very woke crowd and a very woke company all their own, like World of Darkness, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because the legacy lore is good for that, as near as I can.
I've heard about it. I've heard about World of Darkness not being very conservative friendly, to say the least.
Yeah, some of them are freaking, crazy.
Yeah, so I tread very carefully with that one. Shadowrun can have it, although it's not as bad, because Catalyst games aren't as bad.
Unfortunately,
but still...
when it comes to SJWs, they kind of spread like bronies.
He said to the former brony.
Hey, I'm in the same boat as you, friendo.
He's a recovering bronaholic.
Well, here's the thing. I don't hate it still or anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with G4. I think, okay, you had some bad episodes, sure, but it ran for 9 seasons. That was going to be inevitable. You also had some really awesome stuff, like a season-long arc with 3 focus episodes about how communism sucks.
Oh yeah, I think I heard about that one.
Here's the thing. I stopped after season 4. After that, I was like, okay, I'm done. You can't get much better than that.
Well, I heard about that through Sargon's channel.
The season 5 opener is a 2-parter about how much communism sucks, and throughout the rest of season 5, the villain from the premiere keeps showing up occasionally in the background because she's studying them because they've defeated her, so that she can make another go at defeating them again. And that's the big season finale, is her doing a whole time travel thing to defeat them, and she keeps changing the timeline to try to get her communist utopia and making it worse and worse and worse until she gets to a point where she basically turns Equestria into a fucking nuclear wasteland.
So we got Fallout Equestria out of it.
Not quite. We got the 2 characters just standing in what's basically a nuclear wasteland as the villain the communist finally starts to have reality break through her mental frame of reference and sort of bitch slap her and say, no, this isn't working.
Oh, just one more time. Just one more time. It'll work
Yeah, it was like she kept doing it one more time, and she kept making changes, and it kept not getting her the results she wanted. And they kept trying to stop her and trying to fix it, and the thing is, she was just powerful enough that they couldn't outright overpower her and fix it directly.
So reality just had to take over and bitch slap her in the next week.
And even then, it's not like an instant recovery. Like, she basically backs off that plan, and the others kind of somewhat bring her into the fold, but she's kind of in there as like a mentee. And she has like a long-running character arc for at least the next season, if not the next couple of seasons, sort of learning how to get over the mental, the childhood trauma, effectively, that kind of let her think the communist shit was going to be a good idea, and also learning how to not fall into those old communist habits that she's been doing for her entire adult life.
That's one reason I fell in love with the show in the first place. There's obvious villains, and they gave them the chance to have redemption arcs.
See, I never actually watched any of it. The only stuff I heard about was through hearsay and that episode of This Week in Stupid when Sargon actually talked about it.
There was an episode where Weird Al Yankovic was
yes,
pretty much played himself. Honestly,
didn't they have I did see one episode, one that had Q from Star Trek voice acting, some kind of combination.
John Delancey was a recurring character he's another character, starts out as a villain and later gets a redemption arc.
Yep.
But he's a recurring villain.
Good old Discord. I gotta run my dog out again. I'll be back.
Go for it. But yeah, I say that actually at least the first 5 to 6 seasons are worth watching. Not every episode is good. There are some duds, but there are actually some genuinely good, fun little romps. They also get away with some really, really unbelievable, I can't believe they got that past the censors gags.
Yeah, I've just never really had the time.
They get a date rape joke in. Right, yeah. In the first season, they get away with a date rape joke. They actually got it through.
Well, you'd be surprised how many
adult jokes could have gotten that one through.
Yeah, a lot. You'd be surprised how many jokes actually got through in Looney Tunes and Animaniacs and stuff like that.
Yes, and My Little Pony actually kind of carried that tradition on for quite a bit. They got quite a number of, oh my god, I can't believe they got that through the censors jokes in there.
Well, considering they had John Delancey in there, the guy who played Q.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that wasn't a one-off. They had him a number of times.
And it's kind of fitting they had his character play a spirit of chaos and discord.
Yes, that was very, very fitting for John Delancey.
Didn't he just play Q, basically, for what I heard?
Kinda, sorta.
Yeah.
It's almost Q, but by the same token, he's so good in that kind of role.
Seriously, the creators of My Little Pony knew that a lot of fans of the show were male and adults.
They didn't expect it originally, but originally they wanted a show that the older siblings or the babysitter or the parents watching the show with the 3 or 4-year-old girls could watch, and it wasn't going to make them want to run a drill through their brain.
Like the original My Little Pony generations.
Well, Gen 1, not actually, we're less so, because Gen 1, they used to do things like murder Satan with lasers. I'm not kidding.
Fear the magic flying ponies.
Well, remember, Gen 1 was part of a block. Gen 1, you had a block where it was, I think it went Transformers, My Little Pony, G.I. Joe, Real American Hero, and then Jim and the Holograms. And because it was in the 80s, so most houses were going to be 1 TV houses, the siblings that were going to want to watch one might not want to watch the other if they're the same gender. So to keep them from changing the channels, they had to make each show have some stuff to try to appeal to the opposite gender as well as its target demographic. So Jim and the Holograms and My Little Pony would get into laser battles randomly. Meanwhile, G.I. Joe and Transformers had random romance subplots.
Well, did you ever check out the original Conan cartoon?
Oh yeah.
Yes, Conan the Adventurer.
Yep. There was another one that was like Conan, but the dude had these 2 sticks, and he'd join them together and become really powerful, but I can't remember what it was called.
May I just say this, the 1980s did have one of the gayest cartoon characters ever.
Which
just
one?
One.
Just
He-Man.
Yeah, actually, if you watch the original Drunken Peasants back when they were good, they brought up something very simple. Everybody was gay in the 80s. Where everything was gay in the 80s. Because you watch anything from the 80s, and it is gay as fuck.
No, I think with He-Man, it wasn't that they were trying to code him as gay. I think they just wanted him
looks
to be
gay.
No,
what I mean is it just looks gay from our perspective now. You know, back then it was kind of
maybe.
Can I just say this about the 1980s, the cartoons? They had fucking epic intros.
Yes.
Oh God, yes. Oh God, yes.
Hell, just look at Ninja Turtles.
I just found a 1980s show called Brave Star. Holy shit, that intro.
Yes. Whoever it was talking about the sort of Conan-esque character. I want to say that was a thing called Galtar.
Was it Galtar?
I know the show you were talking about. He calls the weapon his lance.
Yeah, I think it's just been so long. I was young and it was only on a couple of times.
He's got the chick sidekick, and she's got like the arm bracelet that has different gems on it, and like the ruby does fire attacks, the diamond does ice attacks, and then there's a black gem at the bottom that summons a fucking fuck off dragon. That's like her last resort move. She's got the little brother that's got the boomerang weapon, and he's also got like weird psionic powers that he can't control very well.
I think this might be it. Yeah.
Any of you guys ever remember a show called The Galaxy Rangers?
The name
that
rings
one was
a
not
bell,
one that I caught.
Like I said,
I've only ever seen it on little compilations of 80s cartoons on YouTube.
Well,
now one that you should watch, if you've never seen it, one that you should watch, you're gonna love this. It's Captain Bucky O'Hare and the Toad Wars.
I'll tell you another one I saw when I was a kid. I fucking loved, and I don't know why I've always wanted this plane from this show. It was from like the late 90s, Tailspin.
Oh God, yes.
Oh
Tailspin.
God, yes. Oh yeah, Tailspin.
I watched.
Okay, post a picture of it from in grade hall because I'm blanking completely on Tailspin.
How?
Because
give me a minute.
Thing is, I didn't really start watching TV until I was like 6 or 7. I really rarely watched anything on TV until then.
So Tailspin was part of the Disney afternoon block when they were on their fucking A game.
Yes, back when Disney wasn't a fucking mega corporation.
Does anybody remember Buster and Babs?
Yep.
Yes.
They're tiny. They're toony. We're all a little
loony. And in this
cartoony, we're invading your TV. The scripts were rejected. Expect the unexpected on Tiny Toon Adventures. Get your dose of comedy.
See, I only ever saw that after like in summer after swimming practice. And you know you'd come back home and you'd be exhausted and you're just like, okay, time to watch Buster and Babs. And it's like, ding. And then I was like, okay, where's Buster and Babs?
I was watching Timon and Pumbaa on Disney.
That was really good. I love that. They were awesome.
That was my favorite, Timon and Pumbaa.
That was part of that Disney afternoon block. Other shows that were part of it were original DuckTales, Goof Troop, Darkwing Duck, Gargoyles,
Count Duckula,
Aladdin, Little Mermaid.
Aladdin and Little Mermaid, the animated series. Count
Duckula.
The Gummy Bears.
Recess.
No, Count Duckula was the 70s. Recess. No, Recess was part of the one Saturday morning block.
Although what was that other duck one where the dude's like blabbering Blabberstite, and then he'd summon like a bunch of armor on him. And
that was a thing. That was one of the characters in DuckTales.
He was also in Darkwing Duck.
He was in a couple of episodes of Darkwing Duck, but he was also mainly a DuckTales side character.
And
he was also in Darkwing Duck a few times.
Any of you guys?
And I just posted a picture.
Remember
I just posted a picture in Great Hall, Bass.
Ah, yeah,
for Tailspin.
They had a cop show, cartoon show called Bonkers or something like that. If I remember.
Yes. Bonkers. Bonkers. Actually, I seem to recall Bonkers was just not quite as good as most of the ones that it was competing with at the time.
Also,
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad show, and it beats the piss out of modern offerings, but it compared to what it was being compared to at the time, because what was being put out at the time was so excellent.
I
Rescue Rangers.
Two names for you. You guys probably remember. Doug Funny.
In
my brain.
Okay, what's that one? Sorry.
Doug. Doug.
Oh, yeah.
One of the 3 original Nicktoons, along with Ren and Stimpy and the Rugrats.
I still can't believe they got away with putting Ren and Stimpy on fucking Nickelodeon.
I know, right?
I never liked Doug.
I liked Doug, actually.
I couldn't get into it.
It has a certain charm to it. It's not a fun show so much. It is a very charming show in a lot of ways.
It's your average everyday teenager with a hyperactive imagination.
I was a child, man, so I wasn't gonna understand that one.
Did anybody watch what was his it was like Liam's Wish Wellingtons or something?
I don't know.
It's like basically he has magical gum boots, basically. You know, those yellow boots that you wear in puddles and stuff, or at slaughterhouses. And basically they grant like they make his imagination or like his wishes come to life.
This one's not ringing a bell.
What are you talking about? That might be more of a Australian/British thing.
Yeah, I think so.
That would explain it, because I'll be honest with you, the Wellingtons thing was not really in style after the 70s in America at the latest. They'd kind of gone away by the end of the 70s.
I had to sit and babysit a couple of kids the other day. I had to sit through the most annoying goddamn show that ever was made by mankind. Peppa Pig.
Oh, you poor bastard.
No. See, if you're babysitting, that's the part where you go, hey kids, let me show you a different show. And then you show them something not Peppa Pig that doesn't fucking suck. It doesn't want their goddamn brain.
Can you guys get Bluey?
I wanted to put a goddamn power drill through my fucking brain after 20 minutes of it.
If you get a chance, check out Bluey.
Question, Bass. Yeah, I was like, to answer your question, Bass. Yes, Bluey has made its way over. The only reason I know that is because I've got a friend that is the perfect target age demographic for that, and I was over at their house for an unrelated matter, and they had it on for the kid.
How about Blinky Bill? Did you guys ever see Blinky Bill?
I know about it because I've got furry friends who keep blathering about it.
Goddamn furries are always on top of shit, aren't they?
I was on a train once and some kid had a Bluey plushie. That's how I found out about it.
I found out about it because my sister made me watch when I was looking after my nephew. It's not bad. It's just not.
I mean,
good.
I mean, keep in mind it's targeted at like 2-year-olds. So by that metric, actually very good at what it does. And it's certainly preferable to a lot of the other things targeted at that age demographic, like...
Although, I'm going to say this, though. Didn't Bluey also have, like, a pro-pride shit?
Yeah, it did.
No, that was... They were getting in trouble because it wasn't being pro-pride enough. It was being too gender normative. So the SJWs were declared jihad on it being gender normative because you had the mom, the dad, and they were a mom and a dad, and a dude and a lady, and you had, I guess, and you have the 2 kids, and they're a brother and a sister, and one's a boy because he's the brother, and one's a sister because she's the sister.
Actually, I think they're both. I think it's both. I think they're both sisters. Bluey and Bluey's technically a girl, I think, for what I've been told.
Oh,
but.
I
don't know.
Still,
I thought Bluey was a boy.
To the point, like
basically there were no there was no black or disabled dogs in it or some shit like that, if I remember correctly.
And
they were
there was no like
complaining.
transgender dogs, and they were having a fit about this.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Thinking of
Fuck
when I
my
was
eye,
babysitting
Christ.
these kids, you know what I did? I decided, you know what, enough of this inane bullshit. I actually said, kids, you want to see a real cartoon that actually teaches good messages? I put on My Little Pony.
And we circle back.
Oh my god.
Typical fucking brony.
Hey,
Oh no, hey. To be fair, even in my brony phase, I was babysitting at one point for a couple of friends. They were having to run out because they'd had something or other happen with their car they were having to deal with.
Most manly job ever.
Yeah, well, I'm babysitting, and I put on X-Men the Animated Series for the kid.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
cool. That's good.
He's 5 years old. He's never seen X-Men the Animated Series before.
Oh God, he was in for a treat.
I can't remember. There was an X-Men series, but basically it was set in the future, and there was like a dude that could like turn his arms into like metal and shit, but I can never remember what it was called. But the dude
That would be Colossus.
Yeah, he was like elemental morph, steel, and he'd be like get like his big ass
I got you
fucking
there,
claws
darling
and
Frank,
shit.
I got you there.
And he'd be like ripping shit apart. It was
Bass,
awesome.
So Bass, there have been 3 X-Men animated series. There was the '90s X-Men the Animated Series.
Yep.
There was the early 2000s X-Men Evolution, and then there was the early 2010s Wolverine and the X-Men.
Oh, yep. This one must have been.
I forgot.
Evolution.
There was also an anime series. There was also an X-Men anime series at one point.
You guys ever seen G.I. Joe Resolute?
Yes.
That was good.
Resolute is amazing.
Did any wait? While we're talking about, did any of you see the Rambo animated series?
Well, what
Nope.
now?
There's a Rambo
had a
cartoon.
cartoon. There was a Rambo cartoon in the 80s.
And it was badass.
I've never seen it, but I've heard of it. But I've seen the Chuck Norris animated cartoon they did for a bit, and the Mr. T cartoon they did for a bit.
I need to fucking see this right now.
Yeah.
There's a RoboCop one as well.
Yeah,
There's also one
Animated
for.
series.
I think there's also one for Aliens, isn't there?
Yep, and Godzilla.
Yeah, the Godzilla one was actually pretty good.
The Godzilla one is legitimately better than the movie it was coming from.
Yep. Also, they did a Men in Black one.
Yes,
Yes, that one was really good, and the Ghostbusters one was really good as well.
Both of the 2 Ghostbusters ones they did, because they did the real Ghostbusters, and then they did Ghostbusters Extreme.
Which were
Both of them actually quite good.
They were both good,
Good
yeah.
God. How have I never heard of this?
Which one was the Rambo one?
Yeah, Rambo.
Yeah, the Rambo cartoon is actually really good. I remember watching it because I had 2 friends in primary school. One was a massive Schwarzenegger fan, so I'd go around to his place and watch Predator and all those kind of movies. And the other one was a bloody Sylvester Stallone fanboy, and so bloody I'd go to him to watch all the other cool shit. So I always had access to like the best kind of freaking stuff.
Hey, any of you guys remember a show called Johnny Bravo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
Any of you guys remember the episode where Johnny... You remember the episode where Johnny got fucking catfished by a goddamn deer?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Let's go back to my house and stare at each other.
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody remember Megas XLR?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All I could hear
damn.
from
That was. I wish they had continued that show because that was easily like my favorite. That was my jam.
Yeah, and,
Like
it ended on a cliffhanger, if I remember correctly.
do you know what I
Kinda,
want to?
sorta.
You want to know something?
Yeah. What
Go
is
ahead,
that?
All I
Go
could
ahead,
hear-
Doc.
all of what's coming from Johnny Bravo was. That's all I could hear from him.
All I can
Cow
remember is,
sandwich.
hey, baby.
No. My favorite Johnny Bravo episode had to be the Twilight Zone spoof they did. They did like a 3-segment Twilight Zone spoof. Yeah, the Zone, where normal things don't happen very often.
And let me guess, this is the one where Johnny thought that time was just fucking frozen.
No. The first one is it's the spoof of the one where the monster's tearing up the plane wing, but only one guy can see it. They're spoofing that with an evil clown on the plane wing, and they even do a twist ending. Second segment is they're spoofing the one episode about the omnipotent 7-year-old keeping everybody he knows kind of living in terror of him. Johnny's babysitting that kid, and he's got a cornfield in his backyard for no reason. And the third one is they're spoofing the Talking Tina episode from the Twilight Zone with the evil doll. The neighbor girl gets the evil doll, and it decides to have a vendetta against Johnny.
Oh, wait. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Yes.
Yep. And on top of that, Evil Con Carne.
That one.
Yes, Evil Con Carne and the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Remember those. Here's one everybody better remember. Dexter's Laboratory.
In Dexter's Laboratory.
I never watched it, but I've seen it.
Right back. Here's a question. What mental case doesn't know Dexter's Lab?
And this one should be a cool one for you, Australian. Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh, God, that takes me back.
That was before my,
you want to talk about a slice of early 90s childhood? Oh my God.
That was before my
Also,
time.
did you see they brought it back for like a couple of seasons?
I thought they only brought it back for a movie. They like one movie for it and one movie for Invader Zim.
Did
they actually go on and do it? Did they actually go on and do series with them? Series revivals?
I thought they did.
That's cool. I mean, that'd be cool if they actually, managed to not fuck up a reboot for a change.
You want a show though from the 90s I fucking hated and still hate to this day?
Try me.
Rugrats.
I actually don't hate Rugrats.
It's just something about babies just fucking drive me up the wall. Even as a kid, I hated kids.
You know what? That could be fair because
that's fair, and that would be a very personal taste thing.
Because I don't know why. When I was a kid, I was one of those lonely kids who never really had friends, if you know what I mean.
Same.
So I was the kid you'd see in the library just reading. Although I'll tell you one movie that traumatized me as a kid. 6 years old, my parents ripped Heavy Metal.
Oh!
Sorry, what was that?
I sneak out and I see Heavy Metal and that part where the fucking Jim melts the guy's fucking face.
Oh, did any of you watch?
You know?
What about Heavy Metal 2000? I love that.
Never saw it.
It's really good. It's basically if they took one segment of the heavy metal one and then just went, okay, we're going to make an entire movie out of it rather than just a short piece of it.
I also blame Heavy Metal for my love of Cheap Trick. Don't judge me.
I blame it for my love of corsets and giant boobs.
I blame it for my love for bombers and bomber jackets.
I don't get to blame Heavy Metal for anything because I didn't see it till I was already full grown and had already seen worse. It was good shit though when I did see it.
When I was
Cheap Trick is awesome.
When I was 8, one of my babysitters decided they would rent Freddy, one of the Friday the 13th movies, not 13th.
Oh Lord!
Nightmare on Elm Street, the one where the girl turns into a cockroach.
What?
That has traumatized me for years because of that shit.
Well, you know what traumatized me for years? It was bloody the Pet Sematary.
Oh what? God!
I don't want to be buried.
That movie freaked me out because I always thought there was a baby that was going to come out of the darkness and slice my hamstrings.
Okay. And since we're talking about like movies and shit, the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie.
I love it. Number 2 was great as well, though a little bit censored. But yeah, I love the first one.
Number 3 was lackluster.
No, number 3 was terrible. Number 2 was passable, but number 1 was just peak perfect movie.
Did you ever see the 25th anniversary movie they did, Turtles in Time?
Yes. I did not.
It's actually cool. So the 2004 animated series Turtles meet the 80s cartoon Turtles.
Yep. And when
then
they go into a room,
go and meet
Sorry.
But they meet the original.
No,
The original
both
comic
groups
turtles.
eventually have to go and meet the original 80s comic black and white turtles.
Yep.
Oh hell!
They also
seen
go
that.
into a room and it shows all. They literally have a screen dedicated to every variation. They even have the. Do you remember that live action TV series kind of thing of the turtles?
Yes.
Where they were like
yes, the one
bada
crossed
boom.
over with Power Rangers famously.
Yeah, they're like
the
bada
next
boom.
station.
That was
and you know what? Here's the thing. Power Rangers did something similar with Forever Red.
Yes, that was how you do an anniversary episode. Forever Red is how you do an anniversary episode.
You want the shittiest '90s cartoon though? Daria.
I like Daria to a degree.
The hell's Daria?
It's kind of a time capsule. There are things that
90s.
actually haven't aged terribly in it. There are also some things that have aged very
I think it's just with Daria is that you can see a future SJW, purple-haired feminist in her, and that.
Yeah.
Her and her fucking friend.
Daria was a spin-off of Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
Except less funny.
Yeah. You know, you knew Beavis and Butthead were fucking dumbasses, but, you know, they were still funny.
Like, don't get me wrong, Daria still has its moments. There's a bit where she's talking about how she doesn't want to do cheerleading shit, and the mother's, supporting this. Because, we're never going to get gender equality until we get the boys, and she starts thinking about having all the boys in the cheerleader outfits and start sexualizing them the same way she's accusing them of doing to women. It kind of very, very humorously shows the hypocrisy of it.
Yeah.
That it's you don't want parody, you just want to be the boot to be on the other foot.
Yeah.
Now, what was the other show I was gonna? Oh yeah, another shitty one was created by Ted Turner to be an environmental bullshit.
Captain Motherfucking Planet.
Oh
yes.
Gonna shrink
Oh,
your
yes.
chick down to 0.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a stupid kid. I enjoyed the hell out of it when I was a kid.
No. When I was a small child, my parents used to put it on because they said, "Oh, this will be educational." The news said this was going to be educational, therefore.
The news said it.
And they put me on it, and it educated me about how I needed to stop having children.
Or did you ever see the AIDS episode? It's like Johnny has AIDS. But no, he doesn't have AIDS. He's just HIV positive.
Isn't that fucking AIDS with just...
Potato.
Oh, you guys mentioned Batman the animated series?
I think everybody's seen that one. That's kind of like
It's the legend. Batman the animated series is the legend. Superman the animated series is close after
and
it.
then Batman Beyond.
98. I wasn't alive for most of it.
Yeah, Batman Beyond's pretty legendary. Static Shock has actually become sort of a legend in its own right.
Yeah, Static Shock was okay.
That one I loved growing up.
I
Shock was okay.
I have never heard of that.
Oh,
oh dear lord. Okay, so that Static Shock was basically DC's answer to X-Men. But instead of everyone naturally becoming mutants, they were hit by a gaseous mutation that gave everyone certain powers. And Static Shock, surprise was able to control electricity.
Wait a second. Wait a second, everybody. Toxic Crusaders.
Oh.
Never heard of it.
It's literally a cartoon based off a character that was in a horror movie, which was a dude who gets mutated, can sense evil, and he goes around just murdering people with a mop. And they made a cartoon about it. It was fucking hilarious.
Based on a trauma movie?
So here's an 80s one that was kind of a neat concept, at least. Ulysses 31.
Never heard of it.
Picture the Odyssey, except they've remorphed it into a space opera with its 80s animation.
Oh, so basically what Star Wars was supposed to be.
Kind of. It's like, this is the sort of thing you should be doing with space opera. I'll be right back. My food's coming out of the toaster oven.
Did you guys hear about the reboot of Static Shock they're doing?
What?
Lordy. Oh, really?
Because in the original Static Shock, you know why Virgil Static got his powers with the riot gas?
Is it anything like the internet gas that gave Safe Space or something his special ability?
Well, basically, he goes to a riot. He goes to a gang riot. Black on black violence, and the police are deployed. They launch these specialized gas to break the fight up. Well, somehow it's got a mutagen in it that fucks up all these black teenagers.
Yeah. So everyone gets their powers. Hot Streak is pyroman.
Oh yeah, I think just some guy was actually talking about that.
Well, basically, in this one, they're gonna make Virgil like a chemistry scientist or some shit that gets mutated. You know, like a prodigy black kid, of course.
Oh yes, of course, because fuck the good character.
Because basically, we can't show black on black gang violence anymore because that's a product of the 90s. Bullshit.
Fuck that lunacy.
It's a product of the Great Society.
So what they're doing is they're gonna have it at a BLM riot and the cops deploy to be racist. Yeah. That's literally what the creator said.
Jesus! Fuck my eye, Christ.
And also, what's funny is the original Static Shock cartoon did racism better than anything else because it has a white character who works in a business and basically just goes off about black people when Virgil's visiting his white friend for a sleepover.
Alright, I'm back.
Isn't that a bit like the Boondocks, basically, in a sense?
Basically,
I did not enjoy the Boondocks, by the way.
I was talking about how in Static Shock, the original Richie, Virgil's friend Richie, you know, his dad's a racist.
Yes, that was an episode they did. So, Static Shock had a certain grit to it.
It was 90s. It was basically 90s black street culture.
Well, here's the thing. The character, the first episode, when he gets his superpowers, the way he gets his superpowers is he has, without realizing it or meaning to, fallen in with a street gang. And they bring him out to a gang fight to be lookout for them because they're having a gang fight with another gang for territory. And they actually give him a fucking gun. And I don't mean like a laser gun bullshit. No, this thing's a fucking Glock.
Yeah.
Realistically drawn, real bullets and everything.
Yeah,
his sort of first big hero moment is when he realizes what the hell's happening and what he's gotten sucked into, rather than try to, you know, stand by this and double down on the bad decisions that have gotten him here, he throws the fucking gun in the river.
And he tries to walk away.
Why
would you throw a perfectly good Glock?
Because it just got handed to you by a street gang that's going to have you commit a felony with it.
Gun. And it's probably hot as hell. If it is caught in your possession, you get prison time, even as a teenager.
Yeah, it's probably an illegal gun, especially if it's probably the serial number was scratched off. Yeah, you don't want that thing.
Probably used in another murder as well.
Yeah, to the cops, it doesn't matter. According to federal law, U.S. federal law, if you get handed a gun that has been used in a murder and it's in your possession, you're charged with the murder, even though you never pulled the trigger. And you were even... Because I almost had that situation go down for me because a friend sold me a gun that he'd used to shoot his wife, and I didn't know about it.
Jesus fuck.
Wow.
I basically told the cops when they came looking around, I told them, this is the gun. I never touched it. Here it is. It is yours. I got taken to the police station for 6 hours for questioning. Let me tell you this. Cops are not nice people to anybody.
Well, here in the country, they're not too bad. But they still follow the laws, still take away your friggin' rights.
Anyway,
like I said, I had my friggin' my crossbow friggin' taken away from me because I'm not part of an archery club. So because I don't pay government fees to a bloody archery club, I lose my friggin' crossbow.
Oh, I would have lost my fucking shit.
On the bright side, the copper's actually going to look around and see if I can actually is actually going to do some legwork for me to try and sell it so that I can actually get some money back as opposed to it just being destroyed. Because otherwise they'd just actually outright destroy it.
Who here remembers a TV show called SWAT Cats?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey.
And what was it?
Radical Squadron.
What was it? Samurai Pizza Cats as well.
There was, but SWAT Cats was. I'm sorry. There were two different animals. Samurai Pizza Cats was comedy. They wanted to be comedy. SWAT Cats was pure adrenaline guitar action. And it was
the soundtrack.
Everyone.
Jesus, that guitar. Jesus, that 90s rock guitar. Good
God,
God,
it's so good.
And I would hate it if they actually tried to remake fucking SWAT Cats.
They tried.
No, they. That Rogues Gallery. They had a legitimately developed fucking Rogues Gallery. Dark Cat, fucking Viper.
Past Master, an undead sorcerer.
Yes. Jesus. This shit should have been could have been a Marvel comic book easily any day of the week.
I have a question for everyone.
Go for it, Duck.
Turn on the music, bud. I got something to show you.
How about you want a show that traumatized a lot of kids? Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Oh
yeah, I remember that.
God.
Now unmute the bot.
I'm working on it.
Oh man, Courage is full of the
Naughty, naughty, naughty.
Fucking Barbara freaked me out.
The Jungle Book? No, never saw it.
Yeah.
What the fuck was
Wait,
this?
does anybody remember the Jumanji cartoon?
Yes.
The what?
There was a Jumanji cartoon.
Okay, you want a show that was originally from the 70s, but the 90s and 2000s
Yeah,
version?
there was a Jumanji and
Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah.
Actually, yeah, Scooby-Doo had the 80s, had the original 60s run. They had the 70s and 80s stuff that was of increasingly dubious quality and got increasingly farther away from its stuff. Occasionally had like an odd idea that was kind of novel, but didn't have a lot of staying power. But then you had Pup Named Scooby-Doo, which was kind of a reboot for the 80s that went real well. And you had the late 90s, early 2000s animated movies that were quite good. Zombie Island, Witch's Ghost, and goddamn
and it's
Alien.
time again.
Yes.
Dude,
but Scooby-Doo, I say its apex was still the 2012 series, Mystery Inc.
That was easily my favorite song out of the whole goddamn series.
Oh, did anybody remember Real Monsters?
We got it.
Mine was What's
Yes.
Scooby-Doo?
Yes.
Yes, Real Monsters. Now, here's one that a lot of people forget about. The Johnny Quest reboot they did in the 90s.
You know what? I do remember that. I remember Surge being a guide. They went into like cyberspace or some shit.
Yeah, they had like it was the 90s, they had like a virtual reality thing that they could plug into computer systems with, they called Quest World. And they had a villain who was like this super genius that Race Bannon had turned into a quadriplegic prior to the show's start. And at one point they had to cut a deal with him in his inaugural episode to be able to use his intellect to rescue Race and Dr. Bannon from something. He ends up escaping because they give him Quest World access, and he ends up using that to network to get people to break him out. And he's using the Quest World stuff, and his plan is he's going to use it to get his consciousness transferred into somebody else's body at some point. But because he's evil, he wants to be one of the Quest team because he wants the poetic revenge.
I can't remember. There was one show where they had these weird colored gems. I can't remember what it was called though.
Sonic.
No, it wasn't Sonic. I can't remember what it was.
You know, I got yelled at once because I said I fucking hated Dragon Ball Z.
How dare you?
You know what? I grew up with DBZ, and I could see its faults, so I'm not gonna give you hell.
Yeah, I can understand the faults, but fuck Super. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
at the time, I didn't know anything about anime, and so I was watching, and I was like, what the fuck is this? They're just screaming at each other for 5 minutes. I'm bored. I'm going to go watch something else.
So, it's flawed, but Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z were hugely influential. Although, again, a lot of that goes more to the manga than to the anime. Although, weirdly,
Yeah.
the anime
Dragon
helped
Ball is the
anime break into
No.
mainstream in America.
I went and visited a friend when I was about 15, 16 years old. He had a thing playing that I fell in fucking love with that was an anime. Gunsmith Cats.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Never heard of it.
It's pretty good.
Basically, think of two female bounty hunters with realistic drawn guns and weapons.
Yeah, the person who made it was a massive freaking
gun nerd.
Yeah, massive gun nerd.
Another one that falls into that sort of vibe, noir.
Well, the funny thing is about the creator of Gunsmith Cats, he was tried to get it so detailed, he took a 3-week trip to Chicago just to experience the culture of Chicago in the 1980s.
Oh, he wanted to make sure he got his shit right.
And fucking one of the funniest memes I've ever seen in my life for gun stuff came out of that show. You can never trust the ATF.
Damn straight.
I'm sorry, but that show is based in regards to the ATF.
Hey,
what?
If he got it right, he got it fucking right. What else can you say?
In the English version, there's a hilarious line one of them uses. An ATF agent shows up to her shop and she goes, "Hey, look, it's Agent 711."
Oh!
Oh, Bazinga.
By the way, does anybody remember the Clerks cartoon?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It was actually pretty good.
Well, I'm not going to watch it just because of the fucking creator of Clerks, who he is.
Yeah, but this was back when he
yeah.
actually had some integrity and wasn't a raving psycho.
You want one that's probably in a similar vein, but is probably better to watch? The Dilbert cartoon that they had.
Yeah, I rewatched that recently. It's pretty good.
It's funny.
It's dry humor,
the
but I
guy-
enjoy it.
The guy who created it was an office worker, just like Mike Judge when he created Office Space.
Yeah.
What's funny is the
And
Dilbert dude
Office-
is still really based.
Office
Yeah.
Space is hilarious as hell because anybody who's worked in the office, even today, understands the pain of those guys. Hell, I still want to break my company's top.
Must control fist of death.
Here's my flare. Eat my ass.
Oh, by the way, did anybody end up watching the? Oh, see if it's still in here. The Cyberpunk Oedo ones I posted.
I've been working since the last time I was in here, so I have not had a chance.
Too busy being homosexual, I understand.
Well,
No, too busy pulling out a paycheck.
but yeah, in the Gunsmith Cats anime, when the first ATF agent introduces himself, she's reaching for a gun underneath the counter, a 38 special, as he holds up his badge. Let me post this meme I found. That basically, it's fucking hilarious. Great haul.
Link.
But yeah, like the weapons design and stuff of the guns in Cyber City, they're really fucking good as well. Really detailed, and it's literally the old school hand drawn badass anime.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the first animes I ever brought myself.
Also, in the first episode of Gunsmith Cats, she basically has burglars break into her gun shop. She rolls out in her underwear and just shoots them.
Yeah, I remember Gunsmith Cats. Gunsmith Cats is really good.
Honest God, that's probably the best and worst scenario any burglar could ever want to be in.
Because, see,
Oh, look, Teddy! Shit, I've been shot.
Because, like, in the
I've been
first
shot.
episode...
Don't you hate it when all you have in the fridge is C4? I don't know. I can make that work.
Also, I blame this show for my love of C-75s. Seriously.
How about Outlaw Star? Anybody?
Outlaw
Yes,
Star was
I grew up on fucking.
stuff.
I just wish it wasn't censored because I remember I was told that a lot of the shit I remember was Western censoring, such as Malfina wearing a bikini when
Yep.
she was first discovered.
Yeah.
You know another one that got Western censored when a lot of people got in on it? Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah.
Really?
That was censored quite a lot. Yeah. Let's not
Well,
forget
what's funny
that.
is there were two. Well, what's funny is there were two releases of it. There was the Adult Swim release, which was not censored, and then there was the Toonami release, which was. Give me just a moment.
What was it? There was another one. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like Outlaw Star. There's actually a Star Wars rip-off anime. It was actually pretty entertaining.
Are you talking about like
The dude finds
fucking
basically a lightsaber
Cowboy-
while he's no, not
I
Cowboy
was gonna,
Bebop.
I was gonna,
Well, speaking of Gunsmith Cats, the creator, like this, I posted in Great Hall one of the things from the anime, the manga. It says burglar, and she smiles and goes into her closet full of guns. And she just, there's like a shit ton of like sawed-off shotguns and rifles and pistols. And she's swinging self-defense. Oh, sweet defense, la la la. I mean, seriously, how
All
many...
I can think of is the Weird Al Yankovic song he did called "Trigger Happy."
Oh no! Every time
And
I
it was
think
a
of
salute
him,
to the
is I think
NRA.
every time I hear Weird Al Yankovic, I basically hear the song "Spy Hard" because that movie's a classic.
Yeah. Also, the way they
Like a
drew
waking
Riley,
nudie.
they drew the main character in this, in the anime. She's actually, I'm not one of those weirdos, but she's actually an attractive anime character.
Yeah, she's the good the anime the old school anime stuff where characters actually look good.
She's cute. She's cute.
In the manga anime, she's actually part Indian. Her dad was Indian.
Ah. No wonder she's trigger happy.
That explains why she's based. I think no. That explains why she's based.
I'll give you the curry.
Also, her car in the show and manga is a fucking Shelby Cobra GT 500, 1968.
I don't know what that
Awesome.
is, but it sounds cool.
Very limited run car built by a fucking legend named Carroll Shelby. And they only built like 500 of them in real life.
The Cobras are one of the most coveted cars of the era for collectors, and with good goddamn reason.
Yeah, they're a more coveted version of basically a Trans Am, but sealed at the top. If I remember correctly, I don't.
Back when cars used to have some fucking testosterone in them.
Car gets always smashed as shit. Like one of them, she's going after a Russian bounty hunter, and basically she fucks her car up.
I gotta rewatch Gunsmith Cats. It's been so bloody long. I think I watched it back in like 2005. I think maybe.
Can you stream it for us?
I have never seen this show, so I am gonna have to watch it.
I just posted what her car looks like in the Great Hall.
It does look like a Trans Am.
It's a Mustang.
I don't know cars.
We'll have a watch party.
Basically, if a Trans Am had a roof, it's basically that.
All right.
Oh, here it is. Here's the perfect meme. Yeah, my local gun shop, what's hilarious is they actually got a Gunsmith Cats poster up in the main lobby.
I'm
Take a
doing
photo of it
that at
next
some
time.
point. I swear to God.
Yeah, take a photo of it next time.
What's funny is the owner, he's a former ATF agent who fucking hates the ATF.
Oh, so he said, I used to work for these fuckers. I know firsthand just how bullshit everything they do is.
Yeah, he actually has an MG42 for sale.
Ooh.
He's got a Class 3 weapons license.
Nice.
And he said, you ever want to shoot it, just come in and pay me $20.
And pay for the ammo, hopefully, because the ammo ain't cheap.
Yeah, well, it fires,
nowadays.
It fires 8 mm.
What is my experience level sitting at?
Oh, Anime Central is going to try to reboot it.
Well, Gunsmith Cats.
Yeah.
They'll screw it up.
I was like, this is either going to go shockingly well or horribly badly.
Horribly badly because
no
it will have current sensibilities, so it'll basically be a anti-gun message the entire time. You know it's going to be.
This is me basically when I first watched the show. Vince's reaction.
The only way they couldn't is if the Japanese companies controlling it refuse to let them basically tell them, no, if you do this, you will do this right.
I have a question. Can someone please stream it?
Gunsmith Cats.
I don't have access to it.
Don't worry.
I tell you what, give me a couple days. I'll download it, find it, download it, and stream it for you.
Depending on the time, I may want to get in on that.
Because I need to give it a rewatch anyway myself, so might as well. Just like the other day when I gave a I think it was like 25, I think. It was back in the day when a season was like 22 to 24 episodes. Now literally a season is 6 to 12 episodes, which is fucking bullshit. Like a whole season, it's like 6 episodes. I'm like, fuck off. That's
Who
not a
else
season.
joined? I can't tell.
I joined.
Hello.
Bobo Bat.
Bobo.
No,
Mr. Bobo.
His name is Bobo.
Well, yeah, I got strangle you with my nose hairs.
That's one we forgot to mention, wasn't it?
Toss your ass.
Wasn't it like a Fist of the North Star parody in a lot of ways?
Pretty much, yeah. But it was basically a bunch of nonsensical crap that just was random. There was no real rhyme or reason or anything. It's like one episode he literally just spent his entire time being dragged around on a freaking trolley between 2 sandwich buns.
Trolley.
And he's like, I identify as a sandwich today. Yeah, I identify as a sandwich. Actually, that might explain where a lot of these bloody people got their weird fucking things. They watch too much Bobo.
Could be. I think I watched like 1 or 2 episodes.
Keep watching it.
That's about all you can handle. You watch 2 episodes of Bobo and you're like, yeah, that's enough for 6 months.
Nah, you watch the whole thing and you drop acid, and then you are actually just Hunter S. Thompson.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
Democracy, you gotta be a player.
You gotta be a player, son. You gotta stand. Me and my pet peacock, and I gotta shoot this asshole across the way with my Luger.
So yeah, this is one of the covers to the manga. She's actually loaded in FAL, like a original roadie FAL.
Really nice. Though most times I'm just looking at the boobs.
But yeah, what's funny is a lot of Indians are based in regards to gun rights. You know, that it's kind of odd.
Wait.
Well, when you live in a country where tigers try to kill you.
The Curry Indians.
Dot heads or featherheads?
I'm talking red
We're talking
dots
from India.
with red dots, but
My neighbors.
American.
I'm confused. I heard both.
Like they're Indian, but they live in America.
Oh, okay.
They got
Like dot heads.
When I went to my local gas station, it's run by Indians. The owner keeps a fucking 45 underneath the counter and a sawed-off shotgun.
I blame him.
Good man.
He said
He's in Texas. He knows he can do it.
he's actually said he's had to fire it twice. One time it was because some dumb dipshit black teenagers came in and tried to steal his ATM.
You should just have like a tattoo on his head that says "Stand your ground." Stand your ground.
Yeah. Well, what he told me is he's trying to get a permit from the ATF to actually sell guns out of his gas station.
I like him
You should
already.
give me the permit to sell them. That's the thing. That's the stupid part.
So what you're saying
Just
is
like-
that dude was literally Apu from The Simpsons.
Except he does the
You want
shooting.
guns? Sucked by a
Except he
shotgun.
never cocked.
Like, in The Simpsons, hasn't Apu been shot like 15 times or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Something stupid like that.
It's like,
I mean, it's
but
The
luckily, when you
Simpsons,
got
but
shot this
still.
time, your bullet ricocheted off the bullet that was already lodged in you, thus saving your life. It's like, oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God. I don't know what I would have done if I was shot and I couldn't run my store.
I love Apu.
I always laugh my ass off at the part where they arrest Marge for shoplifting. They're in court, and that one guy just steals the entire goddamn building. He was like, "I'm taking this whole thing to Mexico." Like taking the whole goddamn store to Mexico.
Yeah, Carmen San Diego.
Just
I mean,
where I
shit,
am.
If I could
Actually,
if I could get away with it, I'd steal a 7-Eleven and go to Mexico.
actually, that Carmen San Diego's cartoon from the early '90s was actually really good.
See, I have
Yeah,
no
I
idea
swear.
what that is. I've never
I still
heard
got.
of it.
I still
Where,
got.
where in the world is Carmen San Diego?
Where in the world can she be?
Did you see the Netflix reboot they did?
No,
I
it didn't happen.
never watched it.
It's shit.
I
Yeah, I
put
can
the
guess.
entire soundtrack
I-
of Fear and Loathing on the music bot.
It's
I
actually
feel
fantastic.
validated in my decision.
What?
The opening for the Carmen San Diego cartoon, the '90s one, is pretty good too.
No, it is,
I mean-
but yeah, I feel validated in never watching the reboot now.
Oh yeah, I didn't know it existed, so double win.
It was
There's also the
originally-
game show.
It was originally a computer game.
Yes,
There was
I
a series
played it.
of them.
I played it on
was a
the Macintosh, I think.
Drake and Josh. Any of you ever remember that one?
Yes.
I remember it.
I remember that.
That was after my time.
It was kind of after the time, but I had siblings, so I have recollections of it.
It's all we got to rob banks. People do it.
Okay,
Josh?
I know everybody loves this, but I've got to mention it. Futurama.
Of course.
At the first
You
five
can't
seasons on
prove
DVD.
you can't prove it won't happen.
At the first 5 seasons on DVD.
Oh, also in Gunsmith Cats, you know that part I showed you with the C4? She's got a gun taped to the fridge with the C4. Like the inside of the fridge has got like a 38 type tape to it.
Okay, I've got to
You know?
check this.
You know, this woman is sounding more and more like waifu.
Oh, she is. She is pure waifu.
First episode, these burglars, one of them who breaks in has like an M60 machine gun. Like there's all these criminals in the anime and manga who want her dead because the way she targets them, she goes for their fucking thumbs. Like she shoots people's thumbs off.
Waifu
And they-
achieved.
Gentlemen, ladies, I've created a new character.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Thanky.
Show us. And turn the music bot.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you said it's from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and if I could wipe something off the world, it would be that.
Oh.
I've
book or
never
the
seen
movie?
all of it. I've only seen a couple little bits and pieces of it.
Basically, there's one funny bit at the start, which is, we can't stop here, it's backcountry, and then the very end of it, because it's ended and you're happy. Because it's ended. Because I've been forced to watch that piece of shit so many fucking times I want to kill myself.
Wasn't that based on Hunter S. Thompson or something like that?
Yeah, his book. He had a book by the same name.
Because Hunter Thompson was fucking batshit nuts.
Yeah. Oh, did you ever see his daily routine?
Where he goes and shoots at his neighbor with a Luger?
No, more than that. Like his stereotypical day. Like what he did is like daily routine.
Okay,
No.
so
Let me look for
my-
it. Hold on. I'll see if I can't track it down.
I got
It's,
a buddy of mine.
Something.
I got a buddy of mine who told me a story of something like one of his great-great-grandfathers did. But basically, he had a German World War II Nazi hat and a Luger. And some guys broke into his house, and the dude slept in the buff, right? So when these burglars break in, he grabs the Luger and the German Nazi hat, and then he gets right where they can see him. He points the Luger at him and shouts out in fucking absolute lunacy, "Panzer Kopfwagen Schadenfreude!" Also, my new character's up.
Where you putting that in Great Hall?
And no, in tabletop tomfoolery.
Bloody hell! I have to keep jumping back and forth and shrinking the game down when it happens. You're really pissing me off because I can never find tomfoolery.
Okay.
And
I found it.
It's just loading for me.
Muted.
Oh, yep, that looks cool.
No, we can't stop here.
There's
country.
This is Hunter S. Thompson's daily schedule right there. Daily routine. It's something special.
What is it? Give us a readout.
Oh, you know what? Yes, that's a great idea. I'll read it for you.
Read it.
In her book. Let's see. Here's, as Carol reports, as a daily sample of the routine for the Gonzo journalist. Note that begins at 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. he rises. Yes. At 3:05, he has Chivas Regal with his morning paper and some Dunhills, which are cigarettes. At 3:45, he does cocaine. At 3:50, he has another glass of Chivas and another cigarette. At 4:05, he has his first cup of coffee with another cigarette. 10 minutes later, at 4:15, he does more cocaine. Right afterwards, he finishes that off with some orange juice and a Dunhill. And then he proceeds from 4:16 to 5:05 to do cocaine. At 5:11, he has a coffee
here.
and another cigarette. At 5:30, he adds more ice into his Chivas. At 5:45, he does cocaine. At 6, he smokes a little grass to take the ledge off. At 7:05, he goes down to the Woody Creek Tavern to have lunch. Heineken, 2 margaritas, coleslaw, a taco salad, a double order of fried onion rings, carrot cake, ice cream, a bean fritter, some Dunhills, which are cigarettes. There's another Heineken. He does more cocaine. And for the ride home, he has a snow cone. And on the snow cone, though, he pours about 3 jiggers of Chivas on it.
Onion rings.
At 9:00 p.m. at night, he starts snorting cocaine seriously. That's what the notes say. Before, that was just like playtime cocaine snorting. Now, he's getting down to business, and he's really snorting that cocaine. An hour later at 10, he drops acid. An hour after that at 11...
Fuck is this guy,
he
like
has some
Snowflame's older
chartreuse.
brother?
He does some he has some chartreuse, he does more cocaine, and he smokes some grass.
You know, I am convinced this guy is like John Entwistle's ancestor.
At 11:30, he does cocaine until midnight. And you know what he does at midnight? He starts to write. He writes until 6 a.m. So he writes for a good 6 hours. Oh, he's ready to write.
You know,
So
I wasn't
while
usually
he's
during
writing-
the pandemic. This was basically my sleep routine, minus the cocaine and excessive drinking.
Pretty much for me as well.
During this time span where he's writing, he's drinking chartreuse, doing more cocaine, smoking, drinking Chivas, having some coffee, some Heinekens, a couple Coke cigarettes. He'll eat some grapefruit, smoke some more Dunhills, have some orange juice and gin, and in the background he just has pornos playing.
Jesus Christ, what was this guy made of?
I used to smoke more cigarettes than that.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, he goes into the hot tub with some champagne, some Dove bars, and some fettuccine Alfredo.
I know.
He's there for about 2 hours until 8 o'clock. And then in the morning, and he has a Halcyon, which is another brand of cigarettes. And then that's his nightcap. He has that, and at 8:20 in the morning, he goes to sleep.
I used to smoke a freaking new cigarette bloody almost every 10 minutes.
It's hard.
Hell.
He has like cigarettes, and he's chain smoking, chain snorting. So it's pretty impressive.
Are we sure this isn't? We're not being punked because it wasn't like an April Fool's thing he did or something.
And that was Hunter S. Thompson, did you say?
He was batshit up. I believe he actually did this every day.
Yeah, that was a biographer did that. That's in the book Hunter: The Strange and Savage Life of Hunter S. Thompson, biography by E. Jean Carroll.
See, who was him anyway? Because I didn't really know anything about Hunter S. Thompson.
Well, I do know the Hell's Angels wanted to fucking kill his ass.
Why?
Yeah, didn't they want to kill basically everybody?
He was a gonzo journalist.
Because basically he wrote a book about him, exposed a lot of their shit, and they got pissed.
Okay. Also, Riv, what was the what convinced you that he was someone's ancestor?
I was like, is this guy John Entwistle's ancestor or some shit?
Who's that?
I was asked.
Bassist of the
Bassist from The Who. He was notorious for his exquisite taste in snorting a lot of cocaine.
Ah, I thought that was
No wonder why me liked him.
So I was wondering if he was like somehow supposed to be like related to Snowflame or something.
Oh, hi.
Now, by the way, this is a battle where you can actually use the detonation rocks to your bloody advantage. If anybody's still watching, that is.
I was just looking at this other article. I was going to see if there's anything else I could point out. Oh, yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, this dude bloody sounds insane.
Yeah, oh, yeah, he was.
He was insane.
He was. I
Well,
think. Yeah, another quote. What was it? If you're going to be crazy, you have to get paid for it, or else you're going to be locked up.
Well, he also had a feud with a neighbor across the way, and he actually would go out, yell at him, and shoot at him with his fucking Luger.
Yeah, they both shot at each other, and he had a pet peacock too.
Basically, it's like this meme I've seen of a Russian, or like I think it's Ukrainian, yelling across the border at these Russians. Good morning, my neighbors. Back comes, fuck you. And he says, yes, fuck you too.
Oh, that sounds like something out of bloody Coming to America.
Yeah.
That's a New
Like,
York.
greetings, America! Fuck you! Yes, fuck you too!
Yeah, that's New York for you.
Did anybody see the sequel they did for that recently?
No,
I heard about it, but
as
I didn't
bad
want
as I
to.
expected it to be.
I didn't want to watch it because I thought it might terrify me and put me off the original, and I love the original. I remember I actually had a high school teacher that I got along well with, and we were actually talking about movies that we were going to show to people, and we both agreed that that was the best movie to show them. So he took it to the other teachers, and then he got shut down and basically nearly got fired for wanting to show people Coming to America.
You want a good one that one that ties into that is Trading Places.
Yeah, Trading Places is pretty good.
Well, there's a
cameo from the bad guys from Trading Places. We see what happened to them after Trading Places. It's hilarious.
They're both fucking homeless, and the black guy gives them I think $500 or something. They're like, "We're back on top, Mortimer."
Oh yeah,
No, it was more than that. Yeah. It was a lot more than that.
Yeah, no, it was like 50 grand or something like that. It was a massive amount of money because it was
like
all
enough that they actually.
It was all their savings, basically.
It wasn't all their savings because they were like millionaires, but it was enough that they could get started again and that they could, get back to a lifestyle they were more accustomed to.
What I mean is the money that they had. It was all the money that they had that Coming to America guys had. Because he took it from his friend. He's like, no more excessive spending, and takes all his money away and gives it to them.
No, the scene where he gives them the money, he's just giving them a huge stack of cash because on the date with the girl he's falling for.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was just after he confiscated that from his friend.
It's been a little bit since I watched. I could be misremembering it.
Yeah, basically, what's his name decks out the apartment with all cool shit like hot tubs and stuff like that. And he's like, you have no more money, and now you can cause me no more problems. And then he takes the money away, gives it to the homeless people, and then that's what gets dude's father coming in because his friend sends away to his father to send him $1 million.
Right.
Trust me, it's one of my favorite movies, so I know pretty much the whole lot.
Fair enough.
That and Blazing Saddles.
He rode a blazing saddle.
He wore a shining star.
Hey, where's the white woman at?
Hey boys, look what I found. Hey, didn't I tell you to clean up? Didn't I tell you to clean up after weekly cross burnings? See, it's all coming off.
You are so very good.
Up yours, nigga.
They are so very stupid.
Yeah. Baby, you're so talented, and they're so dumb. The sheriff is a nictum.
Nice.
What did he say? He said the sheriff is near.
Oh God!
What's the line about?
Mongo's coming.
What was that, dude?
There's about the Vatican, stampeding cattle.
Yeah. Through the Vatican. Kinky.
I mean, seriously, I would fucking do that if I could get away with it.
Mongo, only
sheriff murdered, people stampeded, cattle raped.
Also,
Candygram for Mongo. Candygram for Mongo.
The hard part was inventing the candygram, and they probably won't even give me credit for it.
There's a scene in there where they're hanging a dude and they're also hanging his horse.
Yeah.
And you just hear the horse neigh as the guy pulls the trap door.
I love that that hanging dude because he's in the Robin Hood Men in Tights one as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the end of this suit.
And then there's oh god, then there's Spaceballs.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of
I love
The ship is too long. If I walked, the movie would be over.
The funny thing is, Mel Brooks is a World War II veteran, and during the war, you know what he did? Part of his job was to rig up signals. Broadcasts towards the Germans. He fucking trolled the Germans by playing Jewish comedians and musicians. That is fucking pure Mel Brooks.
That is fucking great.
I'm serious. He fucking played Jewish comedians.
Mel Brooks is an absolute legend, and he has earned every bit of that status.
There was a joke. I think he was on Twitter once or twice. I saw him, and he basically was making jokes about Spaceballs too.
Yeah.
Some guy asked him.
Yeah, he did a bit with Rick Moranis where he had Rick Moranis go up in costume on the studio lot to try to get Spaceballs 2 to happen when the Disney Star Wars movies were going to come out.
Oh.
You ever seen the one he did called The Producers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then there's apparently he was going to make a new.
And Germany.
Apparently he was going to make another one of History of the World Part 3 or something like that.
That would have been fucking epic. It's good to be king.
Yeah.
You know what? You know, Siri. You know, a bunch of people I fucking hate when it comes to like comedy shit. National Lampoon.
Yeah.
The newer stuff or the old stuff with Chevy Chase?
Any of it.
Oh.
I've never seen a National Lampoon thing all the way through. I've seen a couple little snippets, enough to get the reference when they referenced it in Scooby-Doo that one time, but that was about it.
Well, I like Christmas Vacation. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yeah,
that was fucking hilarious.
Good. I love the fact that the cat gets fried.
Vegas Vacation wasn't that bad either.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the European Vacation was a pretty good one as well.
Okay,
Never saw it.
So regarding old Leoric, it's a 5th edition game, but the concept is that it's all dwarves. And I've never played a full dwarven game, so an all dwarven game. So I figured this might be interesting.
You know who I fucking hate?
Who do you hate?
When it comes to old movies, comedies, fucking SJWs and hipsters.
Oh, well, that's just a given.
Like, what sort of movie?
Doesn't
Like, what sort
everyone?
of movie comes to mind? When you say an old one that would have that.
Okay, first appearance of a dragoon. Woo! I love this thing.
I meant fucking like critics, hipster and SJW critics.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Oh, like
I fucking hate movie critics.
Yeah.
Or they,
I mean,
or they. You gotta swear. Go ahead.
Movie critics should have never become a thing. And the reason I say that is because it has caused so much damage to, and basically gave people the inability to actually decide whether they want to watch something or not. And the same thing with video game critics.
You mean also that includes Boomerfished?
Unfortunately, yes, but honestly, who gives a shit about Razor?
I enjoy his reviews because they're like short form, old school nostalgia critic reviews. It's just a quick play-by-play, there we go, and a couple of jokes.
Like 30 or 40 minute fucking micro documentaries with fucking bullshit scripts.
Yeah, like current.
I mean,
like the current nostalgia critic.
But here's the thing: I liked his documentaries documenting like all the bullshit over Michael Jackson.
No,
yeah, that was good. But like, I fucking love his music reviews when he does a whole thing about like bands.
Where he does the whole discography in one big go. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
His Queen review. I never listened to Queen before I watched that on them from Razor. Sorry, it's just that I always thought Queen was just a band with a gay singer who died of AIDS.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Gay.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I wonder if this guy's gonna let me play Leoric, because so far all the people he's got in the applications are playing Mountain Dwarves. Yeah, the Mountain Dwarf. Does it say Mountain Dwarf?
In one of my games, I'm actually playing like a hill dwarf that hates other dwarfs, and he basically revolves his entire life around goblin slaying. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, every one of these characters, except mine and a couple that don't say, are Mountain Dwarf.
So he's basically a Slayer from Warhammer.
They'd be like min-maxing stuff.
Well, see, here's the thing. I decided to go Dugar because no one ever plays Dugar.
Well, at the moment,
for a good reason. They have disadvantage in sunlight.
I got invited to play the original Cyberpunk tabletop game the other day.
It's pretty good. I enjoy the original Cyberpunk style of gameplay. I actually stole a bit of it for my current game because of like the hit locations and stuff like that.
Well, I'm questioning what I should play. If I should play a rocker boy or if I should play a nomad.
I don't remember enough of it to be able to give advice on that. But the rocker boys, you can incite crowds if you get good enough and actually get them to do cool shit.
I'll be right back.
Like, you can literally create, like, a Black Lives Matter riot, basically.
Oh, God.
Fuck the mask. Fuck the corp. Well, the nomads, if I remember my lore right, are bikers. Basically like
they're basically, if I recall, they're basically bikers. And the reason I know this is because I think Neckbeardia covered in his TTS channel about Cyberpunk. He also covered Shadowrun.
Right back.
And of course he covered...
There was a guy I was watching on YouTube, I forgot his name, but he was doing all of the backstory behind Cyberpunk. Like, he was going through all of the books and stuff. I don't know who he was, but... Damn, I forgot what I was going to say.
This has been one hell of a fucking conversation.
This has been going on since what, 5 o'clock?
Somewhere in that ballpark.
I came in about what, 7:30?
I mean, we've had fun, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've had to stop occasionally because I've had to take Roscoe out.
I had to break briefly to go grab dinner. And I had to break briefly because of some sound issues earlier, but that's been about it. And I'm enjoying myself. I'm here for a while yet.
I'm here for another hour because I'm at work till 11 tonight. This is why I love security guard work, because nobody bothers me and I can just talk, you know. Also, I got a raise finally.
Nice.
They gave me $1.
Hopefully it's $1 an hour, not just $1.
Boss
I guarantee you they'll take it for fucking taxes.
Yeah, I'm getting hit for like $180 every paycheck for taxes.
Oh.
Dickish.
Of course.
Fuck taxes.
Yeah. Taxman's a bitch.
But
Taxman's a fucking bitch.
You don't pay it, you know, you get ass fucked with no lube.
Yep.
One of my buddies, he got arrested, but what's funny, on his front door, he had a doormat that said, "Come back with a warrant." And the cops took a picture of his doormat, basically saying, "Got a warrant." You know what they got a warrant for him for?
What did they get a warrant for him for?
Unpaid parking tickets.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they sent like a SWAT team to go get him.
This is a small town.
Like there was 8 cops all dressed up in tactical gear just to get a guy for parking tickets.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my masked lovebirds decided to crack a shit. I don't know what's gotten into Noisy and Cutie, but for some reason they're angry at something.
Gotta be honest. Shit like that is why things like the all cops are bastards shit is even able to get any traction, frankly.
See, you know, I don't understand. I don't like deifying coppers, but bloody saying that they should be gotten rid of is an absolute stupid idea.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying is the fact that they do shit like what he just described, the fact they do that and they do that as often as they do, and they do it with as much impunity as they frequently do it with, that's why shit like get rid of all of them altogether is able to get traction at all. If they were either not doing that shit, or at the very least, if when they do that shit, they had to really, really face some serious goddamn wrath and consequences for it.
See, I didn't hear what he said happened. So could I get a recap? And also, if you look at this dude,
they decided to get the cops decided to get pissy on a buddy of his because he had a doormat out that said "come back with a warrant." So they decided to get pissy, go get a warrant for an unpaid parking ticket after much digging around to find anything to get a warrant issued on as a pretext, and they sent the SWAT team to go kick his door in because they didn't like his doormat.
This all because Child Services decided to fucking investigate him for child abuse because of a vengeful ex.
So I had a friend that got done like that as well. Vengeful ex screwed him over so much that bloody he had to go to court and defend his right to even see his kid. Luckily, it went through pretty well, and he actually got full custody of his kid, and she got fucking BTFO'd.
Well, basically, the whole thing started because the lady said, "I'm here to talk to you and talk to your kids." Says "fuck off," and he went to slam the door in her face, and there was a deputy sheriff there. Well, the deputy sheriff saw the mat and basically got all pissy about it. He told the sheriff to fuck off and come back with a warrant, just like the mat said. So that's why it all started.
Yeah, if they get slighted, they will feel that they've been slighted. They'll friggin' move heaven and hell to fuck you over.
Ain't that the truth?
And of course, them being slighted is any little ridiculous, petty tyrant bit of bullshit, generally speaking.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, you guys, since some of you like anime, apparently, any of you ever seen one called Gate?
If it's Steins Gate,
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
I know of it. Basically, the other world invades into our modern world, like a fantasy world.
A bunch of other worlds invade into our modern worlds.
And of course, the Japanese defense force.
Attacking and,
of course, the Japanese military is the most competent thing on Earth, despite not having any experience in conflict for the past 80 years, almost.
Yeah.
Hyper competent though.
Well, the Japanese made the anime in Japan, so I cut them a certain degree of slack for having some nationalism in it.
The problem is the writer.
They shit on everyone else.
The writer is a fucking Japanese nationalist who wants to go back to the days of Hadoke Banzai, that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think they'd be best served going quite that far, but if they want to beef up their military, I'm certainly not going to hold that against them. Not with China that close to their borders.
I don't care about that part. It's more like when they start dragging, look how incompetent the U.S. is. They can't do anything. It's no.
Yeah, because in the show,
Don't be stupid.
They have these Japanese Rangers kick the crap out of a Delta group.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Delta.
Yeah. Then again, wait a minute. Then again, to be fair, didn't the Brits just absolutely pwn the U.S. military recently on something?
Yeah, with a tenth of the troops, they pwned the shit out of the American army.
Yeah, well, that's the army. Try it with the Marines, see how you fucking get. The army is fucking weak now, especially with the leadership they got.
I was about to say,
that's General Milley, isn't it?
Milley has made sure that we are not fit for war right now.
No, they're constantly undercover.
With Milley, you're not fit to run a bath.
Milley is the one who's been pushing the SJW crap on the U.S. Army.
Yeah, do you know if they've lowered the standards for the UK at all? Any of their guys, have they lowered their standards?
Yes.
Very little compared to what America has.
So Sargon has done some videos about it, though the standards have been lowered quite a bit by what they compared to what they previously were.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're still better.
So
but they haven't lowered it.
Is not what it used to be either.
Yeah, they haven't lowered it as much as America or Australia has.
Well, you know what's funny?
Poor Aussies, man.
But let's not forget that Brit and Australia have smaller armies, so they can put a lot more training into a very small group to have a smaller force, but highly specialized in a sense, while the Americans is more numbers, a bit like China.
Not really.
You want to know what
That's more
happened
bureaucracy eating away at the army.
When the army decided to make female rangers, you know what fucking happened?
We didn't get any female rangers because none of them could pass.
They actually, the commander of the ranger school said a woman will pass no matter what.
Yeah.
And so they lowered the standards. They actually had guys carrying her bags for her. You know, her pack
Yeah.
and her rifle at times.
Yeah, but that's what they did with the Australian military as well. They basically had the blokes pretty much carry the women, or they just gave the women like the blokes got to run 10Ks, the women have to run 5.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the thing. Like, it's not like we have insufficient training and stuff. It's just that we're lowering the bar so much now.
It's the same with the firefighters in America. The men have to carry 100 pounds up a ladder. Women only have to carry 50. So it's like, okay, if you're going to get saved by a woman, you better be fucking skinny, mate.
Because the Marines tried to do that with the School of Infantry. You know, 3 female lieutenants.
Yeah.
2 of them dropped because of fucking medical problems, and the 3rd, who did get through, medically retired within the 3 months of passing the School of Infantry. Because she got fucked up. Her body got broken.
See, I remember there was a thing a while back on the Australian Special Forces, and like some of the stuff was like some of the most brutal stuff that no other country does, like swimming through swimming pools of blood and shit like that.
Yeah.
It was like insanely freaking like.
Are they kiddie pools?
No, we're talking like Olympic length swimming pools with diluted blood.
Oh, well, that doesn't count. It has to be like pure blood.
Oh, you can't get that much blood, but you know, it's literally full on blood.
Yeah, but still.
I heard about this bullshit that Britain tried to do with the Gurkhas.
Oh, the Gurkhas are freaking
what now?
Great soldiers, most patriotic soldiers that you could ever get for any country.
Well,
heavily respected.
The British military politicians tried to get the Gurkhas to accept female Gurkhas in their regiments. You know what the Gurkhas said?
Get fucked.
Hell no.
Fuck
no.
off.
No.
Yeah, the Gurkhas are the most, like, what was it? There's a British saying, and I think it goes something like this, if a man tells you he has no fear, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha.
Or he's a Gurkha.
I actually sharpened and restored a Gurkha crookery, an actual legitimate one used in war that a friend had. Huh. And I freaking sharpened it, did it good, but I made it, and then I'm like, listen mate, I only sharpened it a little bit so you don't hurt yourself. I made it idiot proof, and as I took it out of the sheath cracked open a bit, and the freaking blade went straight through my fucking hand, and cut about a freaking about a quarter of an inch deep straight through my hand. And I'm like, fuck! And he's like, I thought you said it was idiot proof, and I'm like, I didn't say it was me proof.
I'm reminded of something of a line from a very old cartoon. But you said it was foolproof. Foolproof, yes. Idiot proof, no.
Well, the thing with Gurkhas too, and their blades, unless you are a Gurkha and you're carrying one of their knives, they get very pissy about it.
Yeah. Also, whenever they draw it, it has to draw blood. So it has to whether it be their enemies or theirs. It must draw blood. That's why they've all got that little hook, little pointy bit at the end of it. That's like a little near the handle. It's like a little blade, spiky bit, and they literally deliberately cut themselves every time they draw it.
There's a funny book I've been reading. It's a zombie book. Well, these people rescue these Gurkhas, and well, they're going on a mission. These other people who rescued them, and the Gurkhas are like, let us go fight, because they're watching it in live, HD from a helmet cam. And there's like this 13-year-old girl who's just kicking ass with a fucking kookery, and the Gurkhas are going ape shit, wanting to kick some ass, zombie ass.
Well, they're Gurkhas. They're literally like the greatest warriors, pretty much, in the current day.
Well, besides the Maori, the Samoan.
Oh, yeah,
I'd still put the Gurkhas above the friggin' Maoris.
Because what's funny is one of my buddies, my dad's buddies, is a Samoan. He's a retired Marine gunny sergeant. He's 70 years old. He's still strong as a fucking ox.
Oh, yeah.
I saw him lift a fucking Trans Am, like a 1980 Trans Am, just up with both hands and just lifted it like 6 inches.
Jesus.
I was like, holy shit. And he got shot 4 times in Nam and didn't even feel it.
Yeah, my great grandfather was very similar. Even when he was like 95 or something, he was still going up the back. He could barely fucking walk. He needed a walking stick and all that, and yet he was still going up there swinging a fucking heavy ass axe and freaking chopping Australian hardwood for fire.
Oh, fuck.
He'd literally just chop it, bang, and he'd walk up and then he'd push it back. He'd put the walking stick on the wheelbarrow and push back a wheelbarrow full of bloody Australian hardwood that he chopped with the axe. He saw his last sheep at 93, and that was hand shears.
World War II vet?
No, he was in World War One. He actually trained horses for the mounted infantry for England, but he actually trained them here in Australia.
Huh.
So if there was military police or a specialty like commander horse, chances are he was one of the fuckers that actually trained it.
He probably trained the horses for the guys who went over to Gallipoli.
I'm not sure if they went to Gallipoli. I know he did more like general, like not generals, but like people that were commanding the battlefield and would ride around on the horses in the middle of battlefield.
Yeah, so your officers.
Yeah, he'd train officer horses.
I actually got to ride an Australian horse once.
It actually got him in trouble and with the church, and thus when one of his kids died, they wouldn't allow the Lutheran Church wouldn't allow the kid to be buried in the cemetery, the Lutheran cemetery.
Why?
Because he was training horses and contributing like resources and whatnot to fighting the fatherland, because Lutheran was German at the time. So he literally had to go out to the middle of nowhere, dig a hole and bury his own kid. And that put a very big strain on the male members of the family for the rest, for like even up to my dad. My dad was an atheist and he still had a massive hatred for the church for that very reason. My grandfather kind of forgave him but in his 80s, but up until then, my grandfather held like a grudge against them. He held a grudge. The women in the family kind of got over it for some reason, but the men in the family never did. So yeah,
some grudges run too deep.
Yeah,
there are saying women forgive but never
intelligent-
forget, and men forget but never forgive.
Yeah.
Men are like dogs. Women are like cats. Women never forget shit that men forget, but we never forgive.
Yeah.
There's also the other old saying, "Beware the wrath of a gentle man."
I've seen that.
Yeah.
I got pushed around a lot in middle school. You know, there was this kid that started shit with me. My dad basically went to the school and beat the shit out of a 15-year-old.
Well,
see, my dad's the kind of guy who would do anything for his kids.
My dad was the same.
But
my grandfather would give you the shirt off his back and then some if you needed it. And he didn't give two shits.
My dad, after NAM, tried to be a pacifist. You know, really just easygoing, get along with everybody because he'd seen enough death and destruction. But when you pushed him, he would flip the fuck out and get really pissy.
It's a bit like with my grandfather. He became military police, and basically in the Australian Army at the time, or the Anzacs, the military policeman wasn't there to enforce the rules. He was basically had to be the badass that pulled everybody into gear if they did something, you know, like stupid. So basically, you had to be the biggest fucking ass kicker around. And my grandfather was a small dude, and yet he used to pull in his younger brothers, which were basically twice the size of him, into gear with no problems whatsoever. It didn't matter. Like, the only way you could keep the Aussies in line was to literally be the badass that beat the shit out of them.
My granddad told me funny stories about when he was on leave in Australia during World War II.
Yeah.
Like some of the Australian cops, I think you call them bobbies. Or is that a British thing?
That's a British term.
But anyway, he got into a fight.
Yeah, in Australia they just call them cunts.
Yeah, coppers.
My granddad basically got into a fight with two of them because they insulted his dead friends from Guadalcanal.
Yeah?
And, he got into a fight with them in a bar. And two Australian military policemen just happened to be in the same bar and heard what they said. They got up and joined my granddad.
Yeah?
Beating the shit out of the cops.
I remember my dad telling me this funny story about my Uncle Wally. Basically, he was a little brother of my grandfather. My grandfather would pull him into gear every now and again, but basically, at one point, the coppers came to arrest him, and this was just as World War II was starting. And basically, no copper wanted to pull him into gear, or arrest him. So they literally called the coppers from every outlying town and came together with about 12 coppers. And this means that coppers had to travel like 2 days on horse to get here. And they're like, we're arresting Wally. So it's like, all right, I'm on the way. And basically, all the coppers showed up. And they're like, okay, Wally. They're like, Wally, you're coming with us. You're going to jail. And he's like, no, I'm not. And he's just there drinking his beer. Because generally, no one fucked with Wally. And if they did, they didn't walk for long. And so the coppers are there with basically holding their guns. They're not out, but they're ready to fucking draw him. Like, Wally, you're coming with us. You got no choice this time. He's like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm not going with you. And they're getting all scared. Then he's like, let me show you something. Reaches in his pocket, just puts down a piece of paper, and he just continues his beer. And the copper's just like, fuck. He's like, yeah, I just joined the army. You can't do fuck to me, bitch. And just keeps drinking his beer. And it's like 12 coppers literally came from every area to try and arrest him. And they're like, okay, we need a united front. None of them could fucking arrest him.
Took too long to unite.
Yeah, and apparently there was this other time one dude was giving him shit. And Wally's just there and he's like, I'm just here for a beer. And my granddad's like, Wally, don't do it. Just calm the fuck down. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm just drinking my beer. Just drinking my beer. And the dude's like, fucking going on for about a half an hour giving him shit. And as soon as the dude orders another beer and puts his money down, Wally's like, I'll have another beer. And the other dude's like, yeah, I'll have one too. Puts his money down. Wally just looks at him, whops, smacks him in the face, crumples his fucking face in and knocks him unconscious for about fucking 2 hours. The dude can't walk for a day. And Wally grabs his beer that the other dude freaking paid for, skulls it, then grabs his beer and just continues drinking.
Fucking Chad.
That's some serious Chad energy.
Yeah. He also had to run off a couple of times and spend a lot of time with bungs making moonshine because he used to get in so much bloody trouble with the law.
He reminds. You ever seen this movie? I forgot what it was called, but it's like set in the 1920s in Appalachia. It's about these three brothers who do moonshining or whatever.
Nah, I haven't seen.
And one of them's named Howard.
The duck.
Let me see if I can pull it.
Oh my god. Actually, that reminds me of something.
Did it have Shia LaBeouf in it?
Yeah, let me see. Lawless. That's the name of it. Lawless.
Lawless. My father used to be a bartender, and he would have like a lot of regulars come in. Right, this was back in like the 70s, 80s, and late 70s, early 80s. And you get regulars, right? And some people would come in, and he actually got quite a few guns that way, working at the bar, because people would actually use their guns as a deposit for beer. And he would hold on to them, and they come in. When they would be able to actually pay back money, and they pay them back, and they give them their guns back. But sometimes they didn't, so he ended up getting a couple guns that way. But there's these two brothers that would frequent the bar, and they're big guys, big like Viking-esque guys, like Jom's Vikings, these towering blonde-haired men.
Oh shit!
That like over 6 feet, easily over 6 foot, and they worked at the mill, and they were boisterous, and they got in fights a lot though. And they were nice enough guys. Like, you go on their nice side, they're quick to anger but quick to laugh, those sorts.
Yeah.
And they were in there, and they're one of the guys had roughed up this other guy beforehand, and just beat him up and threw him out the door, and had a laugh. Didn't really think anything of it. And the guy took it really personal though. He like a week later, while this guy was at the bar drinking, he cold cocks him right in the back of the head, knocks him out. And the brother saw that. And the brother, like, he came in and he saw that. He physically lifted the guy. And my dad said, like, I've never seen it before. He lifted him over his head and threw him out the door and out on the sidewalk. Then he picked him up and started throwing him in front of traffic.
Jesus.
And the guy got away. He didn't get killed. He learned his lesson.
Reminds me.
And
go on.
The bars. I have a couple of weird stories. So, at this bar, there was 3 bars in town. This was like the middle one in terms of how decent it was, I guess, or how rowdy it was. Because there's one that was like a bit more upscale. It was calmer, it was nicer. Then there's this middle bar, and this one had some gang members that show up. Though my dad made them take off their gang colors because they're the Exiles, so they're like a branch off of Hell's Angels, except they're in Maine, so they're like nothing. And he said the guys came in, and my dad said like, nope, no gang colors, because my dad's from New Jersey. He's like, no gang colors allowed. Just to be difficult. He likes to do that. He was a troll. He's like giving people a hard time sometimes. So these guys came in and they're wearing their colors. Like, nope, can't wear them in here. It's like, oh, what are you gonna do? But it's like, I won't give you any beer. It's happy hour. That's right here. It's like it's 5-cent beers for like 2 or 3 hours. You get 5 cents and you get a beer, and that's why they're there. It's like, all right, if you want to take off your colors, I'm not going to give you anything. So they all go, they all convene with each other, they all talk, come back, it's like, all right, we decided not to wear our gang colors. Like, all right, fair enough. You can go ahead and have a seat, and I'll bring you some beers. And one of the times these guys came by, they were harassing this guy. They were driving around him, harassing this guy walking down their street. And after they got done, they drove in, parked their cycles, and went to the bar. My dad was watching this guy, and this guy noticed all the bikes there, and he went by and picked out every single one of their keys out of their motorcycles and just took them all and walked off. And before he left, he kicked over the motorcycles. He started bashing them, kicking them over.
Oh shit!
And then he left, and my dad just waited. He didn't even say anything. He just waited for like about a half hour. Said, hey, I think I saw some guy knocking over your motorcycles. And they said, what? They all ran out there, and they started cursing because they figured, well, it had to have been that guy they were pestering. But they couldn't drive anywhere. So they had to go over to the one payphone in the bar and take their turns calling their girls and wives and telling them where they hid their motorcycle keys in the house. The other keys, like, well, it's under the potted plant in the living room. That's the other key. It's like, oh no, it's under the doormat and out in the foyer. They're all calling their girlfriends to try and get their keys so they can get their motorcycles, so they can come by and drop them off, so they can bring their motorcycles back home. They also stopped using glass ashtrays, because you know what? Glass ashtrays, not a good thing. Get one of those flung at your head, because women were the ones that usually threw the ashtrays.
Yeah.
They get feisty.
Actually, most of the when I was working at a hotel, most of the people that did generally try and glass someone were women.
Ooh. They're quick to anger, especially white trash.
Yeah.
This bar was, like I said, this was like the middle bar, so it was rowdy sometimes, but then it got calm because those two big guys, they actually kind of acted like bouncers. Like, they would rough people up and they'd actually keep things pretty calm. The rough bar was down the street, and the bartender there was a Korean War veteran. He's a Marine. And he took jack shit from no one, even though that was a rough bar. Like, if you got too out of hand, he had a blackjack behind the bar. He'd drub you with it, and then drag you out in the parking lot and leave you there afterwards. And this one guy, Like after my dad, the bar he worked at, he closed. The other one stayed open a few hours later so that he'd go down there and have a drink. And he's pretty good friends with the guy. And this one guy was just drinking heavy, and he started picking a fight with the bartender. So the bartender blackjacked him, cracked his skull right with that blackjack, hauled him out into the parking lot, left him there. So about 10 or 15 minutes goes by, the guy stumbles back in, looking for a fight again, rubbing his head, like, "Oh, where's the son of a bitch that hit me?" And then the bartender walks over and claps him again with that blackjack. The guy hauls the guy out in the parking lot, leaves him there again. Third time, the guy comes in, looking for a fight again. Like, he swears he's gonna get the guy he did to him. The bartender cracks him again and hauls him off. The fourth time he walks in, he doesn't have that fight anymore. That piss and vinegar, that's gone. He's like, "Oh, my head hurts so much. Can I just sit down for a bit?" He's like, "Yeah, go ahead."
I'm sure.
Okay.
I was picturing that he's
what
going to turn
happened.
into a Mo and be like, "All right, if you're going to beat up my friend in my bar, there's going to be an 8 drink minimum."
Yeah.
There was my granddad who was a paratrooper in World War II. After the war, he became chief of police of my small town. Town of maybe 500 people.
Yeah.
Well, my town was situated right where the lumberjacks, on Friday, Saturday night would get paid and come into town after a week working in the mill and everything.
Yeah.
And also the railroad.
I heard they cut down trees and like to press wildflowers.
But anyway, there was this guy. He was about 6'8", 380 fucking pounds, and this is 1954. Well, my granddad, he didn't like he didn't like the standard issue police sap, just a little piece of rubber.
Yeah.
What he did is he cut it open and he replaced all of it with BBs, lead fucking BB shot.
Yeah.
So basically, this guy started shit in the bar, and my granddad got called in. There was only 3 other cops in the entire town, and my granddad just walked up, didn't bother talking or anything, and just hit him alongside the side of the head. And the guy fucking went down. This is after he took a swing at my granddad and fucking cut his lip. One thing about my granddad, he was a sergeant with the 101st Airborne, and he didn't put up with bullshit.
No.
No.
So
old American dude.
After he took out his napkin, and wiped his face off, looked at his blood, he kind of smiled, pulled the sap out, and just hit the guy.
I think
he grabbed him, stuffed him in the back of his cruiser, dragged him. Didn't even bother picking him up, handcuffing him or anything. Took him down to the police station, which the police station was right underneath City Hall. It had like 3 cells in it. And you had to go down the stairs into the jail. My granddad basically threw the guy down the flight of stairs. Then walked down, grabbed the guy, and dragged him and threw him in a cell.
Nice.
The guy woke up the next morning and said, "I've been in fights with a lot of men, but you're the only one who's ever knocked my ass out. I am sorry." He apologized. He said, "I'm sorry for what I did. Can I please go?" My granddad said, "Sure, get the hell out of here." Unlocked the cell, and the guy just left. Got on a train and left like he was a hobo.
Wow. Just
got on the train and headed. And the last my granddad heard of him, he got arrested in Seattle for starting a fight with the Seattle cops. Knocked out 6 of them before they took him down.
Damn. Well, that's why you carry some. Well, that's why you have a blackjack.
Yeah, but like I said, my granddad modified his and put fucking lead shot in it.
Oh no, a blackjack's supposed to have lead at the end of it.
Yeah, well, see, the saps they were issued were just the standard rubber police ones. You know what I'm talking
the
about?
leather ones. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. They're just like a leather. They're a slap, like you said. They're just like a piece of leather.
By the way,
they're meant to just inflict a bit of pain. Blackjacks are meant to knock you out.
Now, my granddad one time got into a fight with the Hells Angels. In 1962. Before they became the Angels, a couple of them were in Montana for some weird ass reason, and they started shit in a bar. Well, my granddad just walked in there, and my granddad had a tattoo on his right arm.
Mm-hmm.
When he moved his sleeve just the right way, it showed off the 101st Airborne.
Mm.
Well, the leader of these guys just happened to be a paratrooper from Korea.
Oh.
And as soon as he saw that 101st Airborne, he's like, "You're a paratrooper?" Granddad said, all the way. This is, I'm sorry. He got his guys to calm down and get the hell out of there. Because the funny thing is, the original Angels were almost all veterans.
Yeah, no, all the motorcycle gangs were veterans back then.
And so they had a respect for the military.
Yeah. So, I actually reminded me of another story. So, these guys, the Exiles, right? They basically had a house, like a hangout house, behind ours.
Clubhouse.
Yeah, clubhouse. Thank you. Lost the word. So they had a clubhouse behind ours, and this was before I was even born. This is when my older brother had just been born, and that's very pertinent to the situation, since when he was born, like my brother just was out of the hospital, just had given birth. She's exhausted, needs rest, newborn child, and they were throwing lots of parties, and they were being very loud, and the distance between the house and ours is maybe 50 feet, 50, 60 feet. So you hear it, it's a suburban neighborhood, so you hear it. And my dad went over and he knocked on the door and said, "Hey, you guys keep it down. Like, my wife just gave birth, back from the hospital. Just try and keep it down a little bit. I'm just asking you that." They're like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, whatever. We'll quiet down. So it was quiet for like a half hour. Then they started being noisy, and then but it went on through the night like that. And my dad went by the next time they were being rowdy. He said, like, "Hey," I think it was like a day or two after. And he said, "Hey, you guys, I'm asking you, like, please just quiet down. Like, she's still exhausted. She's recovering. Just please, like, have a little bit of respect." They said, "Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure." So they're quiet for like a few hours and they start partying again. And then the next time my dad went over, he took his gun with him. He took his .44 Magnum. And he said, "All right, I'm asking you one more time." Didn't point it, just had it in his hands, like, "I'm just asking you one more time. Just be quiet." "Yeah, yes, sir. Well, we can do that." And they were. They were quiet. So a week later, one of their heads, bosses, whatever you want to call them, he had a good amount of drink, and he stumbled into our yard, demanding a fight. And my dad was watching him wander into the yard, and he opens the door, and our dog ran out at that time. And our dog at that time was a German Shepherd.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
And what happened next was a lot of screaming as the dog lunged, and the guy turned around, and he was a big guy. He wasn't, like, really that... He might be a young guy, but he's still big. Kind of chubby. He turned, tried to run. Dog caught him. Caught him on his ass. And ripped and shredded his pants. Before my dad watched it, eventually he pulled the dog off. The guy, crying and sobbing, like, crawled back and ran back to their clubhouse. And my dad brought the dog in, and he's thinking about it. Because my dad, I don't know, my dad's a particular guy. And he's like, I should probably go check on him, see how he's doing. So he walks over to the clubhouse, and the guy's sitting over there. He's drinking a beer, and he has an ice pack on his ass. And he's saying on some bandages. Because dog drew blood. It bit him hard enough. It bit him on the ass hard enough where it made him bleed.
Most dog bites, it's rare that you don't end up freaking them bleeding like a bastard, because when they bite, they tear as well.
Yeah. So the guy's sitting. He's like, my dad said, he looks at him. He's like, how you doing? It's like, "Your dog bit me." "Yeah, well, he came into the yard." And they're quiet for a bit. My dad looks at him and is like, "If you want, I'll pay for your underwear." And the guy's quiet. He's like, Extra large. Alright. My dad bought him a pair of extra large underwear for his troubles. Because he ruined that pair.
Yeah. The biker gangs have changed so much.
These guys, the guys that are up here, the Exiles, they were more like LARPers. Even back then. Like, they were LARPing. Like, they like to pretend they're tough, but, like, my dad told me he wasn't scared of them because he had dealt with real gangs in New Jersey. And he's like, I'm not scared of these guys.
Well, if your dad was New Jersey, like 1960s, 70s, he saw the fucking mob at the worst.
No, it's more like mob and ghettos and stuff like that, because he lived near, like, the ghetto parts. So he saw, like, the black gangs and stuff.
Well, see, the thing is I actually got to hang around the Hells Angels clubhouses when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
Well, Hells Angels are what they call a 1%er. And the Exiles, as you call them, as you say, they don't seem like they're an actual 1%er group.
No, these guys are like a branch of the Hells Angels, which, if they're official or not, who knows? But they are affiliated technically, but once again, they're in Maine. They're not anywhere near the West Coast where the Hells Angels came from.
I actually got into a fight with a Mongol one time when I was hanging around the Angels.
Oh, yeah.
And see, the thing about the Angels, you got to act like you're a fucking badass, even if you're not an actual angel.
Yeah.
I was hanging around him because my cousin was a member. He no longer is because he decided the lifestyle wasn't, after he had his first kid, just wasn't good.
Yeah.
He got out and he went into trucking.
Big trucking.
Especially after the drugs really started to take off in the gangs.
Yeah, that was similar thing in Australia. Like, we used to have like the biker gangs used to be very reasonably respectful. They didn't mess with women or children, and unless you messed with them, they didn't mess with you. Then they kind of got into the drug system, and then in the 90s and early 2000s, there was actually a pretty big problem with the biker gangs. But you don't hear much from them anymore because they mainly just they're basically the drug vendors now.
Yeah. That's what a lot of the gangs have done, because that's where the most money is. They shifted from like gambling and because I think what the Hells Angels used to do, gambling, prostitution, and gun running, right?
Yeah, every MC, as they're called, they're not called gangs. I'm doing air quotes. They call themselves MCs.
Yeah.
But the thing is the Angels that I hung around with as a teenager, most of them are no longer even involved in the life.
Yeah, that's the thing. Most of the bikers that had basically a sense of honor didn't bloody generally left or phased themselves out over time when it started really becoming about friggin' drug dealing and shit.
Yeah, they phased out because, like you said before, they're veterans. They had a sense of duty and responsibility to like society as a whole. They may have done stuff that they knew was illegal, but it's stuff that they thought was like acceptable to do still, like drinking or like moonshining or gun running, stuff like that. That's acceptable.
Old school mafia stuff, basically.
Yeah.
Also, the Hells Angels originally had a connection too to the New York mob. They did a lot of the West Coast stuff for the mob.
I wouldn't doubt it. 1 minute.
But see, on the East Coast, the group what's funny is the Angels, people think they're the oldest MCs out there. They're not. The oldest MC was started in 1937, and guess what city?
Not San Francisco.
Chicago.
Hey.
Outlaws.
Breaking the law.
Their emblem was a skull with two motorcycle pistons behind it. And they're still around because they're not stupid enough to actually go around announcing themselves.
Yeah. It was a skull with 2 jars of piss behind it. They were kind of weird.
Hey, I just know motorcycle stuff just because some of the clubs fascinate me how they operated for so long with flying under the radar.
Yeah. Well, that's the smart ones do that. The smart ones are still at it.
They don't go flying their club colors when they're doing criminal activity either.
Yeah, well, that's like those are the new guys. Like well, what you said. Like the newer people, they want the bravado of it because they see like a romanticism with it, but they also see like the influence they'll have with it as well. They'll think,
They want
I'm
the
a big
wank
shot.
factor, basically.
Yeah,
Now-
it's like the Bloods and the Crips. It's like them too. Like I want the notoriety
Right.
associated with them.
Yeah. Well, see, the funny thing is also when you ever watch Count Dankula?
Occasionally.
Yes, occasionally.
He did a video about the hippie commune and the Nordic biker war. Well,
That sounds hilarious.
the Nordic biker war broke out in Canada before it moved over into Europe. And there was two groups, basically the Rock Machine and the Banditos.
Those are fascinating names.
Yeah,
Banditos
bandito.
The Banditos, their emblem is a fat Mexican holding a 6-shooter.
What
Sounds
was the
about
other
right.
gang again?
The Rock Machine.
The Rock Machine. What was their emblem?
It was like an eagle, some kind of retarded eagle.
Well, now I'm picturing an eagle in a wheelchair.
But there was a fight basically that erupted between the Angels wanted to brand over one of the groups.
I'm just a
And then
rock
they-
machine.
And two of these, one of the groups that formed wasn't even real bikers. And
Yeah, they had
basically,
wheelchairs. They're retards.
well, the group basically that got killed, they killed like Hell's Angels killed like 6 of these guys
Oh.
because. And what's funny is, 5 of the 6 started crying like bitches, and the one who was about the one biker, real biker in the group, who was actually a 1%er, said, "Shut the fuck up." To all of them, as he had a gun aimed at us, said, "Real men don't fucking cry when you're about to be killed. Shut the fuck up, pussies." But basically, that started in Canada, the Nordic Biker War. It was all about drugs and guns.
Oh, don't be crying now, eh?
And see, the funny thing is 3 of them were fucking Americans. It was like a weird situation that just went down in fucking Canada.
Now listen here, you
was like-
hosers. You're gonna say your story, or we're gonna have to cave in your skull here.
Oh yeah, I see that you got your bikes there, eh? You got driving them around, huh? Well, make sure you got your drugs there, right? And
I got me
make sure you got
unicycle
your
now,
guns.
Also, if you want to hear something funny, is when I was hanging around these guys, 2 of the guys were Iraq war vets, and a guy decided to start shit with me. I was a teenager, and I wasn't starting anything. I was just working the bar for him.
Yeah.
And this guy, who was a big fat guy, probably in his 30s, just started shit with me. And these 2 Iraq war vets who were members, like full patch members,
Yeah.
grabbed the guy by the neck and just threw him through a window.
Well, I mean, the bar owner was like, guys, door.
Well, it was their clubhouse. What goes behind the
Oh,
doors
okay.
of the Angels clubhouse.
Okay, well,
Is
fine.
it
If they're
present
paying for it, then
spread?
that's fine.
And I'll tell you this clubhouse is fucking nice. You think of a biker clubhouse as just a shithole?
No, most
This
of mine
place
are
has
pretty
fucking
good.
Plasma.
I mean,
They had
minus the window
plasma.
being broken. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice.
They had
Sans the
plasma.
broken window.
They had plasma TVs up on almost every fucking wall.
Oh yeah, oh man, I guarantee those guys love watching TV. Like they want to watch their sports ball or whatever happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, there's now an emoji request channel, so
Alright.
yeah, most of you guys like, man, I should have made this earlier, and then I just kind of spaced it out.
Also, bit of advice: if you ever run into a real biker, never fuck with this bike.
Yeah.
Well, no shit.
I knew that already.
That's like saying, oh, when you go outside, don't look directly at the sun for like an hour.
It's like, hey, I just met this cowboy and I stuck my hand in his horse's ass and he got upset. I couldn't figure out why.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying this because here's something funny. You know what a prospect is in a biker club, right?
Yeah, someone who's looking to
Yeah,
join.
look at this shit.
Oh yes.
Well, this guy got drunk as shit, which was against the rules, and he decided to get on the president's fucking bike.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh,
And the
that's
president
stupid.
had spent like 20 years in goddamn prison for fucking drug running and fucking beating a guy to death with his bare fists.
My God, yeah.
This guy, they beat the holy piss out of, didn't kill him, and he also, stupidly, without permission, had gotten a fucking angel's tattoo on his back. You know what they did?
Did they cut it off?
Burned it. They burned it with a fucking knife.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
You don't cut that stuff off. You burn it because it's easier, and plus not as messy for the people doing it. Like flaying people's a pain in the ass.
It is.
And they basically
you really can't skin a person very well. It's a lot like skinning a pig. It's easier just to shave it.
Yeah, it's better just to scorch it. And you're like, you know what? There, done and done. That was quick.
I was just what they call a hang around because I had no intention of joining. I was just there for my cousin.
Well,
and they actually respected that I didn't have any intention of joining. I was just there to help out because I was 15. I had nothing better to do.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, it's if anything, that's kind of like a boon because I think that's also nice for the members that you're there to do stuff that they don't have to, and you're also trusted though.
Yeah, because I didn't start shit with anybody because I was a teenager and I knew I'd get my ass kicked. And plus, my dad was a veteran, so they kind of gave me a little bit of respect for that.
Yeah.
Plus, whenever they needed somebody to do the bar, I'd just go behind there and just start handing out beer.
Yeah, no, that sounds like fun. Being a bartender.
I stopped going around when one of the members decided to start trying to, make me his prison bitch, to put it lightly.
Why?
Because he thought I was smaller than him and couldn't fight him off.
That's a terrible reason.
Well, he'd also just come out of the joint. He still thought prison rules applied.
Well, yeah. Well, there's also women.
You would think that after you've been in the point, you're like, hey, I want something with an actual fucking hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
why do I get the feeling
you know,
it's like that? Not that Joe Dirt, but it had the same dude from Joe Dirt.
David Spade.
Yeah, David Spade.
Well,
I
told
my
cousin.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I told my cousin about this, and he was like, "We'll look into this." They fucking raided his house. Guess what they found on his fucking computer?
CP.
Oh my god, child porn.
They found child porn and fucking drugs he was supposed to be selling, but he was using himself.
Yay, child porn and drugs.
They weren't fucking happy because the angels, they actually like kids.
Yeah, they have a code of honor. Most bikers, especially proper ones, you don't mess with someone's missus or their kids. That is that is the main rule. There's a code of honor kind of thing. Like I said, a bit like the old mafia kind of style. You never messed with someone's family because if you did, that would incur the wrath of every single fucker in the entire area.
Yeah,
it'd be the only thing that would get the gangs to come together would be against someone who attacks people's kids or family.
Yeah, actually, that reminded me of something. I remember this during this old gangland shootout in like the 1930s. This woman was killed in a crossfire. Like this mobster shot. He was sloppy, didn't really care, and he killed a woman. Both sides, like afterwards, they realized what happened. Both sides stopped. And I think one side was able to capture the guy, and they handed him over to the other people, the people that the gang he is a part of, and they killed him.
Well,
his own people killed him because he was sloppy and killed some woman in a crossfire, some innocent bystander, some woman.
See, that's the way the old mafia in New York operated too. If you accidentally even killed a woman, your ass was grass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, they caught you with drugs. You fucking got a one-way trip to fucking New York Bay.
Yep. Dropped you down.
There was the old school code of honor.
I left you in the car under the bridge.
Yeah.
The gun shovel to the head.
Also, you tried skimming from them, stealing from what they thought was theirs.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You were a dead man.
You get a new pair of shoes for that way.
You know, speaking of Mafia, who else would love a Mafia 4 set in New York in like the 1950s? Like good Mafia game, not Mafia 3.
Well, you could probably play the
Good
Darkness.
Mafia game I played.
You can play the Darkness 2. That's basically a full-on Mafia style game.
I have that. I've yet to play it.
It's good.
Same.
It's not as good as number 1, but it's good.
I gotta be honest. I think I'd rather if a rogue game suck or a bully sequel.
Yeah, bully.
Go
Bully
ahead.
sequel would be awesome.
I never could complete
I would
that.
actually I just want them to remaster the Godfather games. Actually,
Never played them.
Godfather games?
yeah, the Godfather. Oh, just remaster them. That's it. Those are great.
Oh shit.
Oh, did you guys hear the Steam Deck is coming out on next month?
The Steam Deck? Oh, the thing that they were talking about like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's a handheld Steam game system.
Oh,
yeah, I heard about that.
You can play all of your Steam games on it.
This is either going to go really well or really badly.
It's going to go really badly. It'll probably sell really well, but the problem is, I don't think anyone is going to be playing Cyberpunk on a handheld.
Yeah, I can't see myself playing Age of Empires 2 or Hello Master Chief. And
Yeah. Well, I was looking at it, and for a 512 gigabyte system, because they've got like 3 or 4 variants they're selling, it's $649.
Fucking Jesus. And that's American, so that's probably like $1,000 here.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck that. I don't have that kind of scratch.
for that kind of money, I've got other better things.
The thing is, it might be a bit like the Atari Lynx. That system was way ahead of its time. Like, it literally had, like, LCD screens and shit like that. Back in the freaking 90s.
It was full color and backlit before the Sega Game Gear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is it's using an AMD chip in it, too. It's basically the speed of it is equivalent to, like, a GTX 1060.
That's pretty fucking good.
4-3.
But the normal one is only a 64 gigabyte system. You can only hold like maybe one game for 60 gigs.
Yeah, if that, depending on the game itself. Like you wouldn't, like I said, you wouldn't be able to put Cyberpunk on there or any of the bloody GTAs or anything like that.
Well, the old GTAs you might, like San Andreas or something.
Yeah, but most ones that they'd put on there would be like online or something like that. Like you wouldn't be able to play Fallout 4.
Yeah, or Red Dead Redemption 2.
That too. But is Red Dead Redemption 2 even on computer yet?
Yeah, it is. It's been for like 2 years.
Ah.
Yeah,
although the online component is dog shit.
You know, that would be something else I wouldn't mind seeing. Ideas for interesting things Rockstar to do. Here's a thought: do a Red Dead game, but you're part of a wild, bandit gang. How about you're a fucking U.S. Marshal?
Yeah,
or you're a bounty, or you're a bounty hunter.
That's not the dark side of the American dream.
Yeah, I know. Do something other than the dark side of the American
Personally,
dream.
I'd like to be like a slave capturer or like a genocider or something like that. That'd be actually a lot of fun.
I wanted actually one of the ideas I had was the game starts off with you as a member of the U.S. Cavalry or a Confederate Army guy, Confederate Cavalry.
Oh yeah, and you've kind of like retired or something, and then it's like you get screwed over, and you're like, okay, you're like, okay, time to take my old school, kick everybody's ass, and go to town.
What would be awesome? I always wanted this, but they never did it. Is have a ranch building component, like where you build your own ranch, you choose what you want to build. You can break horses, raise them. breed them. All
Acres
that.
is the place to be.
Fallout 4. Fallout 4.
Living is the life for me.
You're still an outlaw.
Yeah, Fallout 4,
So
basically, but Red Dead.
I mean,
let's say again, I don't necessarily want to, play an outlaw against.
yeah, or like you're a bounty hunter, part-time bounty hunter.
Yeah, a bounty hunter would be good because that way you don't necessarily have to take orders from other people. You're not part of a command, but you also have the ability to do shit.
Sorry,
You can also
you're
choose-
disappearing a
yeah.
lot. You're cutting out a lot.
Yeah.
Metal Human.
You're cutting in and out, yeah. You're cutting out a lot.
Alright, well, actually at this point,
I agree with whatever you said.
Yeah. But yeah, it'd actually be fun to play like the good guys, the so-called good guys, for once in a Red Dead game.
Mm.
Like you're U.S. Marshal or something, and you get ambushed and shot.
You could play the undead version, the zombie one. You play a good guy in that one.
Actually, you know what? Like, yeah, both of you just listed like scenarios already, right? You listed, I mean, basically the bounty hunter would be paladin, and then you're a U.S. Marshal then shot, so that's the Lone Ranger. Like, I like one like Branded. Do you know about that series? Branded.
I've heard of it, but I haven't actually played it.
Branded is a series, old series. It was Chuck Connors was in it before he's in the Rifleman. And what happened? The series begins. It didn't air for long. It wasn't that successful, even though the premise was completely awesome. The good night, Meta. Oh, he left. The premise of it is Chuck Connors is a Army cavalry officer, and there was this massive ambush that happened on their unit by these Indians, and they branded him as a deserter, when in reality his unit was killed and he's able to fight them off like in this total badass fashion. He killed a shit ton of Indians, but he was labeled as a coward, like as a deserter, so they stripped him of his rank. They branded him as a
sword, right?
They broke his sword. They broke his saber in half, and cast him out of the fort. And he took his saber, like what was half of it, and he sharpened it, and he uses that as his knife. That's like his novelty thing, as he has this half saber that's like this big ass knife instead. And that'd be a cool start for something. Like, you're branded with this, and this is your little gimmicky weapon thing. I mean, then he did the Rifleman later, and that was his gimmick. Was he just rapid fires a Winchester into some guy 15 times, like empties out his Winchester into some dude, lever action style.
He could actually do that in real life too.
Oh yeah, he was good. He was good with it. It was just hilarious. Like you see him just work that lever, like in the show, he'll just run into the building or roll on the ground and just empty 10 rounds into some guy in half a second with his lever action and just laugh. I'm like, Jesus Christ, God.
You know, as much as I hate Marvel right now, it would be an awesome if they could get it off the ground. It would be an
Jonah
excellent
Hex.
Jonah Hex.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It'd be cool. It was a movie.
I watched the movie. It wasn't bad, but it was still.
Not the greatest. Was it Sony that did it?
Yeah, I think Sony did it.
Yeah.
But see, the thing I liked about Jonah Hex was he wasn't a good guy, but he wasn't a bad guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what? I'd like to see a Ghost Rider of that time period. Sam Elliott one teased it.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Texas Ranger.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be awesome. Or even just another bit of Ghost Rider. That would be good.
Yeah. I would like to see if they did a Ghost Rider one. I kind of like to see it do it almost like a detective drama-esque sort of thing.
Now, what would be awesome is a Ghost Rider set in the Mafia era in the 1920s and 30s.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
I even have a song that they could use. You ever heard
there? Oh,
no.
that.
it was by a group called Urban Country. It's called "Gonna Need a Grave." And there's like this picture of on the song I saw of this mafia style looking motherfucker with the Thompson. And there's like 3 dead mafia guys in front of him, and he's wearing like the trench coat and fedora, covering his eyes. He's just holding a Tommy gun with like a 50-round drum in it in one hand.
Yeah, I was picturing Bones Malone in the Spooky Boys.
Also, I swear Noir needs to make a comeback, like the old pulp-style detective, the hard-boiled who doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I still want to find some fiction like that you can actually read.
There was one that was actually similar to that, but it was actually the criminal's perspective. He was like this rather hard-boiled criminal that didn't really care. Like, all the people betrayed him. Like, he was betrayed, right? And he basically goes about getting his revenge against these people. And, like, his wife was sent to try and ambush him, but she basically ODs and dies, like, when he sees her. Because she'd just been taken and abused by, like, this guy that hated him. And he tried to, like, cut her off because she betrayed him, but he found out later that she'd been blackmailed into doing it. You guys like stuff like magic and urban fantasy stuff, like Shadowrun? Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Check out a book by a guy who did Monster Hunter International called Hard Magic. He's closely tied to what's his name, the guy who does like the Urban Mage book.
Butcher, was it?
Yeah, he actually is friends with Butcher. Larry Correa. Monster Hunter International is actually humans who are actually paid by the government as bounty hunters to kill monsters. Stuff like, like vampires and zombies. And when he wrote the book, he actually wrote the Monster Hunter International because he was sick and tired of B horror movies with stupid ass main characters.
Yeah, I hate retarded characters in pretty much anything. Like, a lot of times to make a scary movie scary, they basically have to remove the main character's freaking brains.
Yeah, well, in this one, they do a parody. They in the book, they actually kind of do a mockery of Jason Voorhees, where basically this undead leech, basically who has primitive intelligence, comes after him, and he's basically holding a machete going, "I've got you now, motherfucker." Well, the main character just lifts a 12-gauge shotgun and says, "Got you back, motherfucker," blows his head off.
Yeah.
That's basically straight out of The Mummy.
The series I'm thinking of, the first one of the series is called The Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the movie Payback was loosely based around.
You should check out the movie
Mel Gibson
Hunted.
Movie.
The movie Hunted. I think it's called Hunted. It's about a dude, like a former soldier, who basically keeps getting hunted down by the government. So he keeps defending himself and killing them when he's like a stealth and knife expert.
Is that the name of the book or the movie?
The movie. The Hunted, I think
The movie,
it's called.
Okay. Yeah.
It's really good. I enjoy that movie. And it introduced me to the track knife, I think it's called. And that is an awesome freaking blade.
I just posted the book cover for Monster Hunter International on the...
Hey, Levitz.
Yes.
Were there any big protests on Australia Day?
Well, kinda. We get the Invasion Day people, but there was a big thing about bloody, they cancelled, Australia Day celebrations, but then the government friggin' funded and allowed a bunch of, Invasion Day protests.
Oh, boy. But you can't have protests in favor of Australia Day?
Like, if you want to protest Australia Day, they let you go out. But if you want to celebrate Australia Day, that's it's too risky. COVID might get you.
What I mean is, were there any anti-mandate protests?
I'm not exactly sure. If you want to find out, go to the YouTube channel RV Yimity.
Yes.
From Rebel News Australia?
Yeah, Rebel News Australia. Basically, within 2 days of a protest, he'll have a bunch of stuff where he's actually gone to it, filmed it, and interviewed people.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't get spread up on the news when a protest happens now, or ever really.
Yeah, not even Sky News.
Yeah, nah, Sky News doesn't even do it. They occasionally are based, but a lot of the time they're just kind of main news.
Basically your version of Fox News.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they are mainstream light. Yeah, mainstream light.
I didn't see you here earlier, so.
Just boom. I have the same problem with them as I have with Fox News. They're boomerific and mostly out of touch.
Yep. Same with Newsmax.
I have to admit, I do enjoy watching Gutfield and Tucker, but they're the only things I watch when it comes to this. Gutfield's a funny bastard, and Tucker's, you can't poke holes in his logic most times. He's like, yep, he may be a boomer, but he's right.
For him wanting to have sex with that Eminem. But
Yeah, I mostly like Gutfeld because
we don't talk about that.
I mostly like Greg Gutfeld because he is pretty funny.
Yeah. I also like him because he's a short ass like I am.
Up in Great
I could have
Hall,
sleep on the show once.
I posted a picture of this hard magic book.
Though, I wonder what that Jesse Waters primetime show is going to turn out like.
Yeah, we'll see. But
in this book, basically, like, people have superpowers, and the main male character is what's called a brute. They're basically big superhuman strength. He packs a Thompson submachine gun that fires 50 caliber ACP. Like 50 caliber AP rounds because he can handle it. And in the book, guess who custom made it for him? John fucking Moses Browning.
Oh.
Because in the book, he's still alive.
Have you read any of the Mistborn books?
No.
I would recommend them. The first, it has a nice thing where time progresses in them. So the first 3 take place in the sort of like a medieval sort of era. And then the next 3 take place during like the Industrial Revolution.
Because, see, these books take place in like an alternate World War I era.
Yeah.
And
like this takes place where as there's trains, there's like cars are starting to be like pop around. So it's like kind of like right before World War I, like kind of like turn of the century sort of thing. So
by the way,
it's a really neat thing, and there's like they have magic, but like not everyone has the magic, and it's different types of magics involved.
Oh, okay.
By the way, you guys missed out on the Virage battle as well. Sorry.
What was that? I missed it.
You missed out on the Virage battle on what I'm streaming.
Yeah, and also, speaking of streaming, I've got Blood going right now, the Death Wish expansion. It's a lot of fun.
It was fun.
What, the game or the song? Music.
The
is energy conductor. Powerful of it. I need.
Well, the game is a retro first-person shooter called Blood. It came out in '97.
Also,
that's pretty old.
This book, there's a part where the main character packs a minigun that was also made by Browning, but it fires 50 cal rounds.
Nice. In the actual game that I'm actually running, the main group actually has a 75 cal gun attached to their car now.
75 caliber.
Only problem is it doesn't rotate, so they basically need to point the car directly at whatever they want to shoot. Because it's only got a 15% 15
elevation.
No, angle, side to side.
Oh.
It doesn't really have.
If you want to, like a comparable barrel size to that in real life would be a 12 gauge shotgun. It's about a 73 caliber bore.
Basically, it's something that you would attach to a tank.
What, 50 cal?
No, this one was a 75 cal.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's a tank gun.
Yep. Basically, there's only there's a creature around that basically can take on 1 to 2 tanks by itself, but one of the players is actually slowly crafting a weapon, and the main base of the gun is made from a punt gun.
Oh shit!
And basically, it's gonna turn a punt gun basically into a rifle that uses massive freaking dum-dum rounds that that are 8 inches long. So when they hit, they fan out and basically turn whatever they hit's armor against them.
Damn. Hey, any of you guys ever play a game? I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes, but have you ever play a game called Crimson Skies?
I vaguely recall it.
I recall the name, but I remember it.
It was an Xbox launch title, if I remember correctly.
It was also originally on PC, but it was basically set in an alternate universe where airships were still around, and there was airship pirates.
Sounds fun.
Yes. Guns of Icarus was something that I wanted to be able to play,
it. But you need to get a lot of people to play with you because it's just. I really wanted to play that Star Trek game that was supposed to be like you get 5 people. One would be like the engineer, one would be the captain, one would be that, and then you'd have
bridge crew.
Yeah, that was going to be awesome. And then it just did it ever happen?
It did, but nobody played it.
Well, you needed 5 people to play it, so
it was in DR too.
What was that? What was that pirate game? The sailing one?
Oh yeah.
Sid Meier's Pirate.
Sea of Thieves.
Not Sea of Thieves. I think it was.
Sid Meier's Pirate.
No, it's a PvP online thing. Let me bring up my Steam library.
All right, but then I've got to go.
Thieves is fun, but it's not. It wasn't as in depth or as big. I'll say it was like Black Sails, but that's not right. I know that's not right.
No, that Black Sails was that Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Which everybody talks about how great the friggin' sailing and stuff was, but it got old really, 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 really fast.
You might be thinking of Naval Action.
No, it's not that one.
It's the one that you had muskets in it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's you basically there's a captain and you had your crew members and it was a bit janky, and maybe that was a feature.
Blackwake.
Blackwake, yes, that's it. Thank you.
It died, didn't it?
I think there's still people playing it.
Huh.
I think It's a Gundam used to have that playing in the background. I think.
But it's entertaining. It's silly. I did play it like within the last year. When was the last time? No, it was actually 3. I played it 3 years ago. My bad.
What I still want is any of you play Assassin's Creed Black Flag?
I have not.
I did.
For about an hour.
I wanted that game so much just to be a pirate game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you took the Assassin's stuff out of it, it was actually.
It's a great.
Yeah.
It's a great pirate game. Just take the Assassin's Creed out.
Yeah. It's basically okay. Can I just skip the assassin parts and get back to sailing around, and just like it was kind of gimmicky, but it was, it got old, but it was kind of fun.
Like, imagine that game, but set with Sid Meier's stuff. That would be fucking epic. Like, first person sailing your ship, capture a bigger ship, you get to sail that.
Yeah.
Like, by the end of the game, you're sailing a fucking man of war with like 120 guns.
Sing shanties. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I remember you had to collect the shanties, didn't you?
Crash on Monkey Island.
Shanties were great. One of the best parts of the game.
Yeah.
Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and wine.
Let's go, boys. Oh, actually, have you guys heard the song "The Derelict"?
Yep. Abney Park.
By who?
Abney Park did a version of it. I also
I haven't heard that one.
Where is it? I've been listening to Realm of Chaos.
Oh, nice.
I haven't listened to them yet.
All I want.
Let's see. Let's see. Techno shanties. Rolling down to Old Maui.
Actually,
Which version
have
do
any
you
of you
have?
heard Little V? He does occasionally shanty, like metal versions of shanties.
You know what's funny about those shanties is they're what they call working songs.
Yeah.
Yes, they're put to a rhythm. The best example being the pump shanty.
And they're basically designed for guys who are working.
Dry down to hell
To basically
and up to the
sync themselves
sky,
up as
bend your
well.
back, bake your bones.
Yeah,
just
so basically while you're doing
1,000
hard
miles
work,
from
it distracts you.
Yeah, and it keeps you in sync as well. It keeps you in at the same speed as
Rhythm.
the people you're working with.
Yeah, it's like the railroad. When the railroad used to have the guys that go out and lay track, they would sing.
When I was at the slaughterhouse, there was a mate of mine, and we used to sing the Rubber Ducky song. We'd literally, when we'd get really exhausted, we'd sing the Rubber Ducky song just to keep our minds focused so that we wouldn't drop from heat exhaustion.
Yeah, when I actually worked at a meat packing plant, and all of the Hispanic people who worked there would sing Hispanic working songs. But Mexicans can sing.
Actually, if you guys watch old Devin Tracy stuff, he had a bunch of footage that his father took when he used to own land in Africa, and had like the African workers there. It's pretty cool. And you used to see that, you know, if you had multiple complicated jobs, the Africans were useless. But if you had simple stuff that they could sing a shanty to, they'd be very efficient.
So Stan Rogers, a Canadian, actually did a lot of great shanties.
Yes, he did.
Back to Little V. You know, the thing that cemented him being awesome to me was his metal version of the Resident Evil 2 save room theme back in 2015. Holy shit, it's amazing.
I have not heard that one yet. I've been meaning to go through a bunch of his stuff, but to be honest, I have not had time to really do much stuff. Like, today's basically the first day that I felt decent enough to be able to even play a game. And I'm sitting at about 5 hours now playing Legend of Dragoon. But I do not see that as a waste of time because I try to play Legend of Dragoon all the way through once a year. And I wasn't able to do it last year. Because I was...
the Legend of Dragoon, the pause menu theme in that game is just... It's some wonderful jazz fusion.
Yeah, actually, if you log on check out right now, you can listen to it. I'm in the pause menu here.
Anyway,
but personally, I love Dart's theme. That is my favorite theme of all time. When I was a teenager, I actually put lyrics to it because I loved it so much.
Anyway, I'm gonna go, guys. You have a good one.
All right, catch you later, Green Man.
Take it easy. Way to Green Man.
In fact, there's actually a cover version of that pause menu music on YouTube as actual jazz fusion with real instruments.
Really? There's actually there's quite a few people that have redone like Cellus Destruction and stuff like that on piano, and it's bloody awesome. Like, really, really well done.
I like some of the guys that do the metal covers of the Mega Man boss themes.
Oh yeah,
those ones are pretty good.
Some did some metal covers of Mega Man Legends, which is my favorite Mega Man game ever.
And when it comes to Mega Man Classic and X covers, look no further than that Polish guy Met.
Yeah. Oh, what was it? There was a Mega Man. What was it called? Mega Man Mission something. Mission Force or something. It's like an RPG style Mega Man game. It's really good. Although there is a scene
Mission
where
Command?
Mission Command, yeah. But at the start, it's funny. There's this. You meet this like you're running through this area, and you meet this dude, and he's like, "Hello, how are you?" Basically, we're under attack. And then the next scene is some enemies show up, and he's like, "Get through that door," and blows himself up, but like rips out his core and gives it to you, and then blows himself up, and it's like, no, and it does like this big kind of like almost like my heart will go on style kind of thing, and they spend like an hour talking about how great this person was and how noble their sacrifice was, and it's like, this dude literally is like, hello, here's my heart, I'm gonna blow myself up now. And it's literally about that long. He's literally there for about 30 seconds, and they keep talking about how noble the sacrifice and all this was, and it's like 2 enemies that you've defeated previously. It makes me laugh every time I think of it.
That's to the point. Yeah. Have you ever? It reminds me a little bit of this, but have you ever played Restateer?
That's the one when you're like that little girl and you're managing the shop, isn't it? And you can do dungeon
Yeah, it's
crawling.
the shop and the dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah. It cracks me up because it'll be a guy will come in to sell something like, oh man, I've fallen on hard times. And my grandmother gave this to me. It meant a lot to her, but I got a salad to make ends meet. It's a ham sandwich. I'm like, huh. Okay. I guess I'm buying a ham sandwich from you. Your grandmother's cherished heirloom ham sandwich. For $1,000 apparently. Okay. Fucking expensive ham sandwich. Not even prosciutto, I bet.
Yeah, I've got to.
You know what? I'm just buying it.
I've got to finish that game because that is a really good game.
It is. It's a really fun game. I've beat it multiple times because you can. If after you beat it, you basically unlock a person instantly for next time, and when you unlock everyone that way, there's actually a special person you unlock after.
Oh, cool!
So it actually takes a while to actually really complete, but
that must be what
easy to do.
That must be like
New Game Plus stuff.
Yeah, but that must be like 6 or 7 playthroughs, I think.
Let's see. There's Monk Guy, Spear Girl,
Sword
Assassin
Dude?
Girl, Sword Dude.
Oh wait, no, Sword
Mage
Dude's you get it
Kid.
right at the start, so he's already unlocked.
Yeah, you get him, but depending, it actually depends on if you unlock them, how many times you play as them for like those outing missions, and whenever you complete the game with like whoever, like say Assassin Girl, at the end of the mission you get a special card. So when you do the New Game Plus, you have her card right in the very beginning, so she's actually available for you to hire right at the very start.
That's cool.
And
Actually,
when
I
you do
maxed
that
out.
with
I
each of
maxed out
them,
the shit out of Sword Dude. Nothing friggin' could
Yeah.
beat me when I was at that point.
yeah, I mean that's the nice thing because they keep all their items.
Ooh.
So after you do a new game, they keep all the items they had previously.
Do they keep their
So,
skills?
Yes, I think they keep their level and everything.
That's awesome.
So they keep all that stuff, and you just carry on and keep playing with them. And when you do the new game, you keep all the items that you have for your shop, but you don't keep your money.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing, because the thing is you've got to pay off your debt. So if you've already stockpiled friggin' a couple $100,000 or whatever, $1 million or whatever your debt is, you just go pay it off, game finished.
Yeah, so you basically redo the game. You have all your starting items, and you'll have like the special cards you have, so you can go to the dungeon immediately with whoever. But you have to try and like trigger certain events if you want the other people, so you can actually play as them.
Yeah.
So I think the last one, I think I only have 1 or 2 left. I think I just have the Mage Kid, and
I've never gotten the Mage Kid. I don't think. Like I said, I never managed to complete it.
Yeah, you have to like go be at certain times at certain places, and like the Mage Kid will show up. I think he shows up about after the first week. I think he'll show up.
Oh yeah.
And he shows up, and he's probably the least. He's like the least best of them. Like the best of them are probably the monk punching guy.
Yeah. Sword Dude's great. That's all I've used.
Sword
really.
Dude. I like the monk guy because he can run, so he's fast.
Oh yeah.
And like running, it
isn't
goes through
there
a
an
lot quicker.
archer that's really good?
Yes,
for what
Alpha
I've heard?
Archer girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty good. The best two, in my opinion, are the archer. The monk guy and the assassin girl. Probably the assassin girl's the best one.
I never got a chance
Dagger
to
girl.
use the assassin girl, so.
She's really good. She's probably one of the best ones.
Yeah, I think the only ones I've used.
There's a demon.
There's
a demon guy
sorcerer,
too.
isn't there? There's a sorcerer that chucks fireballs, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the kid, the mage kid. There's technically a demon guy you unlock because after you beat it a certain number of times, I think once or twice, you can get the demon guy. You can figure out how to get him sooner.
Oh, cool.
And you can get him, and he'll give you a card. You can play with him, and then you can get him to be unlocked completely. And he's a bit tougher to get. But after you unlock absolutely everyone, which is sword guy, assassin girl, monk guy, sorcerer kid, archer girl, monk guy, demon claw man. The last one is Golem. There's a Golem girl who's like a robot girl.
Oh, a bit like
she stops by the shop occasionally, but she's like kind of like an end boss that you get when you do after you beat the game multiple times for each playthrough. You do I want to continue playing after the game instead of like new game, and then you'll get her dungeon, which is like a special dungeon, and then you can unlock her.
Sounds like Dragon Age. I'm gonna get a golem.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, it's an anime girl golem, so
even better.
Even better. She has guns, like Golem guns.
Please, I can only get so erect.
Yes, she'll be there for you with her taciturn anime girl ways. Like, oh yes, this is perfect. I will go for this. But yeah, that's a fun game. I have a lot of hours sunk into that. I think that's probably one of the higher number of hours things I have.
Well, I'm one of those wankers that bloody went through and unlocked all of the bloody ships in Faster Than Light.
Oh yeah, I have 143 hours logged in Reciteer.
There's like lasted hundreds of hours in Skyrim.
Yeah. Oh man, what's my Skyrim hours actually?
I know Warframe I had like well over 500 hours or something before I quit playing it.
Let's see. The Elder Scrolls, right? Must be up here. Elder Scrolls Skyrim. I
have to admit,
I had two editions, the original one, and then the special edition. And between both of them, I have 425 hours.
Actually, yeah. I'll have a quick look at what mine is as well. Let's see. Elder Scrolls Skyrim. I know Dragon Commander I've logged... never mind. That's official hours. Elder Scrolls. Oblivion... let's see. I've logged 260, closer to 270 hours. But I know with Legend Dragoon, I've probably logged well over 1,000 hours at least in this game.
I think, what games have I done that level? I know Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1, I've probably logged that.
Well, this is an 80-hour game. I've completed it well over 20 times now. That's just from the once a year routine. When I first got it, I think I completed it like 5 times or something. Also did a speed run, which was I think around 53 hours or something. So yeah,
speed run. Yeah.
Yeah. The speed runs of these games, this game literally is like in the 40s and 50s hours. I'm not exactly sure what the official one is, though.
I remember I had over 200. I can't remember how much I had. I know I had at least over 200 for Tales of Symphonia on my GameCube.
Nice.
Because I remember I beat that, I think, 3 times because I was trying to get like different endings for each of them because I wanted to see them. Because I got one for Kratos, my dad got one for I did one for Zelos just because they said his was really interesting. So it's just like you find out what sort of character he was, so he's a more interesting character. And then one for Colette, which is the kind of like the given one, but actually tried for that one. Like, oh, make sure to do all her stuff. So
I'm not
she's
sure if I've actually played that
cares
game.
about you.
I do know that I've logged probably a couple 100 hours in Final Fantasy X. Because
I think that's the big JRPG I played was Tales of Symphonia. I played that one a lot.
I actually have logged quite a bit of hours in what was it, Artanelico, I think it was called. I think it's called Artanelico, the Koga of Arceal, or something like that. It's a fucked up freaking name, and it's got like one English word in it in its title. But I think I logged about 100 hours into it, and I literally still haven't completed it. It's that freaking long. But there's this woman, like one of the main character, like the main character chick, or semi-main character. She's got the most terrifying attack I've ever seen in a game. If she gets threatened or almost attacked, she screams, and any enemy that wishes to do her harm gets turned into a cake.
Huh, that's a weird outcome.
That's okay.
And I'm like,
that sounds like some seriously Japanese shit.
It's a Japanese game, but it is just, it's literally like, Jesus fucking Christ, imagine that, like, because I remember at one point in the game, I think, you know, she does that, your characters run away, and then the enemies are following, and they don't know where you've gone, and they're like, ooh, cake! And then it cuts off. So it means they've literally cannibalized their bloody, their own teammates.
You'd figure you wouldn't just pick up weird cake on the ground, but you know.
Well, these are really nice cakes. They're literally like nice, like almost like tall pavlova cakes with cream and cherries. And, strawberries.
Yeah,
on the
no,
tops
I can
and
picture
stuff.
what it is. Yeah.
Like when you see like
cupcakes or.
If you've ever had a morbid curiosity as to what is the most obnoxiously Japanese thing you could ever bear witness to, try out the game Paradise on Sega Saturn.
I've heard of it, but I've never played it. I never had a Sega Saturn.
It was a Japan-only thing, so you probably wouldn't have heard of it back then.
I've probably heard about it in reference.
Actually, hold on. Let me find.
But if it's a Sega game, I probably haven't played it. The only things I've played on the Sega were the Sonic game, well, one of the Sonic games, and games that were ported from the Sega to other systems.
Oh, but by the way, here's another Japanese wacky kind of game that you might know because I'm pretty sure it was released in the PAL region on PS1. Bishi Bashi Special.
Never even heard of that one. Sorry.
Oh, it's basically a series of fast-paced arcade-style mini games. It's so over the top, silly and cartoonish. It's all 2D hand-drawn sprites.
Well, just give me a second. I'm just have to look at this one thing. I downloaded a game for the PS3. It's called Nachashiro High School Senzuram Hakuras or some shit like that. It's something weird. But basically it consists of, you're given a camera at a high school, and it's basically like, photograph interesting shit, and they basically like, go photograph up other girls' skirts. And that's literally a PS3 game that was bloody loosely translated. I'm just like, I saw an ad for it, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I've got to get that. And that is the most Japanese game I can think of.
I think I've heard of that game actually. Not just describe what you do in it. I think I've heard of it.
There's literally like abilities where you like do like jump slides and shit like that, and slow down time so you can like slide near girls and friggin' aim up your camera in slow motion and friggin' take pictures up their skirt and shit.
Good.
And then you've got like meters, like if you get discovered, you get pulled into the principal's office. If you do it outside of town, the coppers will chase you down and stuff like that. I'm going to do an emulator channel, and that's going to be one of the games I stream, but I really want to try and get Never Dead working, but I just can't get it to work. Because Never Dead's, the main character's voiced by the dude that does Kenpachi from Bleach. And it's actually a pretty cool game. Your character can't die, but he can like rip his head off and throw it down areas and freaking you can roll around and do puzzles, or you can rip your arm off and stick it to a wall and then fire that gun independently at enemies. So you can run around to another area, take cover, fire at them, and when they come up to you, like shoot them with your severed hand. It's a really cool concept. I'm not far off from the dragon fight in bloody Legend Dragoon now.
Let's see.
Ah, sweet healing. Finally healing.
Let's see, arcade.
I can't remember. I think it was like a Mortal Kombat game, but it had all these funny endings for it. Like and they'd have like one ending that would have like 4 different versions on who completed the game. There'd be like a scene where one dude like challenges him to like another character to a fight, and then they fly kick and they just dodge, and then they fly off a cliff, and then there'll be like when the other one when you play as the one that fell off the cliff, he'll do the same thing, and then will be like, ha ha ha, I have won. The next minute a hand will come up from the cliff and grab him by the ankle and throw him off. And it's like, ha, sucked in, bitch. I just fell off pretending to fall off and shit like that.
Oh my god. I bleed first, I win.
I just can't remember I think it might have been a Mortal Kombat game. All I remember is the dude like that ends up flying off the cliff. He's like, "It's a game!" as he does it. It's kind of funny.
Oh.
I got stuck in this section for so long when I first played this game. Because there's an area that you got to go to and punch plants. And that lowers basically bars. But when you're like 12 or 13 playing the game and you're only kind of skimming through what's written because, you know, you're dyslexic and you don't like reading.
I'm gonna be bothered until I find this title I'm thinking of. It's a side-scroller arcade title. Completely nuts.
You'll have to give us more.
Yeah, fine. Oh, it's hard to. I know it's a beat 'em up kind of. You're a kid. It's well drawn. It's pretty. It's
Earthbound Mother.
No, it's a side-scrolling beat 'em up.
Battletoads.
It's arcade title.
Double Dragon.
No, this is insane. It's not normal. I'm gonna find it. I swear to God, I'm gonna find that damn thing.
I love the bass riffs in this bloody area. In this music bit.
It's
Oh, this bastard's got. Damn it! He's casting a spell. Fuck, that's like nearly 60 damage for one character. Eat spear, bitch!
I can almost remember the title.
Well, keep thinking, you'll get it. Nice try, you roly bastard. I'm still getting a bit of sound problems with this game. Which is sad. Fucking useless mind purifier. Okay, time to go fight me a dragon. I'm still pissed off that after I read the manga for this, where friggin' Lloyd kills the dragon. It's like, the dude's not even fucking around yet in the game. Also, Lloyd can go suck a dick. He's literally a kill stealer. Shana goes first. I've got a plan.
I'm asking my friend. I'm using a lifeline.
Can I phone a friend?
I'm phoning a friend.
They send a message to carrier pigeon.
Purulary. Oh man, it's like right at the tip of my brain.
Eat dancing light, motherfuckers!
Oh, that's what it was.
What was it?
Holy Rula.
Never heard of that.
It's a meme. It's a it's on arcade. It's for meme. Absolutely insane. Pulirula.
Now, if it's got LA in it.
It is. I will find something. Hold on. Oh my god, yeah.
Okay. Dart's fully healed. Mavericks is almost fully healed. Shanna's is fully healed. I think I can go into this dragon fight with some decent chances of survival. If this fucker would let me freaking guard.
I'll put it in the Great Hall. The long play, which is 20 minutes.
Alright, I'm gonna head off for the night.
Alright, catch you later, Howling. Have a good one, mate.
Yes. Good night, lad.
Oh, that was waste of time. Shana just leveled up, which means she loses a big chunk of freaking health.
Here in a wonderland called Radishland, each town under the Keeper's control. The time fall correctly kept with the time key. What a bad man appeared and stole the time key to stop the flow of time. The towns were attacked one by one, and time flaw was sapped, and they received damage. I don't know if that was translated right.
I just killed 3 deadites with 1 double-barrel shotgun blast. Holy fuck.
Nice.
Nice.
What game are you playing, mate?
Like I said before, Blood. It's an old shooter.
Oh. So I thought that was
Proximity.
Green Man.
A proximity bomb. I just dropped one of those. It acts like a landmine. They walk into it. It goes boom.
Nice.
And I also got remote bombs. Those are fun. And good old-fashioned bundles of TNT with a fuse sticking out that you light with a Zippo.
Good old Zippos. They light everything until you actually need to light something with them, and then they're out of gas. We're out of juice.
Well, or it dries up.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, Zippos are great if you use lighters every day.
Yeah. Although, if you see anyone lighting a cigar with a Zippo, they're obviously not can't appreciate a cigar.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to use a butane torch for that.
No, you're supposed to use a match.
Or a match.
You never use anything that's gas or petroleum based.
Yeah, and even the match you're supposed to let it burn a few moments. So
yeah, you have to get all the sulfur.
ignition.
Yeah, you have to burn off all the sulfurs, so you got to wait for the match to go halfway down. Yeah. Although it's better if you actually use the old school matches that don't have the what is it? There's actually matches actually have flame retardant in them, because that means that when you blow it out,
so
it doesn't
burn slower.
No, it's so that they don't burn out. Like they don't continue to burn when you blow them out.
Yeah. Probably use old school kitchen matches, really.
Yeah, my dad and I used to do when we used to have a cigar every now and again, we'd actually start up a little fire, and we'd literally light it with a mallee stick or a cheap piece of charcoal or something like that.
Oh, that's cool.
One of the little Caleb's just said, "This is my boomstick" in a chipmunk voice.
Oh, must have taken a lot of inspiration from Army of Darkness.
And Evil Dead. It's basically this game. This game is like if an Evil Dead movie was directed by John Woo.
Oh my god. Yeah. So if you want to see an insane game, you can I dropped that link for the Puri Rula in the Great Hall of the chat. Right now, he's fighting a tranny radish head, I guess. At the 4-minute mark.
Alrighty. I'll check it out in a minute. I'm still battling a dragon and a dragoon right here. And this arsehole cheats.
That's a bit more dramatic than what I'm watching. It's literally, I think, a tranny radish with a penis nose bouncing around on it. I'm not sure what's happening.
This guy literally just summoned a bloody tornado.
Oh, that's different. That's not Radish Man. Oh. Oh, I remember playing this with my friend now. This level specifically, because it was just an absolute acid trip.
Don't poison her. Son of a bitch!
Oh, there's platypuses.
Actually, one of my characters might actually finally drop, because I haven't had a character drop yet.
This is the thing in Blood, tossing dynamite around suspicious corners.
Actually, there was this, it's a shooter, but it was also a hentai game. I can't remember what it was called, but it was on, Fit Girls, thing a while back. And it's really actually pretty good. Like, it's got...
Hentai shooter.
Yeah, like, you run around shooting stuff, and you have, like, a bunch of, girls that bloody, shoot guns with you. And you're, like, surviving a zombie apocalypse.
Is it isometric?
No, 3D.
Is it kind of like an isometric 3D?
Yeah, 3D.
I mean, is it 3D isometric? Or?
I think it's made in Unreal or something like that. So
okay.
It's like a run around like shooter.
Okay, I gotcha.
Like, the shooting
I don't
elements
know.
are a little bit wonky, but it's a lot of fun. And it has, like, the waifus and stuff like that, and so you heal them by banging them, for some reason.
That's how it always works in Japan.
Yeah. It's like, take my healing spooge.
Like, yes, I am injured. I need more power to fight. Cream pie, please. I'm like, oh.
Ah, fuck, I used the wrong one.
Okay.
I used the mind purifier instead of a body purifier.
One of my favorite things to do in this game is basically a little trap shooting. When a cultist tosses a bundle of dynamite, see if I can catch it with a shotgun blast and blow them to smithereens.
Oh, just as it's leaving their hand.
Yeah, it blows right up in their face. And I set a custom difficulty where you can basically tweak every little parameter of it, and I set the cultist TNT aggression to its highest setting, so they basically spam bundles of TNT when they're far enough away.
Oh, cool.
It's hilarious. It's like running across a fucking minefield sometimes.
Yep. First character to drop, I've lost Shana. And I've just revived Shana. That's one way to get rid of the poison.
Oh, man, Shana's back.
Stop stabbing Shana, you asshole! He basically does like a fifth.
Where'd these assholes come from?
He also does like a fifth of her HP and friggin' damage in one hit. And that's just his standard attack. If he doesn't friggin' do a massive attack, it screws me over even more. That's it. He's getting an arrow to the face.
Oh no! Spiders!
Damn.
No, not the bees!
Sometimes one of the enemy attacks, like one of the surprise ones, is kind of pathetic. Just a handful of spiders.
Okay.
Okay. It is time for a healing breeze. I normally save these, but I don't want more characters dropping because I can't be stuffed. And besides, it's a dragon fight. I'm supposed to use items.
That's right. You go all out. It's a dragon.
It's a dragon and a dragoon, and I'm taking out the dragoon first, even though I should really take out the dragoon second. Because the dragon has poison, like an arsehole.
Old Drake.
Okay, body purifier, heal dart. And it's going to poison me in its next attack. I know it will. Because that's always the way with RPGs. Something poisons you. Oh, no. He used a paralyzing attack. Where he spits it out of his ass like a bug. There goes the person that can You love it.
Oh, something else cool about Blood is pretty much all the weapons have alt fires with the right mouse button.
Oh, cool. That's normally a good friggin' thing to happen for games. Like having an alt fire just gives you more bloody more fun.
For the shotgun, it's both barrels at once. For the Tommy gun, it's a sweeping side-to-side fire. For the rocket launcher, if you have 12 or more rockets, it'll basically throw out 12 bouncing bombs, this fucking huge chaos that it creates, and destroys everything in the room, including yourself if you're not careful. These TNT, the fuse ones, basically it makes it not explode on impact, so you can bounce it around corners. The spray can flamethrower becomes a petrol bomb.
Cool.
And that happens too. The proximity and remote bombs don't have alt fires per their nature. The Tesla cannon, it's a charged up shot, I believe. The life leech, I'm not sure. And the voodoo doll basically wastes all its energy in one big shot. It adds a level of depth and strategy to the game that few shooters had back then.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Blood was actually the first. I'm pretty sure it was the first FPS to have alt-fire weapons. It predates Perfect Dark by a few years.
Oh, you said it's in '97, so it's. Oh, what's that one where you're that dude and he's goes to hell?
Bond?
I'm just trying to remember what he uses. Like he has a gun that's like fires shurikens and lightning.
Are you talking about Shadow Warrior?
No. Painkiller, I think it's called.
The game Painkiller. Is it Dante's? Is it Dante's Inferno?
No, that would be
Shadow
of the Damned. As well.
Okay.
But that's PS3.
Yeah, Painkiller video game. That's 04. So quite a while after that.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Hey, I got plate mail? I don't think I've ever dropped plate mail from that arsehole before.
This part's inspired by the game or the movie Saw. Look at it; it's like a torture trap room kind of. Oh look, a bomb! Don't shoot it, whatever you do. Just gotta get these 4 switches, grab the key, open the door. When you hear a long beep like a flatlining EKG, time's up. There's gonna be a big boom.
I have to admit, Graham's story is kind of sad when you think about it. Basically, what it is his best friend was always stronger than him, and he respected his best friend so much. But then over time, he started to resent it because no matter how hard he tried, his best friend was always stronger than him. And eventually that turned from like admiration to resentment and then hate, to the point that he eventually cursed his weakness so much that he defected, got a bunch of like a dark power basically given to him, so that he could actually kill his take on his best friend, which he then killed. And then he gets killed by his best friend's son.
Oh.
And then that power passes to him, and then Lavitz becomes a dragoon. But yeah, it's actually a pretty weird story for a bloody RPG. You don't normally get something like that in a character. Especially an enemy that you literally only hear about once before you fight him.
Alright, I'm gonna get going. I'm actually falling asleep now.
Alright, catch you later, bye bye.
Bye. Alright, have a good night, lads.
Night.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yay, I got achieved the dragon spirit. Curse your weak constitution, Shana. We're gonna sucks that Shana keeps getting taken out of your party. She's got the slowest level up basically, speed as far as I remember, but one of the slowest, and then she's always out of the friggin' party.
Ugh. Oh boy, there's a... Oh, it wasn't actually a stone gargoyle, that was just a prank. Where one flashes on screen and then disappears. Scares the fuck out of you because Chiog, one of the bosses of this game, is a stone gargoyle. They have about the same health.
Oh yeah. 58. I think Blavich needs to get the plate mail. Chainmail. Mail. Yeah, that's weird. I've never gotten plate mail from this boss before. Which basically just doubled one of my character's defense. Like, plate mail was a much later on item. And let's save. Actually, I'll double check because actually I might be wrong about the plate mail. Actually, no, I think I'm going to stop the game here. So I'm going to catch you later, mate. After all, we're the last ones left. Let me just
click
save just in case. And there we go. But yeah, apparently you don't have to use PSX to stream PlayStation 1 games. You can use this other thing called PCSXR, and it seemed to work pretty well. You just got to fumble around and get some BIOSes in order to use the traditional saving of the PS1. Otherwise, you just have kind of like a save slot that you can just get with F1, F2, and F3. Alright, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, yeah.
And anybody who was watching, I think I've still got one viewer. Have a good night. See you on my